CNES, Consciousness Social Media Super App, a platform that represents a revolutionary social media of connectivity to evolve humanity. The CNES journey begins with a structured self-assessment. Individuals and organizations evaluate their practices across key pillars of conscious leadership, governance, sustainability, and societal impact. CNES certification evaluates organizations across 6 pillars of responsible and purpose-driven business values: conscious leadership, human-centric value and team cohesion, products and services, customers and clients, community and conscious social impact, brand vision, and collaboration. CNES is built on a simple but powerful belief. By empowering individuals who prioritize conscious sustainability and human well-being, CNES is helping shape a new kind of ecosystem. An ecosystem where impact matters as much as success, where organizations are not only profitable, but purposeful, not only competitive, but conscious. The future belongs to those who lead with consciousness, those who build with integrity, those who create impact that truly matters. Welcome to CNES, where consciousness triumphs.
Trust built our legacy. Our vision architects what's next. Because Deloitte didn't stop at advising on technology, we chose to build it. Across India, we've imagined, engineered, and scaled platforms, labs, and ecosystems powering real-time decisions for governments, businesses, and communities alike, where AI is responsible, automation decisive, and data purposeful. What began as insight now drives outcomes, protecting lives, securing critical infrastructure, and advancing national priorities. Built with alliances, strengthened through co-innovation, seamlessly integrated across enterprises, across borders. With hundreds of assets created here, many setting global benchmarks. India isn't just adopting the future. India leads by design. This is technology at the ground level. Operating at scale. Built in India. Powered by Indian minds. Ready for the world.
गंगा पुकारे आओ रे, हर हर शंभू गाओ रे, हरिद्वार में कुंभ सजे, श्रद्धा की डुबकी लगाओ रे। हर हर गंगे गंगे, हर हर गंगे, भस्म रमाए साधु चल रहे, गूंजे शिव के नाम। गंग किनारे दिव्य अलौकिक ओजस पूरा धाम। युगों युगों का पर्व ये पावन मिलकर सभी मनाओ रे। हरिद्वार में कुंभ सजे, श्रद्धा की डुबकी लगाओ रे। हर हर गंगे गंगे, हर हर गंगे। 14 जनवरी 2027 से हरिद्वार में सजेगा आस्था, अध्यात्म और सनातन चेतना का विराट संगम। आइए इस दिव्य महापर्व के साक्षी बने।
From time to time, history introduces a life that quietly bridges 2 worlds. This is the story of Adipen Bose Nandiji, a visionary, a yogi, and a statesman and entrepreneur devoted to the awakening of human consciousness. With the guidance of spiritual masters from the ancient Siddha tradition of South India, Nandi Ji began a disciplined path of meditation, self-inquiry, and spiritual realization. He spent years immersed in contemplative practice, often meditating in solitude around the sacred mountain of Arunachala. Through this period of deep inner exploration, a powerful realization emerged. The next great evolution of humanity will not be technological, but conscious. Having spent over 3 decades in the United States, Nandiji's journey expanded beyond personal spiritual exploration into a global mission of service and leadership. From that realization arose a life dedicated not only to personal awakening, but to the upliftment of humanity. Nandiji went on to establish global initiatives centered on consciousness, unity, and conscious leadership. These include CNES, a pioneering digital platform that integrates technology with conscious leadership and community building. The Declaration of Consciousness movement, a worldwide initiative promoting compassion, awareness, and human dignity. World Yogi Day, a global celebration of meditation and yogic wisdom. At the heart of Nandiji's work lies a simple yet transformative message. When consciousness expands, humanity evolves.
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में जो मेरे भाई बहन हैं, ये अवसर है, इस अवसर को जाने मत दें और इसके लिए हमें कॉस्ट, क्वालिटी और स्केल इसके विषय में वैश्विक मानदंडों से खरा उतरना पड़ेगा।
With a vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, voices shaping India's manufacturing future. Business Today presents India at 100, India's manufacturing champions, building Viksit Bharat, 21st August, Friday, New Delhi.
And a very warm welcome to the 5th edition of Business Today India at 100 Summit 2026. This explores the transformative ideas and reforms to accelerate India's economic growth and realize its vision of becoming a $30 trillion economy by 2047. I'm Sakshi Batra, your host for the day, and I'm pleased to welcome you all to what has now become a calendar event. This summit brings together policymakers, industry leaders, and stakeholders from both public and private sectors to discuss key reforms, evaluate progress, and outline the way forward for a stronger, more inclusive and sustainable India. So we're all set to begin, and we'll first like to thank all our partners for this summit. Conscious Leadership Partner CNESS, Knowledge Partner Deloitte, State Partners Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Legal Solutions Partner White and Brief, Celebration Partner Out Glassware and Zoya Glassware. We'll kickstart this day with our first session, which is titled Building Bharat's Atmanirbhar Tech Stack. Central government policies, private industry, and technology innovation are all focused on enabling Bharat's journey towards self-reliance and digital economy grit. India is building on the foundations of a future-ready technology ecosystem spanning semiconductors, electronics, AI, telecom, digital infrastructure, and much more. And this session will explore what it needs to be done to build a globally competitive technology value chain rooted in innovation and strategic capability. So let's welcome our first speaker of the day, Mr. S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT. Warm welcome to you, sir. And let's also welcome our session moderators, Pooja Shali, Editor for India Today, and Karishma Sudani, Special Correspondent, Business Today Television.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pooja Shali. That's my colleague Karishma. And it's very interesting today for the summit that we're organizing, BT India at 100. It's our flagship program, but importantly, it focuses on vision and that vision becoming a reality. Karishma and I were in fact discussing backstage how there was a time when, at least a few years ago, every time we would conduct an interview, we would talk about India set to do something in manufacturing or becoming a manufacturing leader. Today, I can say that we are in that space already. And I think it's a matter of pride for us, the kind of changes with the Viksit Bharat 2047 that we have initiated. But there's, of course, a long way to go. And for that, I'm honored to have someone who's very closely involved with those future policies that we are looking at that will set a benchmark for our nation. He's a secretary for Ministry of Electronics and IT, and I hope he'll be open to all kinds of questions. But one of the first ones that I want to ask, we keep hearing of this word, Atmanirbhar Bharat. Mostly what I have seen in the past few years, focus has largely been in the defense sector, or that is what has been reported. I want to understand, sir, when we talk about technology, which is basically the important space right now, what is India doing? What is the government plan to become Atmanirbhar in technology, that we don't have to depend on global companies all the time?
I think the important thing about being Atmanirbhar is about being resilient.
Yes.
And about having strategic autonomy. It doesn't necessarily mean a situation where you're making everything yourself. It doesn't mean that you start the process of making every small thing as a country yourself, 100% of the value chain that you own. It doesn't mean that. I think it's important to understand that, because today, especially if you take the electronic space, it's a global value chain. Before you get any electronics goods, I mean the phone that you're using, it has probably crossed about 70 borders before it has come to you. 70. That is what a global value chain is. It crosses different borders, goes to different countries, different components come from different places, and so on. Now, what is important from an India perspective, given the size of the country we are, given the size of market that we represent, given what our population needs, we must have strategic autonomy in this space. We must also have the alternate value chains which will make sure that we don't become over-dependent on any one geography. And third, we must have enough of this value chain in our own country in order to be strategically important to others. So I think that is where we really need to sort of work on, and which means that roughly, if you take the electronics value chain, when we started out this entire process of manufacturing, say, mobile phones in the country, which is the big story, we were doing a value addition of about 15%. Now, today, domestic value addition in that sector has reached about 22-23%. Ultimately, our goal is to get to about 35 to 40%. This is where we want to be, so that you're significant enough in the value chain to matter to other countries and to make sure that you have a space there. So in all of electronics, that is what we are targeting, because now the situation we are in globally, electronics has become the single largest manufacturing sector in the world, and therefore, as the largest country in the world, we have to have a significant share of the manufacture of electronics in the country.
So interestingly, you did mention about how a product crosses 70 borders before it comes here, and we've often spoken about us being successful when it comes to assembling and moving forward towards the self-reliance goal. How do we ensure that we focus on make in India and not be recognized as assemble in India?
See, I think the important thing there is the value chain deepens as you go along. And the whole idea of initial assembly, and I would not scoff at assembly saying, oh, it's just assembly, because there are two important things there. One, that is where the largest number of jobs are. And whatever happens in a country like India, you need more jobs. Today, the largest factories in the country are those factories which assemble electronic products. I don't think there are many traditional factories which employ 50,000 and 70,000 workers. And I think that that's an important contribution to what the country needs. That is one element. The second element is that an industry of this nature starts there. You start with scale. You are assembling enough of those products in the country. Then slowly the value addition commences. When I mentioned to you that from about 12 to 15%, we moved to 23, and we are targeting to move further downstream. That's precisely how it's happening. It also needs very targeted and strategic policies. For instance, we have the phased manufacturing program where we sort of tweak the kind of duties we charge on different parts of this value chain to make sure that slowly we start shifting. So it is a dynamic process. Likewise, we launched the electronic component manufacturing scheme, and I think in this very hall a couple of days ago, we handed out the next phase, or the fourth or fifth tranche of approval letters for the scheme. Now that is fundamentally focusing on the upstream part of making sure that more and more components get made in India, and more of those get used not only to manufacture the final output here in India, but they also get exported. Because the only way that you can be sure that you're competitive is if what you make can be exported. Because if the rest of the world is prepared to buy what you make, even if it's an intermediate good, then that means you both achieved cost and quality competitiveness, and that is important.
In fact, you mentioned that it's also creating jobs, which is a primary concern right now in our country, especially for the youth. And I say that because while we're looking forward to artificial intelligence and how I know India is taking a lot of initiatives in that, the concern is AI taking away jobs? What will the government and the ministry do to ensure that while we are building our AI capabilities and capacities, it will generate more jobs and for the next generation and not become a cause of concern?
See, I think on AI, there are three things which we need to understand. Today, as AI stands, most of the jobs that it is replacing or that it is likely to replace are jobs in the cognitive sectors. Typically, previous waves of technology tended to automate manual tasks where people were working with their hands, machines, and they automated tasks which people were doing with either mechanical equipment, then it became electrical equipment, and so on. And, you know, from animal power to vehicles.
Analog to digital.
And all of that basically automated certain set of manual tasks. For the first time, you have a technology that is automating automating cognitive tasks, people, office workers, the kind of work that you did behind a desk on a computer, that is getting automated for the first time. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, India is a country where the proportion of automated jobs and the proportion of the proportion of these cognitive jobs or office jobs as a percentage of total number of jobs is much lower than in most Western countries. So which means that your risk of losing jobs is substantially less than in most of those countries. That is the first point. The second point is, where do the opportunities lie? I mean, I, for one, do not necessarily believe, and the government also, in its policy thinking, and there are Niti reports, Niti Aayog reports, which doesn't mean entire whole-scale job replacement. There are certain kinds of jobs which will go away, but there could be other opportunities which come up. Most notably, even today, there's widespread adoption of AI. Actually, there was a survey I was reading about yesterday which actually showed that between 2025 and 26, the number of people in various companies who report to using AI has actually fallen, because they were just automating at their level some of the tasks that they were doing. But at the enterprise level, the operation of the enterprise or the company in the way that they do their regular business has not yet been automated, or is not yet fully, AI has not fully been adopted there. So there's a huge opportunity there. And that will always require, the coding task may go away because, machines may do it better and you only need to check on that. But to actually deploy it in any organization, you will always require a human interface. You will require people who can actually figure out how it needs to be deployed and what needs to be done. And I think that is where, with our kind of STEM talent and AI-ready talent, and we are rated as one of those countries with the highest AI-ready talent in the world, we truly have an opportunity to actually support not just various sectors within India, various enterprises within India, but the world over, to actually adopt this. It's almost like a Y2K moment for Indian industry, in the Indian IT industry. And so if we are able to play this right, and if we are able to train our people adequately, and the Prime Minister announced this idea of training 1 crore youth in AI over this, in the next year or so, if we are able to do it this vigorously and we are able to achieve this, I think we would actually be in a position to create net additional jobs for our youth in the country.
I just have a counter question to that, counter in the sense, a continued question that, like Prime Minister mentioned at the Independence Day speech also, we are looking at now initiatives and training programs when it comes to our technology, AI, right, all of that and more?
That's right, yes. We intend to train at multiple levels. I mean, I think the whole idea is that, the people who will build models, you don't need too many of them. Those people are probably, there are 300 or 400 of them in the world, and I think it's a good thing that many of them are people who are from India, if not necessarily working in India, but they are people from India. Not just diaspora, even people educated in Indian universities and things, many of them even looking to come back. So that's the real cream at the top. But in addition to that, I think all the way down the line, you need people who figure out how to apply AI in enterprise situations. That is a sort of a higher level. And then at the bottom level, you need people who can actually understand and figure out how to use AI in certain situations. And then there's one more level, which again is employment, are all those people who contribute data to this, data annotators and others who contribute to how AI itself can be used. And those, again, are interesting jobs which many people are getting. And I think we should address all of these. At each of these levels, the kind of skilling which is required to adapt to the new technology is important. And the second thing we need to realize is AI is a horizontal technology which has applications across various sectors, and everybody needs to understand how to use it, including in, say, media, or including in the jobs that I do. So across the board, everyone needs. And so even if you're studying art history in college, I think it's important to be, you're taught how AI will make a difference to your space.
And very important, sir, to draw that line between what should be automated and what should have human touch, or where should be assistance of human touch.
Absolutely.
And let me bring you to semiconductors, sir, and this is something that you have recently shared, that about 5 to 6 semiconductor projects could be commercially operational by the end of this year, by the end of 2026. My question to you is, sir, once these fab plants or semiconductor facilities begin production, how competitive could, say, Indian-made chips be when we compare it to China or Taiwan or other neighboring countries?
You see, I think, as you're aware, 3 are already operational. Commercial operations have been inaugurated, and 2 or 3 more by the end of the year. That is how it adds up to 5 or 6. Even when we cleared many of these projects, one of the essential requirements was that they needed to have some sort of a marketing tie-up for what they manufacture. So we are fairly clear, and almost all the units, and every unit which has been approved, already has orders against which they are manufacturing. Whether it's the Micron unit in Sanand, whether it is CG Power's unit or Keynes's unit, all of them in Sanand, or even the Tata's units and so on, they're all talking to customers, and some of them have firm orders. Customers are already visiting those facilities to figure out that they would be able to manufacture to the kind of quality that they are looking for. And I believe that many of them would be ready, and they should be in a position to sell what they are making.
I have to now ask you this question as a parent as much as a journalist, and that is on the technology aspect of social media and internet, or the digital ecosystem. And I know it's been a lot of chatter in the news lately, but I want you to help us understand, how do we ensure that the internet or the social media will be accounted for, not censored, but there will be a certain supervision, not regulation, in a way that is often looked upon, or should I say regulation and not censorship, that I think sounds better, by the government, to have our youngsters open to technology, open to social media, but parents like us shouldn't live in fear if this is getting dangerous.
I think in that sense, the approach, and this I say with due responsibility with various consultations we've had, I mean, the concern about what social media is doing to youth, the concern about how social media is sort of actually working on a range of issues, is not just in India. It is a concern in every major democracy of the world. It's a concern in the UK, it's a concern in the United States, you would have heard. Australia, of course, is banned. It's a concern in France, everywhere. So I think we are not alone in this regard. In some of our conversations with the EU and so on, they're quite impressed with the kind of legal framework that we actually have in India and the manner in which we've used it. And we've been very thoughtful in the way that we do this. And we actually do not censor content in the manner that sometimes is described. I think that I should set the record straight. If you actually look at the proportion of, blocking, takedown, and things which the social media platforms themselves remove based on community guidelines. Blocking is what I do as Secretary METI under Section 69A of the IT Act. It is a very, very sparingly used, very, very used with a great deal of restraint on very specific grounds.
Like what, for example?
There are 4 grounds. There's security of the state, there's defense of India, there is public order, and there is friendly relations with foreign countries. These are the 4 grounds on which we can block, and these are a subset of the grounds provided under Article 19(2) of the Constitution as restrictions on freedom of speech. So obscenity and defamatory content and contempt of court are the other 3 grounds on which we do not use 69A. That is, so we don't use it, so there is nothing, I mean, it's not my view of this is obscene or it is, I have to establish that it's one of these 4 conditions. There are certain situations in which it's an extremely useful power, and it is a very necessary power in the hands of the executive, like if you recall the situation during Operation Sindoor and so on. So you need to use it in those kind of situations. There are exceptional situations where we use it. Now, the number of orders we pass under that particular provision of law are 0 0.01% of the total takedowns or the total number of items which are blocked. The next provision is what is called the safe harbor provision. This is section 79 of the IT Act. Now, normally, a person, an intermediary who carries content is immune from prosecution or civil liability for third-party content that they carry. That is primarily intended for the guys who lay down the pipelines in which the optic fiber cables, the guys who operate the internet service provider, the telecom service provider, those are the kind of intermediaries. This is what was envisaged when the act was originally passed. Over time, we have a number of platforms and others who also claim this. Now, you come from the media. You have a responsibility to curate the kind of content that goes on. Now, whether the platforms are publishers or not, and whether they actually play a role or not, is the matter which is in question sometimes. So that is one part of it. But having said that, for certain kinds of content, there is a provision in the law that if it violates any Indian law or if it violates the guidelines of conduct which have been provided, then a notice can be given to the intermediary saying, look, we plan to, this is unlawful content, we plan to prosecute the person who's posted it, and you will also be party to that prosecution in case you don't take it down. That is the intimation that is given. Now, based on the intimation, the platform can choose either to take down or face whatever are the legal consequences, because that has to be done in court. And you know, whether the safe harbor goes away or not is a matter that has to be decided by court. Sometimes, many times in fact, they take down the content based on that notice, and that notice is issued by the appropriate government, because this is a widespread power. What is unlawful will be determined by respective state governments, will be determined by various ministries in the government of India. That is how that particular power is operated. Now, that is possibly about 0.1% of the takedowns. It's probably 10 times more than what we do, or maybe 20 times more, whatever. But it is still below 1% of the total takedowns that happen. 99% or more than 99% of the takedowns actually happen on the basis of the community guidelines of the various social media operators themselves. And those community guidelines have various provisions. They publish monthly transparency reports. You can verify for yourself whether what I'm telling you is factually accurate, but this is how it operates. So I think it's important to realize that the framework that we have actually is to protect citizens of the country against certain kinds of content. There just cannot be any tolerance for, say, CSAM content. There just cannot be any tolerance for content of that nature. And if it comes up, straight away it is a crime under Section 67B of the IT Act. And naturally, I mean, prosecution and other consequences will follow. And I think social media platforms need to be alert to the cultural and linguistic context of respective states. And they can't say, oh, you know, we didn't see frontal nudity in this particular content and therefore we didn't take it down, without realizing that it is an act of, and it's an act of sexual assault or violence which is taking place. There are cases of that nature. So I think we need to be clear that, and this is something which many countries in the world have actually appreciated. And if you look at the numbers, it's fairly clear. The takedowns and, or, you know, financial fraud. Yes. You know, you have prominent personalities, the finance minister, Sachin Tendulkar, other prominent personalities sort of standing up there saying, invest by this evening, otherwise this opportunity will go away.
News anchors, my video has gone around
there
asking for schemes.
There you are.
So had to file a complaint.
So clearly, I mean, that is kind of content which you cannot countenance or permit. So I think we need to be clear as to how we sort of approach this, and we need to be clear, we need to understand the overall context. And from that perspective, I don't think it's censorship of the kind that people talk about. There's a fair amount. I mean, freedom of speech isn't affected in any way, and every action that we have taken has been upheld, is subject to judicial scrutiny, and is upheld in the court. When we blocked the platform for 7 days, during the NEET exam, prior to the NEET exam, that is an action which was upheld by the court, because we had enough material on record based on which we took the action. Absolutely.
Sir, I know there is a lot to talk to you about, but I want to bring your insights and inputs on the electronic manufacturing part. Latest numbers and few data to quote that for FY26, we have seen that electronics production crossed about $100 billion. Now, We've seen big tech companies like Apple also look at India as now one of the destinations or as a pit stop when it comes to smartphone manufacturing. Somewhere mentally, psychologically, that makes us China plus one. But what is our next frontier? Beyond smartphones, what are we looking at?
See, I think the important thing you need to realize about smartphones is in electronic manufacture for consumer goods, it's one of the most advanced elements of the manufacture. Now, in China, ever since Apple started manufacturing there in 2007, the rest of their electronics industry and the product industry really grew based on that. Now, that is a similar opportunity which we expect for India, and it need not necessarily be limited only to mobile phones. It could extend beyond into other devices. We don't know what the next device is going to be. Is it going to be a AR, VR based headset? Is it going to be glasses? What is it going to be? We don't really know. So these things will keep evolving. And I think the ability to manufacture these products, these highly precision-oriented products in the country is an important indicator for what else we can do in advanced manufacturing. So that it lays the foundation for other forms of advanced manufacturing in the country. I mean, today we are the second largest manufacturer of mobile phones in the world. We export, and in 2025, the largest single item of export from India was mobile phones. So, which I think is a significant achievement in terms of what has happened. So, all these are key areas where we've moved forward. And I think what it lays the foundation for is the next level of advanced manufacturing. If you're there, then you can adapt to whatever else has to be done. When you have so many miniaturized components which go into a mobile phone, it is complex. It is something that you have to do with a great degree of precision. And that is something which can be carried forward into any other form of electronic manufacture in the future.
I appreciate you joining us and taking all questions in diverse fields. It's very important, remember, because this ministry will somehow decide the future in tech, in AI, manufacturing, semiconductors, and more for India. S. Krishnan, I appreciate you joining us. And the first session, the introductory session, telling us about the vision of this country. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. May I please request you to stay back on the stage, sir, while I also request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor of Business Today, to please come up on stage. Also, along with him, Adipen Bose Nandi ji to please come up on stage, sir, to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Please, please. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. S. Krishnan, for being with us. We will move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, and this one is titled West Bengal Engine for India at 100. As India advances towards 2047, states will play an increasingly decisive role in accelerating industrial growth by mobilizing investments, creating new engines of economic opportunity, and against this backdrop, this session will truly spotlight the priorities of the new state government and how West Bengal is emerging as a more powerful engine for India's growth story. For this session, please put your hands together to welcome our next guest. We welcome on stage Mr. Swapan Das Gupta, Finance Minister of West Bengal, to please moderate the session. I'll also like to request Siddharth Zarabi to come up on stage.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. Namaskar, good morning. A very warm welcome once again to everyone. Shopanda, thank you very much. A round of applause. He's come all the way from Kolkata in a very, very busy schedule. And for all of us journalists who look up to Shopanda, not because just that he's the finance minister of a state like Bengal, but also because he was one of the finest journalists of this country. Shopanda, thank you very, very much for making it here to the Business Today event. India at 100, and we are talking about the future, but if we look back, Bengal has always occupied a very special place in India's economy, in Bharat's economy, its industrial past, and its glory. It was once an industrial powerhouse of all sorts and manners. And the business today study, Shopanda, which we have done for an extended period of almost 12 years, basis RBI data, Ministry of Commerce data, and other data, shows that West Bengal, and the audience can put together their hands for this, has the second fastest growth rate as a major state in gross state value added, 137% over the past decade. But let that data not sort of mislead you, because there's a lot of gap also. And therefore, the first question, Shapanda, that I have for you today is, with the massive political mandate that has been given to the Bharatiya Janata Party government in the state, can we hope for a new sunrise in the state of Bengal?
Well, thank you, Siddharth, for all that generous introduction. First, let's understand one thing. The essence of this mandate was partly a vote against misgovernance, but I think far more important was that I think there was a degree of exasperation and impatience with a prolonged period of decline which West Bengal has been experiencing, despite all your statistics, for the past 50 years at least. So you have a period of uninterrupted decline for 50 years. It began with the sort of labor militancy of the 60s, the extreme left-wing turbulence of that era, and it went on and it climaxed finally in that infamous incident in Singur when the Tatars were literally booted out of the state. And the message which went out to the rest of Bengal, to the rest of India, and indeed to the world was that if the Tatars can't do business in West Bengal, then who the hell are we to do anything? You know, we are not likely to get in a look edgeways. So it's that perception. And then there was this one thing, and it's a human cost. You know, one of the things which I discovered when campaigning in the heart of South Calcutta was that it would be a rarity to find young people, because the city has become a city of old age pensioners. And you ask people, where are your children? And the inevitable answer was, oh, they're in Bangalore, they're in Gurgaon, they're in Noida, they've gone overseas. And people have just voted with their feet and left. So we suffer from a huge degree of skill deficit. The Bongs are the ones who are in top places all over the world. They are some people say they are very, very accomplished, etc. But they are not in Bengal. They've gone elsewhere. They've taken a one-way ticket out. So it's amidst that you're trying to reverse a process of historic decline for 50 years. And one of the things which I think was very, very important in our mind, which we wanted to do, was that there is a perception, and indeed it's more than a perception, it's a reality, that Bengalis particularly tend to be anti-business. That there is something inherently in there, which had seeped into their DNA, which would say that they don't like business. So we have to reverse that. Also, a mindset change. So these are the type of challenges which we have. And okay, there's a great legacy. You were number 2 at the time of independence. And then, you know, by about the late 60s, early 70s, the process of decline started. We can go on about, you know, what a great legacy there was. But if the present at one time looked gloomy, the future even looked more forbidding.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if we go back even more, perhaps around 250 years, more than half of the entire industrial output of industries at that time used to come from Bengal. And that's what you have to rebuild on.
That's, you know, you had 20% of the world's GDP at one time coming, and it's particularly concentrated around that place around Murshidabad because of the silk industry, which had a great traction at that time. Obviously, you're not going to get that back. But what I think you can get back is that you can get back a combination of manufacturing, you can get back a boom in services, and most important, you can see a injection of deep tech into West Bengal. These are the sort of broad priorities, and we've lost, in terms of where we stand, we've lost out to Gujarat, we've lost out to Karnataka, we even lost out to Orissa to a very large extent. So keeping all that in mind, you must always take a reality check and say, look, this is what we need to do. And let's rise to the challenge.
Are you tempering expectations therefore?
You have to. You can't get miracles. You can't get miracles. You see, a lot of people who are interested, there are, ever since we came to power, there's been a huge amount of inquiries from people, not only within India and outside. Within India, for instance, almost every single Marwari industrialist all over India would say, oh, we started off from Calcutta. They all have a certain deep emotional bond with Kolkata, but they've moved on elsewhere. So we have to say, okay, revive your links a little bit. You've got to try that. So yes, but you've got to see, is this change enduring? Is this change for real? Are you going to regress? Are you going to make sure your law and order situation is all right? All that syndicate, extortion, etc. is history. So there is a bit of testing time which they are going to have. So it's for us to deliver.
So are those the reasons, therefore, that you are saying businesses should now choose Bengal? Political mandate, law and order, clear policy focus? Because Shobanda, as you yourself know, there is a race amongst all states to get investment. And there are more MOUs than perhaps the money that actually comes in. Why should businesses choose this new Bengal under a government which you are part of?
Well, why should they choose? If you're looking purely in terms of incentives, there are states which give better incentives. Undeniably so. What we are aiming to do is to say that, look, we have an ecosystem there in place. We have a tradition. We have a skilled workforce. We have a reasonably livable city, which is quite pleasant. We have all these things. We are getting an infrastructure which is quite upgraded, and we need to just improve it. It's all there. The conditions of life are good. Think about it, and if you want to, because there are various types of investments which people have. It's not necessarily that every investment has a single purpose. So within that, if semiconductors are what you want, if you want to move to the next stage, you want to try quantum, then we have reasonable institutes, etc., who've done pretty good, decent, path-breaking stuff, perhaps the most advanced within India. Yep. In quantum, if you want medical hubs, we have not only the patients, which is not but we also have the doctors, the thing. And you have an overall everything. And you have a rich repository of people who know how to handle money. That's important. You have a breed of indigenous potential entrepreneurs. And mind you, the younger lot who've come out of trade are absolutely, they are so impressive. They've really been, and they are looking for opportunities. And they like their opportunities right on their doorstep.
Absolutely. One of the things about speaking to a journalist who is now a finance minister, and I know another one, and I have had the good fortune of interviewing him, Hasib Drabu, who used to be a senior in Business Standard many, many years ago, is that they can put facts, figures, and history lessons together. And because you did that and you started by the mention of the nano plant in Shingur, Why should businesses be confident that this time around, if they were to come to you, to the state, to the chief minister and seek large pieces of land to do large manufacturing hubs, because this event is all about manufacturing, why should they believe that this time land will not become a flashpoint in their investment plans?
See, land is always a ticklish issue in West Bengal, partly because of two reasons. One, it's in short supply, there's sheer population pressure. Secondly, land holdings tend to be of handkerchief size. And on top of that, courtesy predecessor regimes in the left, they've created land tenures which are so infuriatingly complex that you can't even sell them. So we have to first get a large amount of legislation done to simplify it. A, to simplify land use, etc. Secondly, just brute acquisition by government can be done on certain things, but I think what is necessary is to have other forms of incentive, which is we've been trying we're experimenting now with the pooling arrangements, which has been successfully done in Gujarat and Haryana. These are some of the best practices which can be operated. But land is always going to be an issue in Bengal. I'm not going to minimize its importance. And so anybody who thinks we're going to have all the land in the world, no. You've got to temper it. You've got to be far more realistic. And if you want land of enormous size, then you've got to move to those backward areas which are agriculturally not that significant. Places like Bankura, places like Purulia, places like Jhargram, and that part of or what is called the laterite soil belt. That is where you get, that's where the steel plants are, adjoining Jharkhand and Orissa, where the steel plants have been set up. So your location is going to be determined. But within a certain industrial belt, particularly we are trying to get an entire industrial belt operating along the Kalyani Expressway, which is just off Kolkata, just off the present airport. Plus, between Durgapur and Asansol, there's this huge lot which used to be the big steel plant belt, and some of it is rusted for the various reasons and closed down. You've got land. So if we can get that, the important thing is to create an environment. That environment which had been lost in Bengal by the impression that Bengal is just a very difficult place. That impression, once you get that, things will move fast.
Shobhanda, the last major agitation in Shingur was obviously farmers and landowners, but there was a lot of politics that propelled that agitation. This time around, is there a change? Because when we see, for example, you mentioned Haryana, there are many farmers who are actually willing to surrender the land because the amount of money that they are getting out of it, given the cost pressures in farming, they know that they will perhaps never earn that much. Is there a mood shift that you are seeing on the ground in Bengal with regard to land pooling, for example, which is a priority?
What do you do? You're not going to get that same sort of thing as in Haryana, because Haryana land holdings tend to be larger. Here what you have is sort of less than an acre, half of them. So you're not going to get the returns from that are not going to be that significant. But if there is an assurance there that you have also invested in that, and that even if you were to resell it in 10 years' time, or even now, you're going to get a decent return, I think a lot of people will. But I think what's important is to create a climate where people say, okay, opportunities are now there, and that you can move beyond just getting welfare and dole and that sort of thing. That's also it's issue. So I would say, no, you're not going to get the same sort of exuberance as you see in Haryana, but you will get a quiet willingness to actually say, let's see what the future accommodates, because this land holding is not even sufficient to meet your daily requirements, and it always has to be supplemented with additional income.
Okay. We've spoken about farmer interests, and also along with farmer interests would be worker interests, because a lot of our manufacturing labor force comes from a rural background. I'm sure you have that on your agenda. Unless you want to talk more about that, I want to shift the focus.
I just want to say one thing, that unlike the other states, you have the industrial working class in West Bengal, particularly, is not so rurally entrenched. They've now, because it's been there for a very long time, they have a tradition of their own, which is very urban. So while their origins might be in Bihar or in eastern UP, they have now more or less, they are now socialized into West Bengal and within an industrial culture and within a working class culture, which is very different from there. I think the nearest approximation you would find is Mumbai of a particular era. Now it's shifted, obviously, but Bengal is still there.
What about the shift in the youth, Gen Z? And this is a question I'm sure you must have anticipated, but what more do you think needs to be done by your state, particularly when it comes to the restless youth? Migration from the state to different parts of the country is a feature all across. Bengal is not an exception in that regard. But Gen Z seems to be far more aspirational. It is also very, very impatient, and it is not just impatient, it perhaps doesn't believe in icons of the past. What do you think is a clear pathway that your government, your administration can hold out for the youth, for the Gen Z of West Bengal?
Well, youth unrest in West Bengal is not a new thing. It has a long history. So I think what the rest of India is experiencing, I think we've been there before. But I think what's important here is, I think, to create an environment, and I think this is something which people appreciated all along, was that we wanted to create an environment where people can actually stay on in West Bengal. You know, and I think that is something which is very appealing for them. We need to improve the education infrastructure. We need to arouse more and more aspirational levels. I think what in the past, I think there was insufficient aspirations in West Bengal. We need to actually double that. We need to create a greater degree of hunger for people to enrich themselves, to have greater degree of civic pride because they'd more or less given up everything. That sense of hopelessness which used to be there has to be broken. And I think that's how it is. So that's why the cockroaches and all that didn't get too much of a traction within West Bengal. There's, I'm not...
You're not certainly endorsing the term.
It's their self-description, isn't it?
Okay. I come to Kolkata at least once a year to host a session of young industrialists, particularly family businesses, their next generation, and this is usually off the camera, so you won't find it on any social media. Post the BJP government coming to power, that hasn't happened, but I am in touch with many of those people. And one thing I must say, Shobanda, is that all of them are far more upbeat about their hopes to grow their businesses. Now, they obviously don't talk specifics, but I guess there is a mood shift. But more important...
No, but I think it's important. You're quite right in saying there is a mood shift among people who, especially people who come from the business community. They are certainly very, very optimistic. They said, look, our energies, our impulses have been suppressed for a very long time. We want to give vent to those, our creativities. At the same time, I must tell you that there exists another section which says this is the worst thing that's happened to West Bengal. The so-called intelligentsia. They hate us.
Okay, and this was the dichotomy I wanted to pick up, but not from a political point of view. There's a dichotomy that central and state policies have now led to. Maybe that was not the intent, but you will agree with me that the dichotomy is that when it comes to rural labor, because of the welfare state expanding, because of free food, many other schemes, and there is dozens of schemes all across the country, rural labor force availability during peak seasons has been impacted across the country. Meanwhile, urban youth who are educated but will not work in as farmhands, for example, continue to seek opportunity, of which not too many are there. How do you see this dichotomy being resolved? Because I think that is one of the foremost challenges for all state governments and particularly finance ministers who decide expenditure allocation and revenue collection priorities.
It's a monumental challenge. Because there are certain expectations, and with the expectations are coupled with a sense of entitlement. What you're seeing at various points in West Bengal, let me talk about the challenge in West Bengal. The challenge in West Bengal is how do you move from what was called a universal system of welfare to a means-tested system of need-based. Now that sounds very nice in a sort of in the dictionary of an economist, but you try and put that into practice, and you'll find that those who got deprived, despite the fact that they may not need it, will be the loudest in shouting.
Yes.
And this is precisely what's happening in parts of West Bengal. That if just as you've cut out you've eliminated certain people from the radar of welfare, they are the ones who shout the most. So this is something which is going to be a problem at every level, and the more and the demand is that you raise it at every point. So it's no longer linked to the fact that these are unemployment things or that these are people who need it. It's now become something which you get as a matter of right.
But
this is what has happened as a result of this is that some of the industries are experiencing labor shortages, huge labor shortages. And it's difficult, just as there were farm shortages at one time in northern India. You're getting the same sort of thing in industry here, despite the fact that at one level there is insufficient avenues of organized employment.
As finance,
so this paradox is something which we have to.
I follow that up. As finance minister, what is your view? How much more can the welfare state expand?
You see, as finance minister, I inherited what might be called an obscene amount of debt, public debt, 88 lakh crores of rupees. So the first thing was, how the hell are you going to repay this amount? So we've got to think of imaginative solutions to this. Maybe some off-budget approaches might be thing, which is again, politicians are not are very wary of taking any adopting financial strategies which are a little different from the rest. This is a problem. Our political class as a whole is very conservative in its approach. So that is an issue. So we have to get much more deregulation. We have to get much more privatization. We have to leverage our existing dead assets in a way to get the state budget in a healthy way. So state finances, public finances are not healthy at present. And if you can make it healthy, then you can create greater incentives. One of the problems in West Bengal we faced is that the previous government in its twilight days, they did something remarkably short-sighted and damaging. They not only ended all incentives which were given to industry, which I guess someone can do, but they did it with retrospective effect. So we are now burdened with a huge, and that cannot stand in law. I'm just telling you, it's bad in law. So as a result, sooner or later you're going to get courts awarding huge amounts. As it is, the courts have awarded huge amount to Tatas for the Singur fiasco. They've awarded a huge amount to Haldia Petrochemicals. So we are burdened with all this, and we've got to get the thing out. So any form of economic activity, doubled economic activity to go. I mean, raising taxes is a retrograde method. It's a completely, and I'm a committed believer in the Laffer curve, so I believe that lower the taxes, the more the concentrate on compliance more than anything else.
You're absolutely right, Finance Minister, that raising taxes would be retrograde. But what about rationalizing further? For example, GST, you are a member of the Federal GST Council. One round has already happened. What are your thoughts on what role GST rationalization could play in the future to further expand your agenda for the state?
Well, I haven't yet attended my first GST Council meeting, so I'm yet to...
Yes, we should not forget that this government is still sort of getting into the groove in many ways.
And so with even the GST has two particular aspects. There's the central GST and there's a state GST. And really the central GST modifying everything is a much more cumbersome process, and it has to have a unanimity, etc., etc. You know all the sort of complications therein. I think the biggest thing is that the simplification of GST is very important because it's become, in West Bengal, I've found this to be, it's become a lawyer's delight, number one, and number two, it's become the discretionary powers which should not ideally exist, still are vested in a lot of officers. And that, to my mind, is something you've got to end. And I would urge all the states, whichever they can, to say that focus on simplification and ending of all discretionary powers.
As we come to the end of this conversation, I want to relate another nugget from this edition. It's been many months of labor, and we looked at India's district, Finance Minister, which are manufacturing hotspots, and we identified, and the data was very interesting for Bengal. I'm sure you know of it, but for the benefit of our audience here, Murshidabad, and I don't know how many would connect, this is actually a global leader in human hair exports. So many of you might have thought Tirupati, but it's actually Murshidabad, and it's a specialized cluster. Is that the way to go for the Bengal of the future? What brands do you see being created under your government?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting approach. Build Bengal as the center of all exotic things. But I think somehow I'll give that a miss. And I mean, with all due respects to the hair trade of Murshidabad, I mean, it's like saying bring
Well,
Bengali.
at least there's no horse trade. You got such a mandate that you don't need to do any horse trade.
It's like saying that, Bengali mithai should be the biggest export of Bengal. I mean, nice thought, but let's actually move up the value chain a little bit. Let's move up the technology chain a little bit also. And let's bring our aspirations to a larger level. I think I would be, there is a problem with data centers. Let's have it. Data centers, the term is used very glibly, but the amount of water it consumes, the amount of power it consumes is something which we should make people think. And I hope alternative sources of power will come about. We at present have our power rates which are too exorbitant, and I think we need to have greater degree of open access. There were no laws. We are there in a statutory desert. We have to create those laws for every respect. So while the hair of Murshidabad is very enticing to various people, I think we should move on to other things. Yes, specialized things are there. Like for instance, musical instruments, the string of that. There's a very interesting trade which goes on in that, which is suffering from plethora of Chinese imports. But there are small things like that. But let's move to the big things.
Well, we certainly hope that the state, not just for its people, but for the rest of India, moves ahead. As I let you go, I just want to take you back to where you started, the great past. Can Bengal hope to become a growth engine for India once again, of the kind and nature that it was once upon a time?
Well, we certainly hope so. We certainly want to. We are trying our best to at least inculcate that sense of tradition in the youth of Bengal, at least among the Bengalis, to say, look, you people too are not anti-business. You have a rich tradition, a heritage of business. I personally come from a business family. So I'm trying to tell that. And I think once that pride is inculcated, we hope we will see some results. And maybe if in the next 4 years we can register the highest growth rate in India, I think that pride will return.
That's a wonderful objective and aim that you have set for yourself. A round of applause for the Finance Minister of West Bengal. A task that is very, very tough, but I'm sure him, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and all other colleagues will have their hands full. Shobhanda, as always, thank you very much for your time with us today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dasgupta, but may I please request you to please stay back on the stage, Mr. Siddharth Zarabi to also stay back. And it is now time that we are going to be releasing the Business Today India at 100 issue. And for that, I'd like to invite on stage Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief for India Today Group, please. Warm round of applause. Let's also invite on stage Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, Adipen Bose Nandiji, Founder and CEO of CNESS Inc., P.S. Ishwaran, from Deloitte South Asia. He's the leader for industries consulting at Deloitte South Asia. And we also have Professor S. Mahendra Dev, Chairman EACPM. Please come up on stage. We're going to be having the easel stands and we are going to be uncovering 4 special covers for the BT India at 100 issue right now that focuses on India's manufacturing champions. It is truly a celebration of the companies, the states, the policymakers and innovators during this industrial revolution that we are seeing unfold in front of us as well. Let's also get these covers on the stage now. There are 4 covers that you will see. May I request all our special guests to take the sides of each of our easel stands, please. There are 4 covers, ma'am. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we uncover. Very warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's pose for a nice photo op, and we also have the physical copies of the BT India at 100 issue for all our guests to see right now. Let us showcase all these different covers to all our audiences right there. Thank you very much. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as we've released the BT India at 100 issue right here. May I request Mr. Dasgupta to please stay back on the stage, sir. Mr. Siddharth Zarabi and Mr. Alok Nair to also stay on the stage while we thank the rest of you. Thank you so much, KP. Thank you so much, Mr. Adipud Nandiji. And we'll also thank Mr. Ishwaran as well. But let me now invite on stage a token of appreciation that we can present to our special guest, Mr. Dasgupta, right here. Many congratulations to everybody for this launch, and thank you so much, Mr. Dasgupta, for being with us, for those enlightening words that you shared with everybody right at the beginning of this session today. Thank you so much, everybody. Let us have the easel stands removed from the stage. We will move on, ladies and gentlemen. And now we are going to be inviting Mr. P.S. Ishwaran, the leader for industries consulting Deloitte South Asia, to come up on the stage and to share with all of us, to take us through the methodology, also the key findings, and more importantly, how India's manufacturing process is truly coming of age. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. P.S. Ishwaran from Deloitte South Asia. Welcome, sir.
distinguished dignitaries, everyone present here, very good morning. I think we had some fantastic couple of sessions to start the day, and some probing questions for the leaders on the stage too. As we have been discussing over the last hour or so, one of the most important things that we found is that there is a significant strategic autonomy for India associated with manufacturing. And the fact that everybody is very keen to move up the value curve, not just be a country of assembly, a country of minimum value addition that we were looking at. So with this in context is how we looked at the companies in terms of how we were able to look at their performance, not on a standalone basis of just core financial metrics, but on a very balanced view, looking at scale and scope, looking at balance sheet strength, profitability, as well as liquidity. And we have, if you go through the report, I won't go through all the details, but if you go through the report, we had 5 categories, starting with mega, 20,000 crores of revenue and more, 5 to 20,000 crores, which we quantified as large, the one between 1,000 to 5,000, which is as medium, 250 to 1,000, which is emerging, and the small, which is sub 250. And there are some interesting lessons that we had from the categories that we looked at. First and most important is scale by itself has stopped becoming a story. I think one of the things that we found very interesting as we went through the analysis of companies is that the companies that are built to last are the ones which are combining scale with purpose, profitable growth, as well as financial discipline, which means growing in a way that funds the next phase of growth, and therefore obviously on a very profitable growth trajectory, which means competitiveness becomes the core of what the company is doing. The second one, so strong balance sheets are therefore not just a part of the story, they are a big story by themselves. So that's possibly the first one that we had as an insight from the analysis. The second one was that value addition is where the sustenance of companies are and the competitiveness of companies are. We had Mr. Krishnan speaking about the electronics value chain and the value addition going up from 15% to 23% and then to 35 to 40% in the medium term. That's essentially the way in which strong companies are looking at the wave of growth. So it is not about near-term profits and near-term growth in terms of revenue, but essentially really looking at what can be the value addition that they can maximize on. And therefore, in many ways, building on the strategic autonomy for not just the company, but also for the nation. One of the interesting things that you would also notice is how countries are moving on the rare earth model, right? They may have access to 50 to 60% of rare earth reserves, but actually doing value addition equivalent to about 80-85% of the value chain of rare earth. So that's essentially the story that we are trying to replicate. And what it means is 2 or 3 things for us, right? First most important thing for us is how do we really move up the manufacturing contribution to GDP from the current 15-16%, the way we counted, to the 25% that we have as a vision for Viksit Bharat. So that's the first point. Second most important point is about factor productivity. I think we have been growing at a factor productivity CAGR of about 2% on an annualized basis. How do we really take it up? And that can come in, I think Mr. Sohan Gupta also said this, right? How do we really move up the value chain and also create value addition across emerging sectors which will take us to that factor productivity growth? And third, an outcome of that is therefore the scale and scope that we discussed. So the second dimension that we were able to really look at is standout companies are actually focusing significantly on value addition across all parts of the value chain, because only then strategic autonomy happens. So that's the second learning that we really had. And in this, there is an interesting dimension, right? One of the interesting dimensions also is that as we looked at these companies, their ability to actually accelerate their value chain at the upstream, which is the MSMEs, has been very profound. So companies have taken substantial initiatives to actually bring the MSMEs into their fold, get them up the curve of quality and value addition, and that's the third dimension that we are able to look at. Second dimension, I would say. The third one is leveraging incentives. I think we spoke about electronics component manufacturing. We spoke about ISM 2.0 and how it will create the ecosystem. And then we also talked about some of the incentive discussions from a West Bengal perspective. Now, the interesting thing that we found is that companies really need to leverage the incentives provided by our central and state governments to create scale, but that is not the answer for competitiveness. So when we looked at the analysis of companies, many of them falling in these sectors and actually having taken, be it auto companies, there are about 14 sectors where the PLI has been announced, and with the next wave coming in, it will move up to closer to 20, right, with all the new ones coming in. One of the interesting things that we found is that companies have leveraged them very effectively to create scale, but are actually looking at it from a competitiveness perspective in the short term, but creating them for the longer term. Therefore, as they start looking at leveraging incentives, they're also building in competitiveness. So that's been a standout. Many of them who are leveraging it only for the short term are therefore not the ones which are becoming competitive. So that's the third one that we were looking at. So therefore, after the incentives taper off, companies should be competitive at the global level. The fourth dimension that we found is about the fact that all the companies which are really on the leading edge of the spectrum are not taking geopolitics as a background noise anymore. They're really building them into their scenario plans, and therefore looking at how they can create the model in which, in a geopolitical situation which is completely unpredictable, how can they have predictability in their value chain? And that comes back to the first two stories that we had around value addition, as well as around strategic autonomy. So that's one that's coming up. And therefore, these companies are the ones which are also looking forward effectively to leverage the FTAs that we are signing. So they're not just seeing FTAs as market access, but essentially looking at FTAs as an opportunity to create long-term competitiveness. So that's the fourth dimension that our analysis throughout. And the last and the most important one, I link it back to the MSME discussions that we had. Growth is also around where it actually happens that matters to us, right? Therefore, one of the things that we have seen in the past is that we have, let's say, a small percentage of states contributing to maybe 60 to 70% of the manufacturing GDP. One of the things that's happening now, especially with companies which are competitive and companies which have taken the effort to really look at creating value for their partners, which is the MSMEs, has been that they've been able to also expand their footprint within India. And many ways also create a fairly strong nationalized footprint for their operations, which also in many ways also acts very well for their business continuity plans as well as for a sustained growth. They're able to take advantage of all levers which are available across India and therefore create that larger momentum. Therefore, the big lessons that we had for all manufacturers and leaders in the room is scale alone is not the driver for growth now. It's fundamentally about sustained competitiveness, and sustained competitiveness comes from a number of levers that companies have been focusing on, right from balance sheet strength to inclusive growth coming in through MSMEs, really leveraging the early government programs to create scale and competitiveness, and finally, therefore, with all that in context, take advantage of the geopolitical situation as well as the trade arrangements that the government of India has to put things in perspective. So that's essentially what we have covered. So from a numbers perspective, we have about 5,700 companies that we went through from an analysis context. We have ranked about 700 companies across the 5 categories that we looked at, and the standout companies represent these 5 characteristics that I spoke about. So please go through the report, pretty interesting, and also a strong foundation for us to move our manufacturing GDP from 16% to 25%. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishwaran. We will move forward to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, now this is titled Manufacturing, the Engine of Growth. And as India looks to move from a consumer market to becoming a global manufacturing powerhouse, the opportunity seems enormous. The government has already put manufacturing at the center of India's growth strategy, with the National Mission on Manufacturing targeting a rise in manufacturing share of GDP from 12.3% back in the year 2023 to 25% by 2035. So what will it take to make India a truly competitive manufacturing destination? attract more global capital, get India Inc. to commit to a fresh capital cycle, and also create jobs at scale. That's what we are going to be looking forward to in our next session. We will also be welcoming our next speaker in just a short while once the stage is set. Just a moment. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next speaker, Professor S. Mahindra Dev, the chairman of EACPM, to please come up on stage. And to also moderate this session, we have Abha Bakaya, consulting editor for Business Today, and Surbi, economy editor for Business Today magazine, to drive this conversation forward. Thank you so much, sir, for taking the time out for being with us for this special session.
Good morning and welcome everyone, and wonderful to have you with us here, Professor. I think it's one of the biggest pain points in the economy that everybody wants to know, what is happening with the manufacturing industry, what is its role going to be in job creation, in contributing to the GDP and India's place on the global map. But first, if we take a look at the bigger picture, we've had a whole variety of shocks, two major ones, two wars, but India has remained relatively unaffected. So to begin with, at a macro level, where do you see us positioned right now?
Thank you for inviting me to this BT Summit. It's true that we have, two big shocks, the tariffs and also the West Asia war. And of course, this year, another shock, El Nino, is another one. So India is, as everyone knows, is resilient to these shocks. If you see the macro numbers, I start with growth, economic growth. In fact, last year, many of the market economists, after the tariffs, they said it will be below 6% growth. We have achieved 7.7% last year. And previous years also around 7. So we have been maintaining more than 7%. And this year also RBI said 6.7%. But I think we may achieve 7% also. Coming to inflation, I think we also, El Nino may increase some food prices, like oil seeds, edible oil and all, but others we have enough food stocks, and also I'm not worried about the food inflation that much. So we are expecting, as RBI mentioned, 5% inflation, which is below the 6% thing. And on exports also we have done well. April to July, 17% growth, exports. And even non-petroleum products about 13%. And then on rupee, also there's FCNR, we have about $60 billion already. So that will smoothen thing. And on global yields are increasing, but India's yields are still 6.8 or something. So which will be good for the investors and all. Lastly, on even fiscal deficit and debt, fiscal deficit maybe 4.4 we may hope to maintain in spite of the, and then also debt will have about 50% by 30-31 because the debt is increasing for other countries, IMF as mentioned, whereas India, it will reduce the thing. So with all this, I think India has done well, remarkably well. And of course, this year growth and all depends on how the war goes in the next 7 months. And crude oil price, it's already increased to 93 today. So if it declines, then hopefully we'll have much higher growth and all. So in conclusion, that it's India is resilient with the global shocks, but we should be aware of the shocks over time.
Professor Dev, when we talk about the Indian economy, we've seen agriculture being a dominant part of the economy. Services contributes more than half of the economy, but manufacturing continues to lag. So do you think we can grow our manufacturing sector over the years, or do you think we've missed the bus? And can we grow from 16% to 25% as the objective is?
Since independence, we have neglected manufacturing in general and labor-intensive manufacturing in particular. So this government is now more focusing on manufacturing, on PLI, Make in India, and these things. And in fact, what are the two sources of growth for Viksit Bharat? Investment rate and exports. These are the two major sources of growth for Viksit Bharat. So investment rate has to be increased to 35% or so, and exports have to be increased. So for that, manufacturing plays an important role. In fact, the Prime Minister mentioned in the, from Red Fort, this Saptadhara. So first thing is mentioned is manufacturing. So he mentioned 2 points. One is we have to do from assembly to, the full, the finished products, the value chain approach. Second one he said is the cost, quality, and scale. So the competitiveness and quality, he said 3 times quality. Quality is important for both the MSME as well as the thing, for both Indian consumers as well as the global exports. So that way we are giving a lot of importance. But if you see, many people think it is stagnant. It is not stagnant, the share is stagnant. In fact, the last 3 years, the growth rate of manufacturing, GVA, the global, the gross value added, is about more than 10%. If you see the MOSPI data, 12% 2 years back, 9% next year, and last year it was 10%. So it's the next highest compared to trade and financial services. So the share has actually increased globally from 1.8 to 3.2, our global share. So it can be increased much more. So the manufacturing, we have done, if you take sector-wise, PLI already mentioned the mobile success of mobile manufacturing and electronic sector, and we have approved 12 units of semiconductors also. And then we have defense manufacturing, indigenous, 1.78 lakh crores, the defense manufacturing, and at the rate of 16% growth. And then hopefully, recently Niti Aayog brought out a paper on manufacturing global, how do you join the global hubs. So they've identified 12 sectors, the advanced manufacturing as well as the other traditional textiles and the leather footwear and all. So that way I think we are focusing on manufacturing, and we have to shift population also from agriculture to manufacturing. In fact, some people say that, debate between manufacturing and services versus services. Some of the economists say that services are important, but they are both complementary. I mean, if you see any manufacturing plant, there will be service component, the trade and other things. So you can't say that manufacturing is different and services are different. Manufacturing also leads to growth of services. So vice versa. So they are both complementary, way to grow together. The share of manufacturing is stagnant because services are growing faster. But it is not stagnant, as some people say that manufacturing is stagnant. So we have to go much faster to catch up the 25% share. Yeah.
But what about the advent of AI technology? We're hearing that a lot of plants, are now just buying machinery, robotics. They're also finding it challenging to find manpower or people who want to work in these plants. So it's a double whammy, right? On one hand, we're saying we're not creating enough manufacturing plants and opportunities, but on the other hand, how are we so confident that the labor force will want to move into those roles, if there are even any roles and technology doesn't take over them?
Well, there's a lot of debate on AI and employment. I mean, my answer is that net positive it will be. We may lose back-end jobs, and we may get the skilled jobs much more. And so on net, we will be positive. But those who are losing jobs.
Can I grill you on that, Professor?
Yeah.
Because I've actually heard on-ground reports of almost 50% of jobs being replaced at a given plant.
I mean, I've seen some numbers. They say that skilled jobs created have increased much more than the lost jobs. So, and some of the even IT numbers I've seen. So, I think, but skills we have to improve on a war footing. That is the answer for thing. Otherwise, there will be more, job loss will be there. But those who lose jobs are different from those who are, getting the jobs. So they will be probably have to be reskilled and also get other jobs. But on the other hand, jobs problem is more educated youth. It's not the bottom deciles and all. Their unemployment is very low because they will take any other jobs or migrate to other things. But educated youth will have more, waiting period to that. So I think they say, everybody wants government job. Sarkari naukri kind of thing. But government creates only 10% of the jobs. It's a 90% by private sector. So the private sector has to, government is only facilitating,
But we haven't seen that kind of, and you may know the numbers better than me, but we haven't seen that kind of step up from the private sector. And again, over here, it'll again be a catch-22 in terms of, liquidity or some kind of confidence in regulations and, incentives for the private sector to set up more and more facilities. How can we encourage them to do that?
We are trying to do a lot of ease of doing business and other things to, improve the private sector investment. Some of the industrialists meet me. They say, why you are not investing? They say uncertainty. But you have been saying for last decade uncertainty, it will be there in the future also. So they have to now take some risks to invest in private sector. Investment has to be increased if you want to create jobs. And also we have to shift population from agriculture to manufacturing and all, because it's the quality of employment that has to be thing. Yeah.
They've tried PLI schemes and other such schemes, but this uncertainty that you're talking about, and sorry, Surbhi, I'm just pressing the point, but this uncertainty that you're talking about, even I've been hearing it for the last 10 years while I interview everybody. But there has to be something that's going to move the needle. Is it going to be from the banks? Is it going to be on some other kind of major SOP that's announced? Because we clearly need something bigger than just calling out for investment.
Yeah. No, as this, the last, he mentioned that there are some movement in the, companies moving to more investment. And even at state level, there are a lot of investment now happening. So let's hope, some of the things probably we have to have, like land availability is one issue people are saying that, and then logistics, power, and so these are the problems we have to solve over time.
Professor, you spoke about ease of doing business. You highlighted problems on land and other issues that we need to solve. So do you think that we need more reforms, or is it now that the ball is now with the private sector? And if we need more reforms, what would be the focus areas according to you?
There are 2 points. One is, already incentives were being created. For example, the, PLI 2 also about 60,000 crores we are giving for PL2 mobile manufacturing and all, and then 1.28 lakh crores for semiconductors and all. And then these two committees on ease of doing business, they're doing. And also and the second point is what should be done. Some of the reforms at the state level we have to do. For example, labor reforms or land availabilities. I mean, they are doing innovative approaches, land availability, but also the legal reforms. See, for example, in India, contract enforcement and then dispute resolution takes a lot of time, sometimes years. Whereas in other countries, Singapore, it may take 4 months. In India, it may take 2 years or 3 years dispute resolution. So those kind of legal reforms. In fact, I spoke to Chief Justice of India. We should have a committee of judiciary and economists, probably to look into it, how to increase the private investment on that. Yeah.
So we've also, of course, heard that, we're talking about investments, but we're also talking about the ability to scale. And there have been challenges on that front as well. Do you think that, we can compete with the kind of facilities that we have in China, Japan? I'm talking from a pure infrastructure point of view. Do you think we have what it takes?
China and other countries, they started liberalization much earlier than us. We are late by 15 years. 78.
Okay, so then how many years is it going to take us to catch up?
Yeah,
because it's not going to happen tomorrow.
Yeah,
right?
so first 4 decades, we had 3.5% growth. And then next, also liberalization started late. So we missed the peak globalization that time. So we can't have now the Chinese kind of thing, because now there are a lot of protection and geopolitical it is becoming. So that's why Prime Minister is talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we have to produce within also. So we can't have that kind of thing. But Chinese kind of infrastructure, it takes more time for us.
How much time?
How much time?
Like a couple of decades, because I'm trying to capture the fact that we have these very, very high ambitions, and we may be making our way towards it, but there are some serious challenges on the way. And even if we currently look at the net FDI numbers, the investment seems to be more outward bound than inbound. So we're hearing about investments in AI, we're hearing about investments in of course, those huge semiconductor factories and chip factories and so on. But when it comes to, manufacturing investments right now, we still need a lot of pickup.
On FDI, the recent numbers show that we have net about 7 billion or so, and gross 96 billion or something. So, see, this is more cyclical, I feel, the FDI and thing, because the FPI also, the yields in US is higher, and in India it is more constant. So the difference is not much. So people are taking away. And also FDI, says there is a lot of investment in AI in South Korea, Taiwan, and US. Yeah. So that's why it is going there. So on the question of net versus gross, I mean, I have different opinion. The FPI going also repatriation and all, they're making profits. So India has created those profits, and now they are going to, because of whatever uncertainty, or they want to invest there. The second one, Indians investing abroad, I think it's a good thing. I mean, their global competitiveness and technology they get, and they can feel the global thing. So I think they are not going because India can't invest, but they want to test the global competitiveness and all. So that way, I think the gross FDI is also important, I feel. Although net FDI from the macro point of view, balance of payments point of view, it may be needed. But I feel that next 1 or 2 years, we will have more FDI.
So, similarly, on imports, the West Asia war, it's brought in a lot of challenges for us last couple of months. Suddenly there's been this need to cut down our import dependencies. We've had this conversation earlier also, sir. Sir, but at the end of the day, when you talk to a manufacturer, they'll say it's always cheaper to import from abroad and there's too much hassle in setting up a factory in India to just make that thing, and it'll obviously end up being more expensive. So do you see that we will at some point, reach the stage where we will have the confidence and the, competitiveness to produce in India and manufacture in India?
See, some of the things, it's true that from cost point of view, but India is also now doing reforms. For example, inverted duty structure. Now we are changing that, the raw materials, we used to tax more than the finished products, but that we are changing. And the finance minister also announced that tariffs will be reduced. So this I already mentioned earlier. Now things are global level are changing. So even if we want to import some of them, it is becoming geopolitical. So we have to produce in India some of the things, like that's why the Atmanirbhar Bharat is basically, it doesn't mean we are going back to pre-1991. We are basically saying that competitiveness, quality has to be increased. So we have to produce some of the semiconductor chips, rare earths, and these things, because suppose we want to import and geopolitical sense we can't get. So that way sometimes you can't see the cost, but what are the strategic things are needed. So which is different from when there is a free trade kind of environment. Now it is more protection and geopolitical. So we have to adapt to that situation.
Okay, so if I had to ask you, in terms of, if you had to rate the biggest challenges, there's like this conflux of investments, and is it going to come from global investors, domestic investors? Of course, whether it's ease of doing business, like you said, availability of land, power, some of those very, very major issues. And of course, and finally, there is, actually finding the right skills and people and ensuring that there's, it all kind of comes together. What would you say is the biggest challenge?
Biggest challenge is...
well, I forgot one. And the last one is the quality.
Yeah.
Because actually trying to get us on par to compete with the other giants in Southeast Asia.
Yeah. Biggest challenge is skills, I feel. That because that's where it is linked to productivity as well as employment. So that's where we have to do it more faster. And so other things, logistics, land availability, and also state level reforms are needed. So I think private investment will be much more, hopefully will get much more now.
So again, in just the overall context of what we've just seen in the country, and the fact that we've finally seen this issue around jobs and education escalating. It's something that we've probably been anticipating for a few years now. As you yourself said, the last decade we've not seen that uptick when it comes to manufacturing and investments. Going forward, what are the steps you feel or you see being taken to bridge that skill gap at scale? Because this is in a country our size, and when we are touting the demographic factor, from an urban consumption point of view, as you said, that's covered. But from a scale point of view, it's a very, very large gap to fill.
I think, there should be interaction between industry, academia, and government to how to improve the skills. And also, there's a proposal even from 6th grade, we'll have vocational education. So that, because otherwise, the kind of degrees we give may not be employable. Because India question is employability is the problem. We are, producing graduates and other many courses, but what the industry wants and what they supply, they are not matching. So that I think is the big problem. So that's why this coordination, industry, academia, and government and at state governments, and so that is important to improve the skills and private investment.
So we have a lot of people from industry here, and we have Deloitte here, sir, with us. So what would your advice to India Inc. be in terms of, how should they go about manufacturing, and how should they build at scale and build at quality as well, sir, because that's been an issue with our products.
Yeah. No, from the government point of view, I mean, all incentives, we have interaction with the industry. We get their feedback. So government is trying to create the incentives for them. So even to improve some of the things, we are removing QCOs and all for imports and all. So whatever reforms, government is willing to do that.
So also, sir, on the free trade agreement, we've had a lot of free trade agreements being signed. We have the big one with EU set to be operationalized soon. Do you think that that's going to give a boost to our domestic manufacturing? And apart from the traditional labor-intensive sectors, what are the other sectors where you see, manufacturing could gain?
We have almost 38 to 40 FTAs in the last few years, and then even with US probably will have. And the thing is, utilization has to be improved, the FTAs. We have agreements, but it is the industry to how do you utilize these opportunities of FTAs. The other thing is agriculture, also a lot of opportunities for us. And so in all the three sectors, manufacturing, services, and agriculture, will have opportunities. But how do we utilize these FTAs is very important, I feel.
And so going forward, sir, we have 6 months of the fiscal already, gone, now almost ending, and you've spoken about the economic outlook, but going forward, we have the festival season coming. Do you think that India Inc. is finally going to be able to shrug off the impact of the war, tariffs? Rains have also been better than expected till now. So do you think this is going to benefit India Inc. in terms of production and growth? Sorry.
Yeah. So India, the consumption story is still intact in spite of the the war and the tariffs. In the festival season, generally it will be higher. And then, as I mentioned, that growth we are expecting still 7% or so. So next few quarters, we are expecting higher consumption, and in spite of course, depends on the crude oil price and all, on the fiscal deficit, those things. But on consumption story, I think even investment, if you see the 8% growth and all, the investment rate has increased over time.
So, and your views on private investment, like Abha also raised the issue. Do you see private investment slowly making a comeback? Because when we now look at capacity utilization, etc., it's roughly about 80% or so, sir. So, what is your take on private investments?
See, capacity utilization, wherever, of course, the overall it may be there, but differs from industry to industry, the capacity utilization thing. So, wherever opportunities are there, the private investment will come. And also even FDI and others, for example, state governments, they are doing a lot of incentives. For example, Andhra Pradesh is doing the global, these capability centers, and also a lot of investment they're expecting. Similarly, other states, UP and other things. Because it's not the center alone, states have to take a lead in this. If you want to have Viksit Bharat, it's the states that will create that Viksit Bharat. Yeah.
In fact, that's one of the themes we've seen in the magazine also. A lot of states are now competing. There are new states emerging as manufacturing hubs. Going forward, do you think that deep tech and electronics is the future of India's manufacturing, or will it be more broad-based? Will states continue to focus on smaller sectors like textiles, leather, handloom, or is the bigger investment going to be more lucrative for them?
It's not either or kind of thing, because we need both. because labor-intensive manufacturing, you need textiles, leather, footwear, food processing, whereas the advanced manufacturing, defense and semiconductors and all, employment may be lower because of AI and other things. So we need both kind of thing. And also there is a missing middle problem in India in manufacturing. What is missing middle is that we have, because of the legacy problems, the small scale reservations and all, we had, many enterprises less than 10 workers or 20 workers or large factories. So there is a missing middle in the sense 200, 300 or 500, which China, Vietnam, they have. So that is missing. So with the labor reforms and other things, hopefully land availability, they will increase the scale. So then we can have both employment as well as the productivity.
All right, Professor, thank you so much and for letting us both grill you today. It was good to sort of, debate and get down to some of the core areas, where these challenges are. And we look forward to seeing how India's growth story unfolds. Pleasure chatting with you today, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's a pleasure.
Warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Professor Dev. May I request you to stay back while I invite on stage Mr. Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guests. Pose for a photograph. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abha. Thank you, Surbi. And thank you, Professor Dev, for those enlightening words that you shared with everybody. Once again, warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move on to the next session now, and this one is titled Manufacturing Jobs in the AI Age. AI is transforming the way we work truly, and manufacturing is no exception. From smart factories to robotics to AI-powered quality control and predictive maintenance, technology is completely reshaping the factory floor. But as machines take over more tasks, a critical question emerges. Will AI create more manufacturing jobs than it displaces? And more importantly, what skills will tomorrow's factory workforce truly need? And how do we ensure workers are equipped for this new industrial era? Please join me in welcoming our next speaker for this session, Kumaresh Pattabhiraman, India Country Head at LinkedIn, joining in on this platform. And to moderate this session, we have Maria Shakil, Managing Editor for India Today Television, and Karishma Sudani, Special Correspondent, Business Today Television, to drive this conversation forward. Warm round.
Good afternoon. 2 minutes to go, in fact. So we'll wait for another 2 minutes then. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure many of you are on LinkedIn. We use it for different purposes. Sometimes we use it for connecting with individuals. It is a networking platform. But Kumaresh will be able to explain to us as to what is the new role of LinkedIn. And that's why Karishma, my extremely talented colleague, and I will be speaking to him about, is this the new Naukri.com? Let's try and begin with the question that's there on my mind. Kumaresh, is LinkedIn the new Naukri.com? Do you connect people looking for jobs with recruiters, or is it a networking platform?
Thanks for having me. Quick show of hands, how many of you are on LinkedIn? Okay, how many of you are on Naukri.com?
But they're also millennials and Gen Z.
LinkedIn at its core is a community of professionals in pursuit of economic opportunity. And that economic opportunity can come from jobs, but it can also come in many different forms, in the form of mentorship, business deals, investments. So that's why LinkedIn at its core will always remain a community.
Thank you very much, Kumarish, for that. And I really wanted to save this question for the end, but Maria started it very interestingly and excitingly, mentioning that it's now gone beyond jobs. And I want to pull in a Wall Street Journal article that talks about LinkedIn could be the new dating website minus romance. Your view on that?
It's funny. Every other year, I have someone on the team pitch this as an idea. They even build like hack day prototypes. But at our core, again, it comes back to economic opportunity, which means that the purpose of why people connect on the platform needs to be very, very clear. That's our identity, which means that we take a lot of effort to keep it that way. For example, women on the platform, we want to make sure that they can feel like this is a platform they trust and that they are there because they will get opportunities that are purely professional and give them access to economic opportunity. So that's why we will continue to remain a community of professionals that's in pursuit of economic opportunity.
You know, I'll take that thought forward, you know, because LinkedIn, particularly in the context of India, is being seen as a platform that's whose nature is changing. So instead of posting a long post on X about your opinion on a subject, you're also choosing LinkedIn because your first connect or the second connect may be somebody really powerful and that you want that professional to know. And we increasingly know that money speaks, right? So you want your target audience is different, but then you are choosing that. So Kumaresh, my question then would be that have you had requests where you have been told to pull down a particular person's post because that was found derogatory, inflammatory, or perhaps, you know, communicating about an individual's professional approach?
Yeah, it's a great question. To remain the most trusted platform in the social space, we need to make sure we have many guardrails in place. Those include today, for example, if you see a post that you find to be defamatory or to be, like, worse, harmful, you have the option to just tap on that three-dot menu in that post and report it. And then we have a very clear set of policies, content policies, that define the right kind of content on our platform. In that sense, we are not a free speech platform. We are a platform for economic opportunity, which means that every piece of content goes through a combination of AI and, when reported, some level of human review before we make sure that the posts fit our community guidelines.
So before I move on and bring in the AI aspect of it, as we have to discuss on this session, I want to understand from you, because we are in the middle of what is being seen as a generational shift for social media platforms. And the big tech companies are also fast adopting themselves to this. A few months ago, India saw a massive Gen Z uprising of sort, and that led to several content being posted on multiple platforms. It was an Instagram-driven, but professionals also started posting their opinions on LinkedIn. There was this sense that perhaps this protest or movement is moving from Instagram to LinkedIn. So did you at any point feel that, I'm sure you were doing your analysis of content and how it was being read, what was your assessment of the content?
At its core, dialogue about economic opportunity and the biggest issues in the world that affect it absolutely belong on LinkedIn. So for example, AI is the biggest technology force we have seen in the last decade that is impacting the workforce, the economy. And by extension, what that means is great professional, respectful communications, dialogue, that happening on our platform is absolutely welcome. Where it starts veering the lines of being derogatory, harmful, that's where our community and content policies come into effect.
Interestingly, we also had the METI secretary this morning address this. But because Maria brought in AI, let me bring in the devil in disguise, which is jobs. Tell me, Kumaresh, as per your latest data, where do you see jobs and AI come together, at least for job seekers on LinkedIn for the past, say, few years?
Yeah, it's the topic that we spend the most amount of time thinking about within LinkedIn. You know, if you think about all the technology waves we've had in the past, mobile, PC, internet, I think the thing that's most profound about AI and the way it's different from those previous waves is, one, the rate of diffusion of this technology is faster than any previous wave we've had. Meaning, you know, someone in like a tier 2, tier 3 city getting access to AI is happening faster than they had access to the internet, the mobile, or the PC. What that also means is, with a platform like LinkedIn, which has a live view of 1.3 billion professionals, how their skills are changing, how their jobs are changing, how they're changing employment, what that gives us is a live map of the global economy. How are things changing? How is AI impacting? And we have some very interesting insights that tell us, since 2023, globally, there have been 2 million new jobs that are AI-related that have been added. And of those, a good 311,000 were added in India. AI engineering roles, just in the last year, have gone up by 51%. Now, is there job displacement corresponding to that in other roles? Absolutely. And the way we see that displacement happen is, for every job, if you were to think of a job as a list of tasks that that job demands, some of those tasks will be automated by AI. Some of those will be augmented by AI, in that a human will be able to do it better. And then some will remain uniquely human, and if anything, the premium on those skills will go up even more. So what we are observing is that while there is this shift, AI engineering roles are going up, other roles will morph and change in many different forms, and what we as India need to do is prepare for this change to happen rapidly, given the rate of diffusion is so fast. And the way we do that is by constantly monitoring which skills will be more in demand and preparing our workforces for that.
Okay, so if we were to put this in context, say a car manufacturing company, what's going to be in demand and what will slowly diffuse? If you were to give one example of perhaps one sector.
I'll need to think about the car manufacturing industry because I haven't thought a lot about it.
Or any other, perhaps even service sector. Let's talk about that.
That's a good one. Let's say I'm a consultant that has made my profession being able to take 3 to 6 month stints going into a company and identifying the right set of problems I need to solve for them, come up with a solution, propose it to the C-suite, and then have it be implemented, and I move on to the next project. It turns out that so much of what this consultant did earlier was talking to many humans to discover what problems even exist, and then spending a little bit of time coming up with like possible solutions, putting together multiple PowerPoint decks, and then by the time it actually gets to implementation, they're out. Yeah. Now with AI, what I'm seeing rapidly shift is the same consultant goes into a company and has access to every digital exhaust that that company has had, every doc, every meeting note, every customer conversation they've had. Day one, they're able to get a real strong pulse of what are some of the biggest challenges that this company is experiencing. Which means that by day 30, they're able to come up with possible solutions. And in the next few months, they're even able to prototype solutions, maybe even implement it, and now see the effect of the solutions that they have suggested.
For the benefit of audience, let me put that in the context of jobs on LinkedIn. Say when somebody uploads a resume or applies for a job on LinkedIn, does that go via the automated screening process or the augmented by human screening process? Because Mario was mentioning about Gen Z protests, the biggest frustration that is jobs is also to do with the fact that AI is screening them so sternly and strictly that people do not have the opportunity for their resumes to reach the right person.
Okay, so just adding to that thread, if an AI company the recruiter is looking for an individual, then do they prioritize education over skills? There are a lot of people who are acquiring skill sets without having the required education or a degree. How much of priority is given to a degree in AI?
Excellent questions. There is no question that the hiring marketplace is going through a rapid shift wherein when a recruiter or a hiring manager posts a job, within hours, they are looking at hundreds, possibly even thousands of applications because it's AI agents that are helping job seekers apply to these jobs. And on the recruiter side, when they evaluate these candidates, in many cases, these candidates all look the same. They all look highly qualified. They all seem to check every box that the job requires. So even a human looking at some of these resumes may not be able to distinguish who is truly qualified for the role versus not. This is where we are seeing a dramatic shift towards skills-first hiring. 46% of recruiters are now using skills to make their hiring decisions. What do we mean by skills? It means that every individual will not just be able to get away with saying, yeah, I've programmed in Java. They need to prove through their body of work that they have this expertise. And it's becoming easier to do that because every development tool out there enables them to publish their work, right? And have and build a body of work. This was possible only with designers or architects in the past where they would create a portfolio. Increasingly, for all forms of knowledge work, it's now, we are in a place where we are able to publish our work. This is the reason why on the LinkedIn profile, we've added integrations that allow you to directly bring your work from a GitHub, from a Lovable, and we are rapidly increasing the set of work products from which you can demonstrate your work. And that way, it's not just don't take my word or an agent's word for my skills, show it to me.
Kumarish, I must mention this to you that a few months ago I had also spoken to your Chief Economic Opportunity Officer, Anish, and he mentioned to me that the young today should not have a 10-year plan, but a today's plan. Maria will agree that with me.
Absolutely.
Because we often talk about this, that, it's to find the next challenge and opportunity, the next star, and not we're going to do the next 10 years. Is that the new normal? And let me just keep Gen Z aside, but is that what all of us are now thinking?
Just out of curiosity, what were you thinking of doing, let's say, 5 years back? And is that path a linear one?
So I tried to upskill myself with a degree. I mean, something that journalists usually do not pick up. I went for, a program at Judge Business School in Cambridge. But that aside, I think the thought here is that long-term may be dead. Just as the challenge that we see in every industry is very different from what we saw even 6 months ago. You have to constantly upgrade yourself and prepare yourself to challenges which are unknown and unseen now. What we'll be waking up to tomorrow is very different. I'm saying this, that it's so unpredictable, the way we approach things now.
You just nailed it. In the next decade, this generation of the workforce that's coming into the workforce right now, they'll have twice as many jobs as the previous generation had. Think about that for a moment.
But where are the jobs?
The jobs are shifting in many different ways into newer and newer roles. We are seeing that in the data, right? The 311,000 jobs that just got created, they are all roles that require AI skills, that require an entire workforce to rapidly learn, just the way you took a course, right, after realizing the journalism is changing. I can tell you that at LinkedIn, the way we hire now has changed from the way it has in the last 6 months. Right? A product manager that we hire now goes through a live AI coding round. Right? They'll need to show that they won't just talk about what they're building. They'll need to show us that they can build. Now, imagine 75% of all job skills in India by 2030 going through change. That's the sort of shift that India and the world hasn't seen. So how do you now prepare this next generation for this? This is where there are some indicators that suggest that India is ready for it, and many that don't quite suggest that.
Tell me, is age also a criteria when they are looking for candidates who are suitable? Because we are increasingly seeing that people who are in their teens tend to acquire skill sets that make them more employable than many others. Is age a factor?
Skills is a factor. So regardless of age, the ability to pick up new ways of working fast is what matters at this time.
And what are you seeing in terms of the shift in desire, or should I say the nature of job seekers, particularly in tier 2 and tier 3 Indian cities? Because India is changing, and tier 2, tier 3 is where aspirations are more loud, and they tend to adapt also much more.
It's a great point. Just by sheer force of effort, we are seeing diffusion of opportunity beyond the metros. Vijayawada, as an example, has seen a 46% increase in AI engineering roles in just the last year. You wouldn't have predicted that. You would have thought, okay, it's going to perhaps circle around Bangalore, Hyderabad, and here you see a new AI engineering hub emerge. We're also seeing in the data that professionals in this generation, they are learning at twice the rate of the global average. They are spending 50% more time on LinkedIn learning than the global average. So what gives me a lot of excitement through this particular phase is, perhaps out of necessity, the generation is realizing fast that they need to constantly keep learning, just the way you described how our roles are changing. And that sets us up really well if we are able to outpace the world in terms of being able to pick up new skills faster. It both accelerates India's growth as well as helps us establish ourselves as the talent capital of the world.
Vijayawada has seen increase in AI jobs also because in the last few months or years or since the last election, we have seen a lot of investment coming in. Say Google's
the new capital.
The new capital, the $15 billion. Maybe it's the Goldilocks period or the time for a tier 2 or a tier 3 city to now shine, because Hyderabad and Bengaluru cannot accommodate more.
Tell me about it, the Bangalore traffic. Yeah. There is no question that this is a joint responsibility across the government, institutions like LinkedIn, and individuals to all be able to create this diffusion of opportunity beyond the metros. The good news is that access to that learning, access to new ways of working and new tools, that is democratizing in ways that I did not see happen previously with something like the internet. This other day I was going on a walk with a close friend of mine who was born in Jaipur in the 80s. I think I just gave away my age right there. They did not have access to the internet for the first 15 years growing up. And the way they saw opportunities ahead of them was very different from that kid growing up in Jaipur today. The question is, if AI is equally accessible to anyone that has internet, and if that access, the equation has dramatically changed, whereby the differential between a metro and a tier 2 or tier 3 city is just not there, and if access to trusted communities like the one that you find on LinkedIn is also on equal footing, all of a sudden what you see is economic opportunity also gets spread in equal ways.
So what happens to job security?
Say more. Are you referring to what happens to this feeling of comfort that I have this one job secured and I'm going to be in it for the rest of my 30 years,
Yes.
yeah, like my parents, yeah.
Yes.
I think we need to prepare for a world where even if you have the same job, that job is changing on you, right? Meaning I play two roles, country manager for LinkedIn India, and I lead LinkedIn Sales Solutions, which is a large business that we run out of Bangalore. I can tell you that in these 2 years, the skills required for these jobs have changed faster than in the remaining 18 years of my career, right? Which means that, do I feel secure in my job? No, right? But do I feel like I am able to keep pace with the learning necessary to pick up new ways of doing the same job? Yes. And the only way I do that is not by just spending time with AI. It's with a trusted community of professionals. I'm able to connect with other professionals that are experiencing similar challenges, and I'm constantly having to upgrade myself to feel a tiny bit more secure.
I do have a question for you, and Mario, you just asked a while ago, where are the jobs? And this morning I was reading a piece by one of the chief economists at OpenAI on the economics of AI that say many of the jobs of the future may already be here. They just have not received the pay, dignity, or attention they deserve. Sorry, I'm taking the hot seat on this, but tell me, what are these kinds of jobs? And second, say a 22 or a 25-year-old sitting in the audience needs to grab one. What is the kind of skill they'll have to hold on to grab that kind of job, the today's job?
Yeah, I think it's clear that the top 3 or so emerging jobs that didn't exist, say, 5 years ago, all have AI in the title, right? It's generational AI engineer, it's AI practitioner, it's prompt engineer. The shift that's also happening that's less obvious is that the traditional, call it social media manager, the title hasn't changed, the job has changed. The actual set of skills you need today require you to be a master of every content AI tool out there to do a great job as a social media manager. So if I'm a 25-year-old asking myself, how do I even prepare for this next wave, pick a problem that you want to solve, identify the most AI forward and human forward ways. When I say human forward, I'm referring to what are skills that you don't see as being obviously replaceable by an AI in a year from today. And there are uniquely human skills that fall in that bucket. AI is not curious. AI doesn't have courage. It doesn't take bold bets. AI can't communicate and connect with compassion with other humans to get them all to act on solving a hard problem. These are critically human skills that you'll need to pick up in addition to being proficient at technical AI skills. That combination, I think, is going to come at a real premium.
The world's richest man, Elon Musk, has famously said, and it's a prediction, Karishma, that money will stop mattering by 2036.
I deny that.
And that will be the age of abundance, as he speaks about. Does it actually mean that by 2036, and he obviously links it to the role of AI and how much it will start mattering in our lives. It's not very far, 10 years, if that's going to happen.
Many visionaries and forward thinkers have had many such predictions whenever we've had a truly transformational technology wave. During Industrial Revolution, there were similar folks that said in a decade from today, we wouldn't do any physical work because machines will do all of it. Yet today, we have everything from manufacturing to farming to transportation continue to be in many ways human. So my view on this is that especially the India picture, we are saying we want to be Viksit Bharat by 2047, and that is 20 years away. And it requires us to work very hard. It requires us to work very smart, very differently from how we are currently. All of that may give us a path to achieve abundance, but the per capita GDP gains that we will need to achieve to get to a place where you're truly like in the abundance space. My personal view on this is that we are much
Far
farther
from-
away than
okay.
2036.
As India country head of LinkedIn, you are India's ambassador at the LinkedIn global table. Vis-a-vis other countries, because there is a crisis in Europe, visible crisis in Canada, also in UK, in terms of job. How is India placed?
India has such a brilliant opportunity, but it's also one that we need to grab right now. I'll give you the LinkedIn India story as an example of what I see happening right now. We have had an office in India for about 14 years now. And in this time, we have done a lot of interesting work across site operations. We would stay up 24/7 to keep the LinkedIn site up. We've had core infrastructure being built out of here. We've had productivity tools be built out of here. But it took us 12 years to get to one end-to-end product, an entire line of business, bringing in significant revenue to LinkedIn to be built entirely out of here. But good news, we now have 2 of those lines of products being built entirely out of here. Why did this shift happen? Because through that 14-year window, repeatedly through showing consistency in our ability to execute and deliver outcomes, and most importantly, in our ability to bring great talent and upskill them to a point where we do have today not just engineers, but product managers, designers, data scientists, marketers, every function necessary to be able to run an end-to-end business out of India. That is also what we're seeing with the GCC wave, right? We're not getting just outsourced skills one by one. We are seeing entire capabilities be run out of here. If this trend continues, I see India having a huge opportunity to contribute directly to the top lines and bottom lines of global companies. We can call ourselves the true talent capital of the world.
Last 2 questions.
Clearly, the shift is from will AI take my job to how do I try to imbibe AI as a part of my job? I am curious. Will it also, of course, be for the kind of jobs we are in?
And will we continue to be curious? Curious.
By necessity and by being humans, yes. I absolutely think that, in 2 years from today, we'll be sitting here, we'll talk about how our jobs are even more different, the rate of change is even faster than it was the last time we spoke. But I have a strong feeling that we are overestimating the actual change in the jobs themselves and underestimating the skill profile that is necessary to do these jobs well. Which is why at this point, I would encourage everyone to stop thinking about a specific job title as what they're working towards, and instead think about a set of skills that uniquely meet this intersection of what you're good at, what you're passionate about, and what will pay, to be able to identify the next job title that you should be shooting for.
I think that's the right note to end this conversation. Kumaresh, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us on this platform.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. May I please request you to stay back on stage, Kumaresh, as I request Masama Parekh to please come up on stage to present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Thank you. A warm round of applause and for that fantastic conversation. And thank you, Maria and Karishma, for driving that engaging conversation as well. Let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen. We are now moving forward to our next session. This is the 5th session that we have. And this is titled The Future of Make in India. It has been over a decade since India embarked on its ambitious Make in India journey with a vision of transforming the country into a global manufacturing powerhouse. The journey has brought both significant breakthroughs and key challenges. India, therefore, has emerged as a major smartphone manufacturing hub. Initiatives such as the PLI scheme have also helped attract a lot of global investments into the country. Yet, the ambition of raising manufacturing contribution to 25% of GDP definitely remains a work in progress. And against this backdrop, this next session will examine the future roadmap for Make in India, the next wave of reforms needed, and what will it take for India to become a true global manufacturing leader. For this session, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next speaker, who's just joining in a minute. Let us please put our hands together to welcome Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa and former CEO Niti Aayog, to please come up on stage and to drive this conversation. We have the session moderator, Abha Bakaya, consulting editor for Business Today.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Kant. And I know that you're a voice that everybody looks to give us an indication of where we're at, where the economy is poised, what's the way forward, and what the challenges are. And we've also spoken a number of times on Make in India, the campaign, the opportunity. But today, I want to ask you first, what do you feel is the biggest challenge in actually achieving that goal?
First of all, great pleasure speaking to you. So my view on that is that India now needs to focus on the cost of doing business, because if your ambition is to grow at high rates, 8.5% to 9% over a 3-decade period, the challenges, to my mind, are that you can't do this without manufacturing. You need to be a manufacturing nation to create jobs. You need to grow with jobs. And for manufacturing, you need to be globally competitive. And for being globally competitive, you need to bring down your cost of credit, which is very important. Your cost of credit is still very high compared to your competing nations. For instance, China, you'll get credit at 3.5% to 4%. Vietnam, you'll get it at 4.5%. Here, you'll get it, MSMEs will get it from 8.99% to about 20% from informal credit. So cost of credit has to come down. The cost of electricity is still very high in India because discoms are inefficient in India. And they prefer to subsidize household rather than provide credit at the right price, provide electricity at the right price to businesses, which is just the other way around in the world. So that's the second
and that's
issue.
A really important point. Yeah.
And the third is that if you're trying to compete with Vietnam, comparative locations like China, Vietnam, etc., then the cost of land at which it's made available to industry is very, very high. Chinese states give you land on long-term lease for 90 years, 99 years to do manufacturing. For them, manufacturing and job creation is key rather than earning money from land. So job creation becomes the key thing. And the fourth is that the cost of logistics in India need to come down very, very sharply. The last mile connectivity from railway stations to the ports, etc., needs to be built up enormously. The cost of digitization of the logistic process flow is not yet there. So to my mind, the cost of doing business is really, really the key. Credit, the banking reforms committee, which was announced, needs to be put in place. The manufacturing mission was announced earlier. That needs to get into it. The cost of logistics need to be cracked. The cost of electricity needs to be cracked. That'll make you a very competitive nation vis-a-vis other nations. Others are minor fixes. For instance, the production-linked incentive was meant to be for a brief period to support the disadvantages. But you need to get rid of the inherent disadvantages to make India a very globally competitive nation. That'll make India a manufacturing nation.
So a lot of what you've spoken about, these are internal fixes. This is not dependent on big money coming in from foreign investors setting up plants. If we actually iron out some of these things and actually implement some of the so-called announcements that have been made, we might actually see some acceleration.
You need acceleration in these, but to my mind, one of the critical challenges for India is that you're energy dependent. You import about 180 billion worth of fossil fuel. For the first 6 months, your fossil fuel bill has gone up by 43%. So if you are energy dependent and your fossil fuel prices go up, then it puts a lot of pressure on your local currency and your rupee starts devaluing. So the focus has to be on making yourself energy independent. That is critical. Now, India has run close to 300 gigawatt of renewable energy, which is quite remarkable. But India is energy blessed. So India needs to accelerate the pace of renewable energy even more. And that would require us to really improve our ability to evacuate power from energy surplus states like Gujarat and Rajasthan. Almost 30 gigawatt is held up for lack of good evacuation. So you need to do evacuation, that's important. You need to do round-the-clock bidding, 24/7, so that you have storage. And you need to push for a base load, which is nuclear energy. So the Shanti Act and the Shanti Bill has now come in, and we should see private sector investment in these areas. That's a lot of hard work to crack. So my view on that is that energy sector itself, energy is a great example where we were able to, the right policy could bring in private equity, venture capital, it could create new entrepreneurs. And that is what you need to do in many other sectors to put the right policy framework to invite private sector. Then the private sector will automatically come in. There's no shortage of capital in the world. There's $250 trillion available with sovereign wealth funds wanting to invest. With now the big attraction towards the AI will taper down. People will look for alternative sources of investments. And this is to my mind, it's a big opportunity for India. In my view, India can never get a better opportunity to reform.
Okay, I think the message is loud and clear, and I really appreciate the practical and detailed examples because it gives us an insight into really what is possible and what could unfold. In terms of reforms, and of course you've mentioned a few, but what is the most critical you feel? Where are we missing the gap? Is it purely on perhaps big bang reforms? Is it also on implementation? I just want to probe that a little further.
Well, my belief is that we've done a lot in several sectors. For instance, our digitization has been unique, but we now need to crack several things. We now need to crack good, sound urbanization, and it should be manufacturing-led urbanization. So create manufacturing-led cities like we've created Shindra, Bitkin, Dholera, etc., which are where you have walking, cycling, you have walk to work. So manufacturing-led urbanization is very important. Manufacturing competitiveness is very important. Third is you need to accelerate the pace of defense manufacturing. One of the remarkable things done by this government is that it opened up defense sector. We need to accelerate the pace of defense manufacturing, and that, to my mind, would lead to a huge amount of technology inflow into India. And fourth, in my view, is the space sector, where we've had some success with Skyroot, but you can have many more success stories on this. And fifth, of course, I'm a great believer that human capital is critical, and doing remarkable work in terms of opening up, the improving learning outcomes, health outcomes, improving skills. skills is again a great sector for creating jobs. So you need to create jobs through skills, and skilling is one sector where we need to deliver. And the last point, of course, I want to make is that it's a softer sector, but where jobs will be created will be the travel and tourism sector. And I'm making this point because India is buying close to 2,000 planes. If you're buying 2,000 Airbuses and Boeings between Indigo and Air India, you can't see, you don't want to see a scenario where Indians will be traveling abroad but foreigners will not come to India. So you need to get your act together on attracting foreigners into India and getting your cities, you create a seamless experience from the point of arrival to the point of exit. That's very important, and it's important to market India very vigorously to attract. There are 200 destinations competing in the global market, so India needs to actively promote, market India as incredible India, and attract foreign tourists to India. That'll create, it's the biggest driver of jobs. You know, for one direct job, you create 13 indirect jobs in tourism. It's a neglected sector. So manufacturing, as I said, is important, but there are urbanization and tourism which are critical for job creation.
All right. I mean, I think it's really important to address where the jobs are coming from, because we've just seen this complete revolution, so to say, on that topic, on education, jobs, and the future of the youth in the country. And skilling is still a huge gap, as you mentioned. So this is a really big topic, and I just wonder, are we going to be able to keep up in terms of the change, have things happen at a pace in which this gets resolved, or are we going to really see some kind of, bigger revolution or bigger pushback by the youth as we sort of struggle to keep up with the pace of skilling and the pace of opportunity building?
So, when we launched the Startup India movement in 2016, since then, we've seen a massive momentum in startup, on digital payments. You've seen actually startups providing credit, insurance, stock markets. All India can do in 30 seconds to 1 minute, and now you have this remarkable experience of many young Indian startups doing drones, and you've, on the space sector, some remarkable. That is the kind of energy, vibrancy, and dynamism we need to bring into the skilling sector. You need to create a tremendous amount of vibrancy, dynamism. Make these existing ITIs into great centers of excellence with the private sector. It can't be done by the government, to my mind. It needs the private sector involvement, much like we've done with the startup. It's a private sector initiative which the government was able to catalyze. Look at the energy sector. The right policy framework allowed private equity to come in, new technology to come in, and the energy sector just boomed. And that's what you need. But you need to put the policy for taking India 500 gigawatt is not adequate. You need to take it to 1,500 gigawatts. You need to create massive amount of jobs through skilling. You need to put AI into schools. You need to put AI into colleges. You need to change the curriculum of your IITs, triple IITs, and your IIMs. And that's the big momentum which now needs to be pushed.
Do you think that the current political environment, while they may be well-intentioned, has the gumption to see this through?
Of course, there's no better opportunity than now. This is the opportunity to do it. This is the opportunity to push for reforms in a very big way. Globally, this is an opportunity. Domestically, this is an opportunity. This is a great, great opportunity to bring tremendous vibrancy and dynamism in the Indian economy.
You mentioned, of course, a whole host of sectors and industries where we can perhaps have an edge, whether it be defense, whether it be energy, like you just spoke about. So even when we're looking at manufacturing as a whole, are these the industries that you foresee where the opportunities will continue to build vis-a-vis the comparison that India always has on the China plus one angle?
If you look at the history of the world, post-World War II, there are only 3 countries in the world which have been able to grow at very rapid pace for long periods of time. Japan post-World War II, later Korea, and in recent times, the scorching pace of growth of China. All other countries got caught in the middle income trap. 108 countries are caught in the middle income trap. But if you look at the case studies of these three countries, they were able to do this because they got into cutting edge technologies. They got in, I mean, Japan, for instance, became an automobile manufacturer and exported to America and penetrated American market. And the second point, which is very important, is to understand is that despite everything the world says, America still controls 29 to 30% of the global GDP. I mean, it is the biggest driver of growth. So India will find it very difficult to grow without manufacturing and without exporting to the United States of America. It's important. But one of the great things that's happened in India is that you've got FTAs with UK, with Europe, and to my mind, great work has been done on FTAs, but we now need to crack the final bastion of penetrating the American market through. And that with products and services both in the American market. That's critical to my mind. And that would require you to get into some cutting edge areas of growth. You need to do a great amount of defense manufacturing. You need to do a great amount of applications on AI. I mean, many people think that we've lost the AI race, which is totally incorrect to my mind because we must understand how AI works. I mean, in the world of AI, you have NVIDIA, which is providing the computing power. The lithography, the chips are coming from Samsung and from SK Hynix. The lithography machines are coming from Netherlands. The glasses for that are coming from Zeiss in Germany. The helium gas is coming from Qatar. But India will provide 22% of the global data. India has the best technical talent for that. India has very progressive policies and almost $200 billion worth of data centers are going to be put up here. So India will actually have massive amount of investment. I mean, India has never seen this kind of announcements for data centers, 200 billion. It's never seen in any sector. So $200 billion worth of investments on data center means that eventually data will be processed here. Talent will be here. If you read the Stanford AI Index for the first time, global talent is coming from America to India. The global AI talent is coming from America to India to work with startups and the global capability GCCs in India. So you will see India doing many applications. India should actually push for AI applications in pharma sector, in learning outcomes, in health outcomes, in nutrition, and really push for AI in manufacturing and really benefit from the world of large language models may be over. I mean, there'll be competition between US and China on open source and open weight, but the application world is open to India, and that's what India should really drive for in the future.
I mean, there have been some suggestions that even on a factory floor, with the advent of technology and AI, manpower or labor is being replaced by machines as much as 50% on certain shop floors. Yes, there may be more skilled roles available, but given the size of our population, do you see that being an issue going forward?
So, I mean, that is a question which has been raised every time cutting-edge technology has come in. When there was industrial revolution, when electricity came in, when computerization happened, I was in Kerala and the Communist Party actually did not allow computerization to take place for 2 decades. But, all these technologies actually create more jobs than the previous technologies, and you just need new skills. There's a huge shortage of AI engineers, of machine learners, of data scientists, and actually India needs to completely transform its curriculum and its skilling towards the AI world of tomorrow so that we provide skilled manpower not only to India but to the rest of the world. I mean, 30% of the skilled manpower of the world will be provided with India. The earlier we do transformation in skills, the better it is. I mean, that is critical to my mind.
Okay, amazing. Mr. Kant, I think if I spoke to you maybe 5 years ago, and I'm speaking to you today, you sound even more confident about the opportunity going forward than before.
No, because I'm a great believer that you can't get this opportunity again. This is a massive, massive opportunity for India. This is the moment for India to really seize it.
The current geopolitical environment, and I mean, we can't completely ignore it, I mean, apart from the wars, but even when it comes to nations' moves to try and become more protectionist, Trump, of course, is vacillating every day on his policies. That is keeping everyone on their toes. Even though our opportunity is sound, Do you feel that the current geopolitical environment is keeping everyone behind in terms of making decisions, pushing ahead?
So, our three things we must be very clear about. Firstly, it's a very different world from the world in which you and I had grown up in. The post-World War II era has come to an end. The era of multilateralism, the era of United Nations, World Trade Organization has come to an end. The relative era of peace has come to an end. There's conflict. You have a conflict in the heart of Europe for the last 4 years. You have a conflict in Middle East. You have a conflict in West Asia. So conflict is center stage. Secondly, the world had grown on global value chains and global supply chains. That has been replaced by protectionism in muscular industrial policies. You'll see more of that happening, and there'll be retaliation in terms of policies. Tariffs have got weaponized. And that is the second thing. But in the midst of all this, we should never forget that you and I are living in this age, which is going to be the age of the greatest rise of productivity the world has ever seen. And that is thanks to artificial intelligence. So we should use that opportunity. And secondly, I think it's also going to be an era of bilateral trade agreements, of plurilateral trade agreements, and of trade deals. So India has done very well by striking these deals with Europe, and we need to quickly implement them. And it's also a lesson for our industry to realize that if they don't become globally competitive, the imports from these countries will flood your market. So Indian manufacturers need to flood those markets by being more competitive. And that's why the first point I stressed to you was becoming cost of doing business and becoming manufacturing competitiveness is the key to growing and creating more jobs, because it's an opportunity for India really to penetrate 55 countries where you've entered into a trade deal. Otherwise, you'll lose out the Indian market also.
So, of course, cost competitiveness, but also quality. Right now, we have so many...
So quality is the key. The key is, it's not about protectionism. The Indian industry should just forget about protectionism. They should focus on being competitive. They should focus on quality. They should focus on value. And they should focus on exports. You will never be able to export without quality and without great value. I mean, you should now really benchmark your production against Chinese production. Benchmark, Mahindra has done that with its electric vehicles. Tata's electric vehicles are doing that. We should get into battery manufacturing. We should get into solar. We should get into clean technologies of the future, and really beat the Chinese at it in this game now. The Chinese economy will slow down. I have no doubt in this moment. This is the moment to accelerate the pace of your growth in India.
Talking about clean technology, sustainability, there are, of course, the detractors about AI and talk about how are we going to actually have the GCCs here, host them, the kind of water they require, so on and so forth. What would you say to that?
So, the opportunity for India is really to do these data centers in a sustainable manner. Ensure that you are able to use more and more of renewable energy. No other country in the world has the climatic condition which India has. The only other country which has similar climatic condition is Saudi Arabia, which is flushed with fossil fuel, actually. So India has great climatic condition. India shouldn't be thinking of, 500 gigawatt was announced by the Prime Minister when we had COP21. India should be aiming for 1,500 gigawatt by 2030. That should be our target. But that would require you to build up evacuation. That would require you to build storage. That would require you to ensure 24/7. You can't say that I don't have the distribution network and the transmission network for that. You need to digitize the whole energy of this country must get into transmission and grid network and digitizing them. That's really the key to the future.
At this point, given that at least our sort of government has been stable vis-a-vis what we're seeing worldwide and a lot of uncertainty, instability. That is also something that's keeping India in good stead. But I'm just going to sort of, take a chance and put it out there. But tomorrow, if there was any kind of transition, would that also hold us back? Because in the past, we suffered from coalition governments. And currently, at least there's some kind of certainty, even if the pace of change is slow, but there's some kind of certainty right now.
No, India has a lot going for itself. I mean, first of all, it has very sustained political stability. In no country of the world do you have the same leader leading you for 12 years, and also a leader who's thinking of cutting-edge technology, who's thinking of infrastructure. I mean, look at the infrastructure resources that we put on. Look at the way we've driven digitization. Look at the way we've driven startup movement. And that is why when I talk about some of these issues is because there's no country in the world which has young demographics like India. America is aging, Europe is aging, China is aging. India is still very young. Even when we are 120, 47, we'll be 35. So you have demographics on your side. You have great political leadership on your side. Also, no other country in the world is cracking 30 kilometers of roads and about 15 kilometers of railway line every day. And no country does 50% of the digital payments on the mobile on the go. So it's a remarkable country. And that's why, I'm a great optimist on India. I'm a great believer in India. And I believe that we should really push greater and greater and greater reforms so to accelerate the pace of growth.
Okay. Just one final, I think so we can give a round of applause. I think. You've always been at the helm of cheering for startups and paving the way for them in the country. And I mean, I'm sure so many of those that you have also closely worked with in the early stages today are now, listed on the stock exchange and growing from strength to strength and creating industry. So, from your point of view, what role do you see? We still call them startups, but many of them today are, of course, unicorns. What role do you see this facet of the Indian economy playing in our growth and contributing to growth going forward?
Oh, big time, because I think the Indian existing private sector, 3.5 years back, the government reduced the corporate tax, it gave away 1,40,000 crores. So if you look at the balance sheet of existing companies, they're booming. But these companies are either declaring dividend or buying over their shares rather than investing in India. So they need to invest more and more. That's for the existing companies. But they're not disrupting. The disruption is all happening from the young startups of today. I mean, you look at the EV movement that was actually originally driven by startups. If you look at the payment movement, all driven by the startup. If you look at the big insurance movement, GoDigit, Acco, all of them driven by young startups. If you look at space sector driven by young startups, I mean, all of this young disruption is happening because of young startups. So that's why I'm a great believer that if India is to grow at high rates of 9 to 10% for 3 decades, it can only happen with disruption. And that young energy and dynamism only comes from startups.
I think we all totally agree that that's really where so much of the enthusiasm and action is. Thank you, Mr. Kant, for also highlighting some of the key areas of opportunity and growth and the industries also which you think are going to lead the way. I think you've completely shared your view on India and the way ahead, but any closing comment from you in terms of, with a message when we're talking about India at 100?
No, my only message is that all of us must have this intrinsic not merely the next decade, but the next century belongs to India. And if the next century belongs to India, all of us need to contribute to this, but we need to carry out major structural reforms on a regular, constant basis to enable each sector to grow rapidly. You need urbanization, you need manufacturing competitiveness, you need agriculture productivity to go up in a very big way. And more than anything else, you need human capital. And for that, reforms in education and health are very critical.
Right. Mr. Kant, thank you so much for joining us. Big round of applause.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kant. May I request you to please stay back while I request Mr. Siddharth Zorabi, Group Editor for Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for those valuable insights that he has shared today on this forum. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate your time with us. And that is the Business Today India at 100 edition that is being revealed by Mr. Amitabh Kant right here. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The edition is already out on the stands now. You can definitely grab your hands on it. Thank you very much, Mr. Kant, for being with us. And a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the former G20 Sherpa and former CEO, Niti Aayog, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Ladies and gentlemen, We are now going to be taking a break for lunch, and I want to request all of you to please use the last gate to your right to exit when you want to exit for lunch. The lunch is served behind the hall, and of course we'll be gathering here sharp at 1:35 p.m. Take your seats so that 1:40 p.m. we resume for our next session. Thank you so much. Do join us for lunch.
CNES, Consciousness Social Media Super App, a platform that represents a revolutionary social media of connectivity to evolve humanity. The CNES journey begins with a structured self-assessment. Individuals and organizations evaluate their practices across key pillars of conscious leadership, governance, sustainability, and societal impact. CNES certification evaluates organizations across 6 pillars of responsible and purpose-driven business values: conscious leadership, human-centric value and team cohesion, products and services, customers and clients, community and conscious social impact, brand vision, and collaboration. CNES is built on a simple but powerful belief. By empowering individuals who prioritize conscious sustainability and human well-being, CNES is helping shape a new kind of ecosystem. An ecosystem where impact matters as much as success, where organizations are not only profitable, but purposeful. Not only
Trust built our legacy. Our vision architects what's next. Because Deloitte didn't stop at advising on technology, we chose to build it. Across India, we've imagined, engineered, and scaled platforms, labs, and ecosystems powering real-time decisions for governments, businesses, and communities alike, where AI is responsible, automation decisive, and data purposeful. What began as insight now drives outcomes, protecting lives, securing critical infrastructure, and advancing national priorities. Built with alliances, strengthened through co-innovation, seamlessly integrated across enterprises, across borders. With hundreds of assets created here, many setting global benchmarks. India isn't just adopting the future. India leads by design. This is technology at the ground level. Operating at scale. Built in India, powered by Indian minds, ready for the world.
गंगा पुकारे आओ रे, हर हर शंभू गाओ रे, हरिद्वार में कुंभ सजे, श्रद्धा की डुबकी लगाओ रे। हर हर गंगे गंगे, हर हर गंगे, भस्म रमाए साधु चल रहे, गूंजे शिव के नाम। गंग किनारे दिव्य अलौकिक ओजस पूरा धाम। युगों युगों का पर्व ये पावन मिलकर सभी मनाओ रे। हरिद्वार में कुंभ सजे, श्रद्धा की डुबकी लगाओ रे। हर हर गंगे गंगे, हर हर गंगे। 14 जनवरी 2027 से हरिद्वार में सजेगा आस्था, अध्यात्म और सनातन चेतना का विराट संगम। आइए इस दिव्य महापर्व के साक्षी बने।
Namaskar, good morning. A very warm welcome once again to everyone. Shopanda, thank you very much. A round of applause. He's come all the way from Kolkata in a very, very busy schedule. And for all of us journalists who look up to Shopanda, not because just that he's the finance minister of a state like Bengal, but also because he was one of the finest journalists of this country. Shopanda, thank you very, very much for making it here to the Business Today event. India at 100, and we are talking about the future, but if we look back, Bengal has always occupied a very special place in India's economy, in Bharat's economy, its industrial past, and its glory. It was once an industrial powerhouse of all sorts and manners. And the Business Today study, Shopanda, which we have done for an extended period of almost 12 years, basis RBI data, Ministry of Commerce data, and other data, shows that West Bengal, and the audience can put together their hands for this, has the second fastest growth rate as a major state in gross state value added, 137% over the past decade. But let that data not sort of mislead you, because there's a lot of gap also. And therefore, the first question, Shopanda, that I have for you today is, with the massive political mandate that has been given to the Bharatiya Janata Party government in the state, can we hope for a new sunrise in the state of Bengal?
Well, thank you, Siddharth, for all that generous introduction. First, let's understand one thing. The essence of this mandate was partly a vote against misgovernance, but I think far more important was that I think there was a degree of exasperation and impatience with a prolonged period of decline which West Bengal has been experiencing, despite all your statistics, for the past 50 years at least. So you have a period of uninterrupted decline for 50 years. It began with the sort of labor militancy of the 60s, the extreme left-wing turbulence of that era, and it went on and it climaxed finally in that infamous incident in Singur when the Tatars were literally booted out of the state. And the message which went out to the rest of Bengal, to the rest of India, and indeed to the world was that if the Tatars can't do business in West Bengal, then who the hell are we to do anything? You know, we are not likely to get in a look edgeways. So it's that perception. And then there was this one thing, and it's a human cost. You know, one of the things which I discovered when campaigning in the heart of South Calcutta was that it would be a rarity to find young people, because the city has become a city of old age pensioners. And you ask people, where are your children? And the inevitable answer was, oh, they're in Bangalore, they're in Gurgaon, they're in Noida, they've gone overseas. And people have just voted with their feet and left. So we suffer from a huge degree of skill deficit. The Bongs are the ones who are in top places all over the world. They are some people say they are very, very accomplished, etc. But they are not in Bengal. They've gone elsewhere. They've taken a one-way ticket out. So it's amidst that you're trying to reverse a process of historic decline for 50 years. And one of the things which I think was very, very important in our mind, which we wanted to do, was that there is a perception, and indeed it's more than a perception, it's a reality, that Bengalis particularly tend to be anti-business. That there is something inherently in their, which had seeped into their DNA, which would say that they don't like business. So we have to reverse that. Also, a mindset change. So these are the type of challenges which we have. And okay, there's a great legacy. You were number 2 at the time of independence. And then, by about the late 60s, early 70s, the process of decline started. We can go on about, what a great legacy there was. But if the present at one time looked gloomy, the future even looked more forbidding.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if we go back even more, perhaps around 250 years, more than half of the entire industrial output of industries at that time used to come from Bengal. And that's what you have to rebuild on.
That's, you had 20% of the world's GDP at one time coming, and it's particularly concentrated around that place around Murshidabad because of the silk industry, which had a great traction at that time. Obviously, you're not going to get that back. But what I think you can get back is that you can get back a combination of manufacturing. You can get back a boom in services, and most important, you can see an injection of deep tech into West Bengal. These are the sort of broad priorities, and we've lost, in terms of where we stand, we've lost out to Gujarat, we've lost out to Karnataka, we even lost out to Orissa to a very large extent. So, keeping all that in mind, you must always take a reality check and say, look, this is what we need to do. And let's rise to the challenge.
Are you tempering expectations, therefore?
You have to. You can't get miracles. You can't get miracles. You see, a lot of people who are interested, there are, ever since we came to power, there's been a huge amount of inquiries from people, not only within India and outside. Within India, for instance, almost every single Marwari industrialist all over India would say, oh, we started off from Calcutta. They all have a certain deep emotional bond with Kolkata, but they've moved on elsewhere. So we have to say, okay, revive your links a little bit. You've got to try that. So yes, but you've got to see, is this change enduring? Is this change for real? Are you going to regress? Are you going to make sure your law and order situation is all right? All that syndicate, extortion, etc. is history. So there is a bit of testing time which they are going to have. So it's for us to deliver.
So are those the reasons, therefore, that you are saying businesses should now choose Bengal? Political mandate, law and order, clear policy focus? Because Shobanda, as you yourself know, there is a race amongst all states to get investment. And there are more MOUs than perhaps the money that actually comes in. Why should businesses choose this new Bengal under a government which you're part of?
Well, why should they choose? If you're looking purely in terms of incentives, there are states which give better incentives. Undeniably so. What we are aiming to do is to say that, look, we have an ecosystem there in place. We have a tradition. We have a skilled workforce. We have a reasonably livable city, which is quite pleasant. We have all these things. We are getting an infrastructure which is quite upgraded, and we need to just improve it. It's all there. The conditions of life are good. Think about it, and if you want to, because there are various types of investments which people have. It's not necessarily that every investment has a single purpose. So within that, if semiconductors are what you want, if you want to move to the next stage, you want to try quantum, then we have reasonable institutes, etc., who've done pretty good, decent, path-breaking stuff, perhaps the most advanced within India. Yes. In quantum, if you want medical hubs, we have not only the patients, which is not the, but we also have the doctors, the thing. And you have overall everything. And you have a rich repository of people who know how to handle money. That's important. You know, you have a breed of indigenous potential entrepreneurs. And mind you, the younger lot who've come out of trade are absolutely, I mean, they are so impressive. They've really been, and they are looking for opportunities. And they like their opportunities right on their doorstep.
Absolutely. You know, one of the things about speaking to a journalist who is now a finance minister, and I know another one, and I have had the good fortune of interviewing him, Hasib Drabu, who used to be a senior in Business Standard many, many years ago, is that they can put facts, figures, and history lessons together. And because you did that and you started by the mention of the nano plant in Shingur, why should businesses be confident that this time around, if they were to come to you, to the state, to the chief minister and seek large pieces of land to do large manufacturing hubs, because this event is all about manufacturing, why should they believe that this time land will not become a flashpoint in their investment plans?
See, land is always a ticklish issue in West Bengal, partly because of two reasons. One, it's in short supply, there's sheer population pressure. Secondly, land holdings tend to be of handkerchief size. And on top of that, courtesy predecessor regimes in the left, they've created land tenures which are so infuriatingly complex that you can't even sell them. So we have to first get a large amount of legislation done to simplify it. A, to simplify land use, etc. Secondly, just brute acquisition by government can be done on certain things, but I think what is necessary is to have other forms of incentive, which is we've been trying we're experimenting now with the pooling arrangements, which has been successfully done in Gujarat and Haryana. These are some of the best practices which can be operated. But land is always going to be an issue in Bengal. I'm not going to minimize its importance. And so anybody who thinks we're going to have all the land in the world, no. You've got to temper it. You've got to be far more realistic. And if you want land of enormous size, then you've got to move to those backward areas which are agriculturally not that significant. Places like Bankura, places like Purulia, places like Jhargram, and that part of what is called the laterite soil belt. That is where you get, that's where the steel plants are, adjoining Jharkhand and Orissa, where the steel plants have been set up. So your location is going to be determined. But within a certain industrial belt, particularly we are trying to get an entire industrial belt operating along the Kalyani Expressway, which is just off Kolkata, just off the present airport. Plus, between Durgapur and Asansol, there's this huge lot, which used to be the big steel plant belt, and some of it is rusted for the various reasons and closed down. You've got land. So if we can get that, the important thing is to create an environment. That environment which had been lost in Bengal by the impression that Bengal is just a very difficult place. That impression, once you get that, things will move fast.
Shobhanda, the last major agitation in Shingur was obviously farmers and landowners, but there was a lot of politics that propelled that agitation. This time around, is there a change? Because when we see, for example, you mentioned Haryana, there are many farmers who are actually willing to surrender the land because the amount of money that they are getting out of it, given the cost pressures in farming, they know that they will perhaps never earn that much. Is there a mood shift that you are seeing on the ground in Bengal with regard to land pooling, for example, which is a priority?
What do you do? You're not going to get that same sort of thing as in Haryana, because Haryana land holdings tend to be larger. Here what you have is sort of less than an acre, half of them. So you're not going to get the returns from that are not going to be that significant. But if there is an assurance there that you have also invested in that, and that even if you were to resell it in 10 years' time, or even now, you're going to get a decent return, I think a lot of people will. But I think what's important is to create a climate where people say, okay, opportunities are now there, and that you can move beyond just getting welfare and dole and that sort of thing. That's also it's issue. So I would say, no, you're not going to get the same sort of exuberance as you see in Haryana, but you will get a quiet willingness to actually say, let's see what the future accommodates, because this land holding is not even sufficient to meet your daily requirements, and it always has to be supplemented with additional income.
Okay. We've spoken about farmer interests, and also along with farmer interests would be worker interests, because a lot of our manufacturing labor force comes from a rural background. I'm sure you have that on your agenda. Unless you want to talk more about that, I want to shift the focus.
I just want to say one thing, that unlike the other states, you have the industrial working class in West Bengal, particularly, is not so rurally entrenched. They've now, because it's been there for a very long time, they have a tradition of their own, which is very urban. So while their origins might be in Bihar or in eastern UP, they have now more or less, they are now socialized into West Bengal, and within an industrial culture and within a working class culture, which is very different from there. I think the nearest approximation you would find is Mumbai of a particular era. Now it's shifted, obviously, but Bengal is still there.
What about the shift in the youth? Gen Z, and this is a question I'm sure you must have anticipated, but what more do you think needs to be done by your state, particularly when it comes to the restless youth? Migration from the state to different parts of the country is a feature all across. Bengal is not an exception in that regard. But Gen Z seems to be far more aspirational. It is also very, very impatient, and it is not just impatient, it perhaps doesn't believe in icons of the past. What do you think is a clear pathway that your government, your administration can hold out for the youth, for the Gen Z of West Bengal?
Well, youth unrest in West Bengal is not a new thing. It has a long history. So I think what the rest of India is experiencing, I think we've been there before. But I think what's important here is, I think, to create an environment, and I think this is something which people appreciated all along, was that we wanted to create an environment where people can actually stay on in West Bengal. You know, and I think that is something which is very appealing for them. We need to improve the education infrastructure. We need to arouse more and more aspirational levels. I think what in the past, I think there was insufficient aspirations in West Bengal. We need to actually double that. We need to create a greater degree of hunger for people to enrich themselves, to have greater degree of civic pride because they'd more or less given up everything. That sense of hopelessness which used to be there has to be broken. And I think that's how it is. So that's why the cockroaches and all that didn't get too much of a traction within West Bengal. There's, I'm not...
You're not certainly endorsing the term.
It's their self-description, isn't it?
Okay. I come to Kolkata at least once a year to host a session of young industrialists, particularly family businesses, their next generation, and this is usually off the camera, so you won't find it on any social media. Post the BJP government coming to power, that hasn't happened, but I am in touch with many of those people. And one thing I must say, Shopanda, is that all of them are far more upbeat about their hopes to grow their businesses. Now, they obviously don't talk specifics, but I guess there is a mood shift. But more important.
No, but I think it's important. You're quite right in saying there is a mood shift among people who, especially people who come from the business community. They are certainly very, very optimistic. They said, look, our energies, our impulses have been suppressed for a very long time. We want to give vent to those, our creativities. At the same time, I must tell you that there exists another section which says this is the worst thing that's happened to West Bengal. The so-called intelligentsia. They hate us.
Okay, and this was the dichotomy I wanted to pick up, but not from a political point of view. There's a dichotomy that central and state policies have now led to. Maybe that was not the intent, but you will agree with me that the dichotomy is that when it comes to rural labor, because of the welfare state expanding, because of free food, many other schemes, and there is dozens of schemes all across the country, rural labor force availability during peak seasons has been impacted across the country. Meanwhile, urban youth who are educated but will not work as farmhands, for example, continue to seek opportunity, of which not too many are there. How do you see this dichotomy being resolved? Because I think that is one of the foremost challenges for all state governments and particularly finance ministers who decide expenditure allocation and revenue collection priorities.
It's a monumental challenge. Because there are certain expectations, and with the expectations are coupled with a sense of entitlement. What you're seeing at various points in West Bengal, let me talk about the challenge in West Bengal. The challenge in West Bengal is how do you move from what was called a universal system of welfare to a means-tested system of need-based. Now that sounds very nice in a sort of in the dictionary of an economist, but you try and put that into practice, and you'll find that those who got deprived, despite the fact that they may not need it, will be the loudest in shouting.
Yes.
And this is precisely what's happening in parts of West Bengal. That if, just as you've cut out you've eliminated certain people from the radar of welfare, they are the ones who shout the most. So this is something which is going to be a problem at every level, and the more the demand is that you raise it at every point. So it's no longer linked to the fact that these are unemployment things or that these are people who need it. It's now become something which you get as a matter of right.
But
this is what has happened as a result of this is that some of the industries are experiencing labor shortages, huge labor shortages. And it's difficult, just as there were farm shortages at one time in northern India. You're getting the same sort of thing in industry here, despite the fact that at one level there is insufficient avenues of organized employment.
As finance,
so this paradox is something which we have to.
I follow that up. As finance minister, what is your view? How much more can the welfare state expand?
You see, as finance minister, I inherited what might be called an obscene amount of debt, public debt, 88 lakh crores of rupees. So the first thing was, how the hell are you going to repay this amount? So we've got to think of imaginative solutions to this. Maybe some off-budget approaches might be thing, which is again, politicians are not are very wary of taking any adopting financial strategies which are a little different from the rest. This is a problem. Our political class as a whole is very conservative in its approach. So that is an issue. So we have to get much more deregulation. We have to get much more privatization. We have to leverage our existing dead assets in a way to get the state budget in a healthy way. So state finances, public finances are not healthy at present. And if you can make it healthy, then you can create greater incentives. One of the problems in West Bengal we faced is that the previous government in its twilight days, they did something remarkably short-sighted and damaging. They not only ended all incentives which were given to industry, which I guess someone can do, but they did it with retrospective effect. So we are now burdened with a huge, and that cannot stand in law. I'm just telling you, it's bad in law. So as a result, sooner or later you're going to get courts awarding huge amounts. As it is, the courts have awarded huge amount to Tatas for the Singur fiasco. They've awarded a huge amount to Haldia Petrochemicals. So we are burdened with all this, and we've got to get the thing out. So any form of economic activity, doubled economic activity to go. I mean, raising taxes is a retrograde method. It's a completely, and I'm a committed believer in the Laffer curve, so I believe that lower the taxes, the more the concentrate on compliance more than anything else.
You're absolutely right, Finance Minister, that raising taxes would be retrograde. But what about rationalizing further? For example, GST, you are a member of the Federal GST Council. One round has already happened. What are your thoughts on what role GST rationalization could play in the future to further expand your agenda for the state?
Well, I haven't yet attended my first GST Council meeting, so I'm yet to...
Yes, we should not forget that this government is still sort of getting into the groove in many ways.
And so with even the GST has two particular aspects. There's the central GST and there's a state GST. And really the central GST modifying everything is a much more cumbersome process, and it has to have a unanimity, etc., etc. You know all the sort of complications therein. I think the biggest thing is that the simplification of GST is very important because it's become, in West Bengal, I've found this to be, it's become a lawyer's delight, number one, and number two, it's become the discretionary powers which should not ideally exist, still are vested in a lot of officers. And that, to my mind, is something you've got to end. And I would urge all the states, whichever they can, to say that focus on simplification and ending of all discretionary powers.
As we come to the end of this conversation, I want to relate another nugget from this edition. It's been many months of labor, and we looked at India's district, Finance Minister, which are manufacturing hotspots, and we identified, and the data was very interesting for Bengal. I'm sure you know of it, but for the benefit of our audience here, Murshidabad, and I don't know how many would connect, this is actually a global leader in human hair exports. So many of you might have thought Tirupati, but it's actually Murshidabad, and it's a specialized cluster. Is that the way to go for the Bengal of the future? What brands do you see being created under your government?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting approach. Build Bengal as the center of all exotic things. But I think somehow I'll give that a miss. And I mean, with all due respects to the hair trade of Murshidabad, I mean, it's like saying bring Bengali.
Well, at least there's no horse trade. You got such a mandate that you don't need to do any horse trade.
It's like saying that, Bengali mithai should be the biggest export of Bengal. I mean, nice thought, but let's actually move up the value chain a little bit. Let's move up the technology chain a little bit also. And let's bring our aspirations to a larger level. I think I would be, there is a problem with data centers. Let's have it. Data centers, the term is used very glibly, but the amount of water it consumes, the amount of power it consumes is something which we should make people think. And I hope alternative sources of power will come about. We at present have our power rates which are too exorbitant, and I think we need to have greater degree of open access. There were no laws. We are there in a statutory desert. We have to create those laws for every respect. So while the hair of Murshidabad is very enticing to various people, I think we should move on to other things. Yes, specialized things are there. Like, for instance, musical instruments, the string of that. There's a very interesting trade which goes on in that, which is suffering from plethora of Chinese imports. But there are small things like that. But let's move to the big things.
Well, we certainly hope that the state, not just for its people, but for the rest of India, moves ahead. As I let you go, I just want to take you back to where you started, the great past. Can Bengal hope to become a growth engine for India once again, of the kind and nature that it was once upon a time?
Well, we certainly hope so. We certainly want to. We are trying our best to at least inculcate that sense of tradition in the youth of Bengal, at least among the Bengalis, to say, look, you people too are not anti-business. You have a rich tradition, a heritage of business. I personally come from a business family. So I'm trying to tell that. And I think once that pride is inculcated, we hope we will see some results. And maybe if in the next 4 years we can register the highest growth rate in India, I think that pride will return.
That's a wonderful objective and aim that you have set for yourself. A round of applause for the Finance Minister of West Bengal. A task that is very, very tough, but I'm sure him, the Chief Minister of West Bengal, and all other colleagues will have their hands full. Shobhanda, as always, thank you very much for your time with us today.
CNES, Consciousness Social Media Super App, a platform that represents a revolutionary social media of connectivity to evolve humanity. The CNES journey begins with a structured self-assessment. Individuals and organizations evaluate their practices across key pillars of conscious leadership, governance, sustainability, and societal impact. CNES certification evaluates organizations across 6 pillars of responsible and purpose-driven business values: conscious leadership, human-centric value and team cohesion, products and services, customers and clients, community and conscious social impact, brand vision, and collaboration. CNES is built on a simple but powerful belief. By empowering individuals who prioritize conscious sustainability and human well-being, CNES is helping shape a new kind of ecosystem. An ecosystem where impact matters as much as success, where organizations are not only profitable, but purposeful, not only competitive, but conscious. The future belongs to those who lead with consciousness, those who build with integrity, those who create impact that truly matters. Welcome to CNES, where consciousness triumphs.
Trust built our legacy. Our vision architects what's next. Because Deloitte didn't stop at advising on technology, we chose to build it. Across India, we've imagined, engineered, and scaled platforms, labs, and ecosystems powering real-time decisions for governments, businesses, and communities alike, where AI is responsible, automation decisive, and data purposeful. What began as insight now drives outcomes, protecting lives, securing critical infrastructure, and advancing national priorities. Built with alliances, strengthened through co-innovation, seamlessly integrated across enterprises, across borders. With hundreds of assets created here, many setting global benchmarks, India isn't just adopting the future. India leads by design. This is technology at the ground level. Operating at scale. Built in India. Powered by Indian minds. Ready for the world.
हर शंभु गाओ रे, हरिद्वार में कुंभ सजे, श्रद्धा की डुबकी लगाओ रे। हर हर गंगे, हर हर गंगे, भस्म रमाए साधु चल रहे, गूंजे शिव के नाम। गंग किनारे दिव्य अलौकिक ओजस पूरा धाम। युगों युगों का पर्व ये पावन, मिलकर सभी मनाओ रे। हरिद्वार में कुंभ सजे, श्रद्धा की डुबकी लगाओ रे। हर हर गंगे गंगे, हर हर गंगे।
14 जनवरी 2027 से हरिद्वार में सजेगा आस्था, अध्यात्म और सनातन चेतना का विराट संगम। आइए इस दिव्य महापर्व के साक्षी बने।
From time to time, history introduces a life that quietly bridges two worlds. This is the story of Adipen Bose Nandiji, a visionary, a yogi, and a statesman and entrepreneur devoted to the awakening of human consciousness. With the guidance of spiritual masters from the ancient Siddha tradition of South India, Nandiji began a disciplined path of meditation, self-inquiry, and spiritual realization. He spent years immersed in contemplative practice, often meditating in solitude around the sacred mountain of Arunachala. Through this period of deep inner exploration, a powerful realization emerged. The next great evolution of humanity will not be technological, but conscious. Having spent over 3 decades in the United States, Nandiji's journey expanded beyond personal spiritual exploration into a global mission of service and leadership. From that realization arose a life dedicated not only to personal awakening, but to the upliftment of humanity. Nandiji went on to establish global initiatives centered on consciousness, unity, and conscious leadership. These include CNES, a pioneering digital platform that integrates technology with conscious leadership and community building. The Declaration of Consciousness Movement, a worldwide initiative promoting compassion, awareness, and human dignity. World Yogi Day, a global celebration of meditation and yogic wisdom. At the heart of Nandiji's work lies a simple yet transformative message. When consciousness expands, humanity evolves. CNES, Consciousness Social Media Super App, a platform that represents a revolutionary social media of connectivity to evolve humanity. The CNES journey begins with a structured self-assessment. Individuals and organizations evaluate their practices across key pillars of conscious leadership, governance, sustainability, and societal impact. CNES certification evaluates organizations across 6 pillars of responsible and purpose-driven business values: conscious leadership, human-centric value and team cohesion, products and services, customers and clients, community and conscious social impact, brand vision, and collaboration. CNES is built on a simple but powerful belief. By empowering individuals who prioritize conscious sustainability and human well-being, CNES is helping shape a new kind of ecosystem. An ecosystem where impact matters as much as success, where organizations are not only profitable, but purposeful, not only competitive, but conscious. The future belongs to those who lead with consciousness, those who build with integrity, those who create impact that truly matters. Welcome to CNES, where consciousness triumphs.
Uttarakhand, Legal Solutions Partner White and Brief, Celebration Partner Awad Glassware and Zoya Glassware. I hope all of you are feeling charged up right after lunch for the next session, because I promise this is going to be super interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, we move forward to our next session now, and this one is titled The New Bureaucratic India's Food Needs. From what we eat to how it reaches our plates, food safety is becoming a critical public health and governance challenge. Our next speaker is being seen as a symbol of uncompromising public health administration in India. Please put your hands together to welcome our next speaker, IAS Officer Tukaram Munde, Maharashtra's Food and Drug Administration's Commissioner, who has captured national attention for launching aggressive and unsparing crackdown on food safety violations. To take the conversation forward, I have Preeti Chaudhary with us on the stage, Managing Editor for India Today Television. Please put your hands together for Tukaram Munde.
Ladies and gentlemen, the applause can be way warmer. We have in the house someone who's a lot more than just an internet sensation. He has broken the mold of what we know as a and he hates the word, he told me. Merko babu nahi bulana, merko bureaucrat nahi bulana, I'm a civil servant. But he's broken the mold of what we've known has been the traditional, complacent, lazy babu bureaucracy. You have broken that mold, sir.
I don't agree with whatever nomenclatures and adages you are giving, because basically we are public servants, civil servants. So maybe that is a pejorative term, and it's high time that we should do away with it.
Well, you know, you are changing it, because what you've really done, you've broken that mold, you've completely challenged the stereotype of how at least India has perceived bureaucracy in this country. What you are setting, sir, and you hate the word bureaucracy, but I will say it, a new template for bureaucracy as we race to India at 100, where, you know, this is what a bureaucrat, babu, civil servant needs to sound like, feel like, speak like, talk like, act like.
See, I think it's not me. We as civil servants are trained for this, and we are meant for this. So when we are inducted in the service, we take oath of the Constitution, and we have to abide by the constitutional principles, philosophies, value, and practice it till whatever role we are assigned to throughout our career. So I would be very last person to say that I am the one who has broken it. No, we are trained for that. Our mindset is like that. Maybe some may succeed, some may not succeed, some may like, some may not like. But that's what our role is. Being a public servant, we are accountable directly or indirectly to the people. And being in either a policy execution or a policy making, because at IAS, we perform multiple roles. As we go as senior, at secretary level, we are helping in formulation of policies also. And at field level, we execute it also. So it's our constitutional duty and obligation to implement, frame and implement policies which take public interest at a higher level, make it work, make the mandate work, and whatever field, because being IS, I have worked in, say, tribal areas, I have worked in education, I have worked in health, I have worked in AIDS control, right now I'm in food and drug administration, I have worked in taxation. So we fly across sectors, and that is the beauty of this service, that we are able to learn and contribute in multiple ways. And I am happy that being a public servant, I am able to contribute little bit for the development.
You know, for those of you who have been maybe sitting under a rock, Tukaram Munde Sahab has taken over as the FDA Commissioner just 3 months ago. And in just a short time of 3 months, he's become the center of public adulation, I would say, and political unease as well. His you're trending where social media is concerned. He has 2 million followers on Instagram. He directly speaks to the people every day. Between 4 to 5 is a public sabha, where you look at and you hear grievances from the public, whatever their issues are, and you speak to them directly, which is very rare, sir. So The reason why I say that you've become an unusual public hero for doing your job is because the country today is at a point where we had given up hope on our bureaucracy. It was a system that wouldn't change, couldn't change. We were just looking the other way. Babu to babu ye. You've changed that.
I think I'll put it in a different way. You should not give up hope on bureaucracy or somebody else. You should give up hope on yourselves. I mean, I may sound a little blunt, but that's the reality. Because it's not one, we have a syndrome called NIMBY syndrome. I call it a NIMBY syndrome, not in my backyard. Something else, somebody else has to do it for me. We always expect that the other person, the other institution, the other system will take care of it for you. But when are we going to ask the question, if not me, who else can? That has the philosophy as an individual, as an institution, as a society. And if we start doing that, I think we will not be needed to ask this question to giving up hope. If you are giving up hope on institution, you may call it Babu bureaucracy, what I call is a public service, then you are giving up everything. Because institutions matter, individuals should not matter much. Yes, individuals do make contribution, but what will make lasting impact is institution, whether it's a parliament, whether it's a press, whether it's a legislature, whether it's a judiciary, whether it's civil services. These are all institutions. And they need to transform themselves as the time needs, looking into the future. Now, if you are giving up on one institution after another, you are giving up ultimately on individuals who are making that institutions. So at societal level, if you are saying that in India, we are giving up on bureaucracy, it means you are giving up on executive, the permanent executive, which is not going to be a good thing. And I believe that we need to really look at the approach through which we lead our lives.
But Munde Saab, we need inspiration for that. As the people of this country who have seen one Tukaram Munde, we've seen one Ashok Khemka. But we have been jaded by a bureaucracy that has just refused to stand up and perform. They've been corrupt for us, they've been complacent for us. And what has been the biggest issue is that we become indifferent to a bureaucracy in this country, that it just didn't matter going to them. So when I say you've become a public person's hero today, you're doing your job. That's all you're doing. But with it, what you're doing is you're setting the template for the future where you finally ignited hope in the middle class and the people of this country that change is possible. And that's huge, sir.
So let's look at this way. Let's step back a little. 1991 reforms. Who all led? Yes, of course, Prime Minister, the then Finance Minister. Of course, it's a political leadership which gives the vision. Elections. Name comes TN Session. I can go on and on and on where the system has worked. Again, I'm talking about system, not an individual. I can name many. So it's not giving up hope of a particular individual. It's a system. Now, when we work as a public servant, in whatever capacity, because politicians also a public servant, civil service is also a public servant, and when we are framing a public policy and implementing a public policy which affects everybody, while framing public policy, we are actually envisioning something which will happen, likely to happen, may happen in the future, maybe 10 years, 20 years, 50 years down the line. Now, that's the toughest job on the earth, because you have to analyze, make assumptions, create scenarios, and choose on that. Now, it may succeed, it may not succeed, because there are multiple players at in the game. And if they play this way, the scenario may differently change. Now, given that situation, what has happened since independence? As per the need, there has been changes in the system. And these changes have been definitely inculcated in civil services also, public service also. Pre-91 and post-91 is a big difference. It's a big difference. It's a reform. Earlier it was a license Raj. Now it is basically stakeholder which are working. So centricity of public is there. And that's where you pointed out that I meet people during 4 to 5 every day. So that's a connect with the people, and it's a practice I have been doing it since I joined the service, not now. So I believe that if public servant or civil servant is to serve in a public space, so who am I serving? Each and every individual. See, if I do not know or do not meet them, do not connect with them, how would I know what are the issues? What are they facing? And if I do not know whether my solution will be in the white or not. Now, there are ways and means by which we get feedback through officers, through media, through representation. But this goes further away, actually at the stakeholder, connecting with them, listening from them is a first-hand information. So that feedback is very, very crucial for what we call good governance. And this good governance is critical. If that is to take place, we cannot do in white, it has to be with the people.
But Munde Saab, the others before you haven't done so. And I just want to take our viewers through. He's been, like I said, 3 months in office. In 3 months, out of 9,000 complaints on the portal, you've been able to solve 8,000 of them. You have seized spurious stuff worth 55 crores. I think it's even gone over 55 crores now. You have conducted 15,000 raids. That is, how many raids a day, sir, do you do?
I think your numbers are quite exaggerated. I'll give you the numbers. Numbers are like this. By 31st of July,
right.
We had inspected more than 3,000
okay, not 13,000
inspections. Around 55,000 crore worth goods were seized.
55,000 crores
No,
worth.
55 crore, not 55.
55
crores. Licenses of FBOs and other things were, I think 165 have been suspended. More than 750 improvement notices were given. And there are multiple actions. But this is basically our job. I don't think we just go by numbers. What is, I think, will be more important is the outcome. The outcome is more important. The objective of regulator, like us as a Food and Drug Administrator, is that we have to be able and ensure that the food and drug which is consumed by person, whether in the village or in the metropolis or megapolis like Mumbai and Delhi, has to be safe, efficacious, standard. That's the outcome we are expecting. That's actually output, and the outcome is healthy people. So that's the goal. I mean, that's the level at which you have to think and work accordingly and strategize accordingly. So that's what we are trying to do.
I'm doing the math, and that's 20 raids in a day.
Possibly. I have not done that, but that's just raids. But there are other actions.
Are you making your team work overtime?
Absolutely not.
No, it's not, because there are, there's word coming in that tell me if it's true or not.
Yeah.
That a huge number of people have taken voluntary retirement ever since you were made the commissioner.
No,
of
not
FDA.
huge. Maybe 1 or 2. Not
they
more
have
than
taken.
that.
So
1 or 2.
So 1 or 2 people have taken voluntary retirement.
Yeah.
What about the 29 officials? And tell me if I'm right or wrong. In Chhatrapati Shambhaji Nagar said ke bahut kaam karate hain. Saturday, Sunday को बुलाते हैं, 2 shift कराते हैं, public holidays भी नहीं छोड़ रहे हमारे लिए.
There was a complaint that the employees in the lab at Chhatrapati Shambhaji Nagar had written to Honorable Minister, and I have seen that complaint. Their complaint was that they should be given the earlier time, which was 10 to 6. And they should be treated as at par with other offices. Now the problem with this stand is that it is a lab, not an office. It's a laboratory. So laboratory has to work as per the laboratory norms. So laboratory works 24/7. It doesn't mean that employee has to work 24. What it means is employee has to work 8 hours a day, not more than that. But there will be shifts. So we have started 2 shifts. Because earlier when I joined, one of the grievances or the feedback was that samples are pending, those are not on time. Even if we inspect and there are samples pending, what do we do with that? It doesn't make any difference. Because
and you also said that food samples now need to be inspected in the first 24 hours?
No. There is a guideline, generally within 14 days.
Okay.
Is that by the time you receive the sample in the lab, within 40 days it has to be checked. And if it is not possible, then you have to take more time, but you can do that.
So 2 shifts your staff works in now?
In lab, but each staff works only for 1 shift, not 2 shifts.
1 shift. Chutti wutti milta hai? Saturday, Sunday mil raha hai?
No, Saturday is not there. 6 days a week. Sunday milta hai unko.
Sunday.
So 1 week holiday will be there. During the week, not more than 48 hours. So we are following all the labor laws. So there is no compromise on that. Absolutely.
So public holiday वगैरह सब मिल रहा है?
No, 6 days a week. It's a lab. Days. Please understand, it's a lab.
Okay. Yeah. No, I understand. It's a lab. What you also say very casually is that this is your job, you have to do it, you shrug your shoulders. But integrity, as seen in India, sir, where civil servants are concerned, integrity comes at grave public cost, personal costs, I beg your pardon. That personal cost you have paid by being transferred 25 times in 21 years. You have not been, and I just want to add that he has accumulated more accolades. So look at the irony. He's been awarded way more times, and some of the biggest awards in the country have gone to Tukaram Mundeji, the biggest awards. Yet, he has been transferred 25 times in his 21-year tenure till date. Usually the term is 3 years. He has not completed a single term wherever he has been posted. That personal cost you've paid, sir.
You have to understand the rules of the game. And the rules of the game are very clear. Once you enter a public service, there are rules. And here the rule is that it's the government who has the authority to transfer an officer. Now, when, how, where, that question I cannot answer, but it's for the government to decide where they can get my best services, where they can post me, is their authority. So I'll not be able to comment on that. If it is a personal cost, because I voluntarily, I was not forced to come in this service. I chose this service, so I abide by all the rules, whether I agree or do not agree. Now, whether it's a personal cost, yes, there are difficulties in it. It's not easy. I would say that much. But what is ultimately, then I ask a question, if this is the game, these are the rules, if I am abiding by that, I have agreed, I have a contract with me and the government saying that I have entered and these are rules I abide by, should I think about that, or should I think that given time and place, what I can contribute or what I can make a difference in the lives of the people?
What has been your shortest tenure?
So
how many months?
No. I mean, I have been posted and posted out before joining also. So
posted in and posted out?
Yeah.
Same day?
Not same day, but before joining, maybe whatever.
Before joining, you've been posted out?
Yeah.
Where?
Multiple times it has happened.
That's you don't want to talk about.
I mean, I don't like to discuss that issue at all. I mean, that's not an issue to be discussed.
Your family would want to discuss it. Your kids would have been going to
in the beginning,
a new
we used to
school every
discuss.
year.
We left discussing this issue far way back.
What does your wife have to say? What do your kids have to say? मतलब वो स्कूल जाते हैं कहते हैं यार 6 महीना मैक्स है.
Yes, that was the thinking till we came to Mumbai. And before that, my son had to change school every year till he came the 5th standard in Mumbai when I was shifted in 2019, I believe. After that, they have been staying. So they are happy after that because he can make friends in the school, one school. So earlier than it was not possible because he started, I think, his senior KG in Mumbai. Then went on to Solapur. From there, he went to Mumbai. From there to Pune, then to Nasik, and then to Mumbai. This was his travel till 5th standard. So it has definitely has an effect on him. He could not make friends. It does affect family. It affected my better half also. Because when we started working, and then immediately I got transferred, so that has also to be changed. So it affects. But then the question is, if I want to be a public servant, if I have decided that this is my role and this I have taken the path the way I have taken, so whatever comes with it, we have to take it.
And
we cannot expect a cake and eat it too.
And your family has to accept it.
Absolutely.
And this is the side that we don't see, and this is the personal cost of it all, because you are one of the most decorated and feted yet.
You might have seen that I'm a little forthright, maybe sometimes sounding some people that I'm arrogant. Because it's a very thin line being forthright.
The High Court has very strong observations on your arrogance, sir.
When I was engaged.
When you were engaged to your wife now. Yeah.
So I had told all this was possible. So that was the
prenup that you signed.
That was the
6 महीने में तबादला हो सकता है. There will be no bribes that will be coming in at home.
So all these conditions were known to her before marrying.
So you
so
signed
she
a
has
prenup.
also accepted it.
So you signed a prenup before. Okay, ये सब होगा. But I will ask you, because we are talking about the personal cost that bureaucrats like you, civil servants that you'd rather be called, like you pay. I want to ask you, in your 21 tenure, there cannot be that you haven't been threatened, that you haven't been offered a bribe. I do know for a fact that in your first field posting in Solapur, there was an attempt on your life.
Bribes, no. Not even
Till 21 years, nobody said?
No. Threats, yes. Not in the first posting. I was trained in, I have worked twice in Solapur district because we have first appointment, you are trainee. So you are for 1 year in a district under guardianship of a district collector. So that was the first one. The first posting is assistant collector. So I was posted again in Deglur in Nanded, assistant collector, what we call SDMs, assistant collector. And I had taken actions against sand mafia.
Sand mafia, yes.
There was a sand because it's a bordering state with other Andhra, now Telangana part. And there is a Godavari river there. So I had taken on them and other issues also. So I had received a letter, I think 2 months during my tenure, saying that, because at that point in time, though Naxalite had gone, but it was some part of that, Kinwat part, that area, the so-called Naxalites earlier used to exist, way back before. Showcasing that we are Naxalites and don't indulge with us, otherwise this letter was written in a red ink, and saying that otherwise your blood will spill on this, so back out of this. Now whether it was true or not, I don't know, but that letter was there. So that was the first encounter with threat way back in 2007.
And then there was an attempt on your life.
There was an attempt when I was collector in Solapur in 2016.
What happened?
I was actually on a visit to Taluka. I always go to the fields. I take reviews at the district level or Taluka level. And I saw a truck carrying sand. So I chased it out. My vehicle went in front of, I took in front of that truck. And I had instructed my driver that try to stop but be ready to race it, because we know the possibility that he may try to just barge on us. So that's what he tried. So we were able to further, but we stopped and ultimately the further action was taken.
And you came back to work the next day?
No, same. I continued because I had to go into meeting. I reached the Taluka place and I took the meeting.
You did, you took the meeting
Of
and
course,
you came
of
back.
course.
Ladies and gentlemen, that deserves a really warm applause, because there are very few who actually put their life on the line. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now let me ask you the question that you only broached, that some people call me arrogant. The Bombay High Court is very fond of you. And the reason why it's very fond of you is, I'll just give the last couple of rulings. One, that Tukaram Munde साहब पहले गोली मारते हैं, फिर questioning करते हैं. They use a sword, he uses a sword to swat a fly or to swat a mosquito. They asked you that why is it, Tukaram Munde ji, that you only raid private establishments. The next day, the Bombay High Court canteen was raided. So there is, do you like it? Do you like the fact that I will challenge you? You have something to say?
No, I challenge myself, nobody else.
Why did you raid the Bombay High Court canteen? I want to know the story behind that.
I'll tell you. I think there was a hearing actually. In the hearing there was a discussion. I was not present. Of course my lawyer and my officers were present. Government pleader was present there. I got a call after the hearing from government pleader, and she briefed me that during the hearing the questions were raised whether you are taking action against only private or you are taking action against the establishment of government and semi-government. We have the data to back it up. And in that course of interaction, it says that have you inspected Mantralaya canteen? So we had already done that. So then have you inspected or visited High Court canteen also, which we had not done. So I said we have not done that, but we have done this one. So High Court expects that it should be visited. Well, fine. Next day my team goes and finds it out, whatever it is there.
And what did you find out, sir?
Oh, I think there are 3 canteens. 1 or 2 were found which were not licensed at all.
So in the High Court, there were 2 canteens which were running without a license.
Yeah.
The other thing that one of the courts have said it, that Munde Sahab, this is India.
Yeah.
These are realities of India. एक दो मच्छर, एक दो cockroach अगर होता है kitchen में, आप बंद कर देते हो. And this is, I'll tell you why, Munde Saab, this is something that a lot of restaurateurs in Mumbai who have now approached the court. Because they are saying, अरे warning तो दो, सीधा आप suspend कर देते हो, license revoke कर देते हो, एक graded warning तो दो, हम अपना अभी clean up our act.
So if you are saying in jest, I can answer in jest, and if you want a serious answer, I can give a serious answer. So.
Which one do you guys want?
Okay, fine. See, look at it this way. There is a law. The laws are Indian, they are not foreign. They are made for Indian conditions. So it's not applicable outside India, or it's not that while making the law and the regulation, the Indian conditions were not taken into consideration. They were. They are made at national level. There are committees, subcommittees, deliberations were there. And these regulations, there are scientists are there, and experts from that field are called for deliberations and discussions. Then it is put up in public domain. Comments are sought, and after that the regulations are issued. So there is a whole lot of process goes on into making up these regulations. If you see 2011, this act started implementation. In food sector, we had 22 regulations as on today. With Food Safety and Standard Authority of India does. So in this last, almost since 2011 to this time, there are only 22 regulations. This much time it has taken over a period of time, different regulations. Because as we go, new regulations will come, maybe some will be modified. So these laws are Indian, they are made for Indian condition, taking into considerations the conditions. जो mosquito होंगे नहीं होंगे, we know what is tropical country, what will happen, they also know it. So it's not as if the laws are for white, that's one thing. Indian situation is taken into consideration.
So the classic, थोड़ा adjust तो कर लीजिए मुंडे साहब.
I'll come to that.
Indian kitchen
So agreed. The point that, I don't know, because that's not in the order, maybe during interaction it happened, that interaction, I am told by many, and this question asked by many. So we don't suspend license just for one mosquito or two mosquito. So what we do is, there are plethora of things we inspect. There is what is called regulations regarding, Schedule 4 is there in regulations, about a restaurant or any manufacturer or food, what they have to do. For restaurant and hotels industry, which is in what we call hotel, restaurant, eatery, HRE, how the kitchen should be, what should be made of, how it should operate, all these guidelines are there. So we inspect all that. And based on the findings, the facts, that report is submitted by the food safety officer to the designated officer, which is one level up, assistant commissioner.
So you're saying there are rules and rules need to be followed.
Yes, and once that is there, if in that report the findings are that it is unsafe, it will lead to unsafe food, which is going to affect the health of a person adversely.
License suspended.
In that case only, in that forthwith license is suspended, and that provision in the act itself.
You've spoken about this before, but I just want to ask you again. How is it that you took charge of the FDA as FDA commissioner, but you trained your eyes on restaurants? Was it true that you found analog paneer where you went to a restaurant for dinner?
See, that's what I can, media amnesia.
No, I'm asking. That's why
I'm telling
asking.
you. My first actions were against prohibited items. Gutka is banned in Maharashtra.
Color gutka, I know, I was reading up.
So we started with that. And gutka
is also why suddenly now you have Shah Rukh Khan, Ajay Devgan, Tiger Shroff, all on notice because took out.
But that's prohibited. This regulation exists since 2019.
Fair point.
So it's either surrogate ad or misleading ad are not allowed, because that is going to influence not only by anybody but even on the packets.
So first was prohibition of
that's what we started.
Prohibited items.
Then we came to hotel restaurant eateries. Then we went to dairies, milk and milk products. Then we went to schools. So sector by sector we are adding. It's not something why this is a priority, because this I think prioritize prohibited. That is the first priority. I did not go to hotel first. So prohibited and we started with. Because maybe it is not very media savvy. It was not picked up. It was picked up in Maharashtra very well, because it is affecting the people. They are consuming. If a prohibited item is available, we have to act, and we have to act.
And that's why, Munde Saab, you've become, like I said, the centerpiece of public adulation. But along with that, you've also been the centerpiece of political unease. And there is not a single political party, I was going through his history, that in very Gen Z terms, you haven't pissed off. You have upset the Congress, he's upset the NCP, he's upset the BJP, where a very senior leader from the BJP wrote directly to the PMO to get you removed as the CEO of Smart Cities Nagpur. So you've upset everyone.
I don't know whether I upset anybody. I'll upset which is illegal, which is not in the public interest. I have a very simple philosophy, and I have framed right in the beginning because when I started my public career, of course, decision I made then, there were questions. So there were questions inside me also. Am I treading the right path? Way back in 2006-7, I believe, when I just entered the services. Because there were certain repercussions of particular action I had taken. And then I was asking whether this is the right path. If I have done right thing, why is it happening to me? Why so? And then there was a lot of rumination, internally, almost around 24 hours after that event, because it was a horrible event. The things had turned for worst. It was my just probation, not even first posting. During the probation, Solapur days, in 2006-7, when I was on training. And when during that training, what happens, we are given charge of as a SDO, as a chief officer municipality, as a BDO. And during that one of the tenures, these things that happened, turned ugly. I had to face multiple challenges, including a breach of privilege motion at that point in time.
Yes.
Yeah. I had to face some actions, people going to police station and filing FIRs, trying to file FIRs against me.
The mayor of Nagpur?
No, that was way later on. But that was way back 2006, and we are talking about 2020. So I have history where 2006.
So you have history from 2006 to 20.
So at that point in time, I ruminated a lot, and then I had to ask questions. Am I doing the right thing? Am I treading the right path? Or am I making some mistakes? And after rumination, I came to a conclusion.
Can
This
I
is
stop
the
you?
right
Can
path.
I stop you? Was he treading the right path?
And that is what I decided that I'll trade this part, come what may, whatever the price may be. And that's what I'm trying. I don't know whether I'm successful, right or wrong, but I think my intentions are clear, my objective is clear, and I'm trying to trade that path. Yes, trading any path, choosing other way also would have its pros and cons. This also has a pros and cons. But the question is, how does it affect the society at large? Because being a public servant, once I get into service, yes, my life is in that way settled. You have got your salary, both is not an issue for you now. Your family is, if not very luxurious, you are comfortably living. That is already taken care of. Once you do that, and if you are a public servant, what is my role? That's the question I ask as a public servant. And if my role is to contribute for the betterment of the society, should I trade that part or should I compromise on that part? That was the question I ruminated upon. And the answer I got is I should trade this part, whatever the cost may be. Maybe sometimes it is less or more, whatever it is. That's a choice, and that's a choice I made. And I don't think I regret anything of that today.
Just last week, he was walking through a public meeting. He got a 15-minute applause from the people who were there. 15-minute applause. You worked with 3 chief ministers. Three from Congress, 3 from BJP. I won't name them, but do you have a favorite in terms of who's been a great administrator?
Everybody is my favorite.
That's a political response. Political response.
No, absolutely not. It's not a political.
Everyone's your favorite. The ones who said suspended you, not suspended you, who?
I'll tell you why. See, chief minister is elected by the people, indirectly. They elect representatives, they in turn elect. So in a way, he is representing the will of the people. So whenever, whatever decision he is taking, that is the will of the people, that is understood that way. So I may agree with some principles privately or before decision is made, but once in a public policy, in a democracy, what is expected, once a decision is made, you have to abide by it. So that's how democracy works. Otherwise, democracy will be turned into anarchy.
So they were all your favorite?
So all my favorites. So I may agree with certain decision, I may not agree with that as a private person. But as a civil servant, I am bound to implement that, whatever the decision, public policy decision once is made. So before making decisions, I may have something to do, I'll say something, right? I may say that, yes, I do agree with this, I do not agree with this, this can be done this way, but ultimately, once decision is made, I am bound to implement that. So, favorite, if you say, personally, I may have somebody. I may like somebody's style, I may not like somebody's style. Same way, people may like my style or not like my style. So they have to abide by whatever is the law and I have to implement
Sir,
it.
people are loving your style. You're a stickler for time. We've just run out of time. If you allow me, 3 questions very quickly I'll ask you. You talk about being a public servant. You are one. You're doing an exemplary job of it. Ever thought of politics?
No way.
Iske baad maybe that's also public service?
Yeah, I agree. So, but it has its own requirements.
What are requirements for politics?
See,
Public service?
I'm a forthright person, very open-hearted, outspoken. I don't know whether politics likes this
But
kind
sir,
of...
that's what's needed. You broke the mold for, you hate the world of the Indian Babu. You can do it as a politician. You can be a forthright, honest politician.
If I'm good at one thing, I should continue with it.
Yes, I agree. How is it at home? Do you have people home for dinner often? Do you do surprise raids in the kitchen? Is your cook sick of you?
Now in Maharashtra, in Marathi, there is a joke or meme going on in WhatsApp and social media nowadays. So the joke goes this way. It's in Marathi. I'll just translate in rough English. Saying that a homemaker or a better half asks her husband that call Tukaran Munde for a dinner and ask him to inspect the kitchen so that it will be closed down so I don't have a work. That's the meme going around in Maharashtra. It's actually going on.
The prenup you made your wife sign, did she, the prenup in engagement that you made your wife sign, ke kuch bhi, this is the life I will lead, did she add in it, as long as it's not my kitchen? Do whatever you want to do outside, but nothing in my kitchen.
That discussion did not turn up at that point in time, but I think nowadays it turns up.
Now it turns up. Is your son, who you said, even off stage, he hasn't said it for what he said. He said that his son struggled because you're changing schools every 6 months, a young child, and to be a parent of a child who's struggling is difficult to watch. And yet, keeping up with what your public duties are. Is he happy today to see his father at 2 million followers on Instagram being called the Nayak, the anti-hero of bureaucracy? Because you're too uncompromising to be a hero and too straightforward to be a villain. You've come in as this...
See, every kid loves their parents. They look up to the parents as their heroes, mother, father, who are loved ones. Same is the case with me. But I think they have learned too many things at the early age also. I still remember when I was posted out of Nagpur, because I was a municipal commissioner for COVID first wave. And after first wave, or maybe towards the end of first wave, I was posted out. And there was a huge gathering outside my residence who had wanted to see of me. Actually, they were protesting, you should not go. That video is still...
people sitting in front of your car?
Yeah. It is still there.
Those pictures.
It is still there on the media. And he was so happy that, yes, you are doing that. And after that, I was waiting, kept on waiting for the posting. So immediately after the hype, there was a downside. So he has gone through all this, both my son and my daughter. I have 2 kids.
Yes.
So both had gone through that. So I think these things, that one day you may be at the top, other day you may be down, but then you have to be resilient to cope up with that. They are learning, and I take it that way because these difficult times for them might have taught them resilience, and I'll be happy for that. I cannot compensate for whatever they had lost in a childhood, but
sir, they've learned resilience from the best, because I think to see
I
your
believe
resilience...
I believe so. They are coping very well.
Last 2 questions. Your kids, do they show you... Last two. Do they show you memes? Reels, memes, do they show you?
Nowadays, there's quite a lot.
You're on Instagram.
It is quite
खुद ही देख लेते हो?
My son, because for the first time, he says that, Dad, in my school, everybody talks about you, not about me. So my teachers are saying thank you. And when the school order I had issued about compliance of balanced diet in the children in the school, so there again they were asking, why your dad is doing this to us? That's not something fair. But it was for a few days. Now teachers are there, everybody is there, they are supporting, parents are there.
Do you have a favorite meme? Do you respond to people who tag you, Tukaram ji, ye dekhiye mere cockroach hai mere khane mein?
I think it is coming from some meme now. No, I don't respond, but I think that whatever comes my way, whatever I see, and if there is an issue, I try to tackle it.
You try to tackle it. I'm going to ask you one final question before we close this. You're just 3 months in your posting, only 3 months. Everyone loves you, but you've ruffled enough feathers.
Sorry?
You know, everyone loves you, but you've ruffled enough feathers as well. One question I would ask you, do you think you will last your first term out of 3 years as Maharashtra FDA Commissioner?
If government wishes, I can last.
If government?
Yeah, of course, it's the authority of the government. It's a government decides or no posting. I don't decide about my posting.
Do you think it will happen this time?
Sorry?
Do you think it will happen this time?
I don't know, ma'am. But what I expect, whatever tenure, I don't look at the tenure, how much time I am going to get. What I look at is, and I was asked this question when I had joined by a journalist, when I took a press conference, what would you want, if at all, you want to achieve in this posting, whatever tenures? And my answer to that, and I still stand by that answer, is that if if I am able to contribute that in small way, whatever possible way, if demanding safe food and standard food becomes a public or mass movement in India, I think that will be the achievement, and we need to move in that direction rather than just demanding so-called tasty or spicy food.
Mr. Munde, does your social media profile help you with that? Because then you see such a flood of public support that even if some neta is angry with you, will be forced to say he's doing a good job.
I don't know about what is the reaction, because in this posting in particular, I have been spoken very well, including public representatives. Everybody is applauding, everybody is saying you are doing a good job. That's what a feedback till date I have in this posting. Maybe that much or not. Earlier also there people were saying in private also you are doing a good job. But this posting has gone to some other level. So my only take on this is that because many things on social media we do it because it's a forward culture. And forward culture doesn't work in real life.
Real doesn't work in real.
We have to be realistic, and if we want to make a change, we have to move physically, mentally, and intellectually. We have to put in an effort. So if we want, as a society something, as a nation something, we, all of us, will have to move in that direction. That's what I would say.
Ladies and gentlemen, please raise a warm applause from Mr. Tukaram Munde. Thank you, sir. He comes to Delhi where there's a hashtag going, bring Tukaram to Delhi.
Thank you so much. Warm round of applause. May I please request you to stay back on stage while I request Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the real Singham in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Munde. Thank you so much for that very interesting, engaging conversation. Thank you, Preeti, and thank you so much, Mr. Munde, for being with us on this special forum. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move forward to our next session. This is titled Building the Cities of Tomorrow. Remember, India is at the cusp of one of the world's biggest urban transformations. As millions move to the cities, the challenge is also to build smarter, sustainable, and economically vibrant urban centers. From greenfield cities and industrial corridors to integrated townships and transit-led development, India's urban landscape is being reimagined in every which way possible. This session will explore what will it take to build cities that are livable, resilient, and globally competitive as well. For this session, please put your hands together for our next speaker, Akash Ohri, the MD of DLF Home Developers. And to chair this session, we have Shel Bhatnagar, Chief Analyst and Editor for Markets on Business Today.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Most of us grew up with a lovely phrase which said, roti, kapda aur makan. Roti ki baat thodi der pehle hui, ab zara makan par dhyan dete hain. A warm round of applause for Mr. Akash Ohri. He's the Managing Director for DLF Homes, a place of abundant abundance. There's magnolia, there is dahlia, there is camellia, and there are so many other things, ladies and gentlemen, which we only read about but are unable to afford. The man there is Mr. Ohri. He's making all the money that those transactions yield for DLF. Mr. Ohri, for common people like us, what is the way forward in terms of urbanizing? Is India prepared? I believe we urbanize at about 1% of our population each year. Are we ready?
So first, you start investments early, then you catch up, and then you will make money. That is the only mantra of real estate, is you just get in at the inception, and then of course real estate kind of works like that. And my favorite phrase is that it's in our DNA, so it's not far away from any Indian, you know. But to answer your other question, I was reading a McKinsey report, and you know, the urban centers today, there is going to be, and this was 2008, published in 2008, that by 2030. So they said at that point in time, it's going to go from 340 million to about 580 million. Now, urbanization is inevitable. You know, it's the development which is a choice as to how we kind of do this. Because today, when you look at it with the kind of migration that is happening, on one hand, we are talking about India being a trillion economy. On the other hand, we only have 6 metros to talk about. So I feel how this is going to work is that, yes, there will be a certain set of people who live there, but they will also have to have these satellite feeder units with strong mobility and great infrastructure for people to move in and out. And I think that is something that when we talk about the world, we talk about the world so fondly. I'm talking about the developed world. Primarily what happens there is good infrastructure. And that's what Absolutely. Has been able to kind of drive those economies. And if you see, that is for for people like you and me. So I feel that that is something that is required, and it has become a necessity going forward.
Okay. Mr. Ohri, and this is a common expression as also experienced with all of us in this room, as also outside of the room. Indians have very, very clean homes. A bit, even the societies are a little cleaner. But roads and other infrastructure are in a complete mess in major cities in India. How do you think this public-private partnership in the case of DLF, which has done such a magnificent work in Gurgaon, are likely to go ahead? What's the game plan here? What's the timetable? Is it even possible?
No, so it's possible because public-private partnerships, whether you see around the world, I'm talking about private developments like Hudson Yard, or you have the Canary Wharf in UK, or you have private developments in Singapore, PPP model. All of this is possible. I mean, you see it right in our backyard. If you see how we made the Raghavendra Marg in DLF city, which is connecting the highway to our part of the town. And that runs, it is on a PPP. And
even the private metro network within Gurgaon is a part of DLF's own effort.
We started that way back, and I remember having, that was a very good pitch for, at one point in time when I was pitching for the President's Cup, the Golf President's Cup, and way back in 2014-15. Yes, I feel what happens is that, you're talking about whether things can happen. I'm saying a situation like this exists in the country. Why can't that be a role model? We have underpasses. Thankfully, we make arrangements for them to drain out at intervals. The road and everything else is maintained. it's managed. So I feel that, look, urban infrastructure is something that there has to be a political will for something like this to happen. We have to plan our cities almost, if not 100, but definitely 30 to 50 years ahead. Because the way the growth is happening, and you can't stop real estate because it's, as I said to you when I started, it's part of our DNA. So whether it's you, whether it's anybody else, when we were growing up, the first thing that our grandparents told us is get a roof, get your own roof over your head, right? Now it doesn't matter where, but what is critical is right now is that how is that going to, how is the resultant infrastructure going to support that? You know, you have, you look at international cities, public spaces, you have infrastructure, you have clean air and water. We have started to take all of that for granted, you know, and the unclean part, I mean. So what happens is that there is a responsibility, and I think that that there has to be a certain strong governance, like you heard the gentleman, Mr. Munde before me. Well, you have to drive that, and there is no other way to do this.
So, for the benefit of our audience, tell us what exactly is the missing link. I mean, you buy a 271 crore property in one of the units at DLF, and then you come out of the society and there is, you know, tons of garbage which hasn't been picked up. It's not as if that taxes have not been cut. It's not as if that contracts have not been farmed out. Yet, it does not happen. So who's dropped the baton? Sorry, who's dropped the baton in terms of not getting that stuff picked up?
Well, I think it is just basic apathy, if you ask me. I mean, the baton's not been dropped. You look at these havens of excellence, and you know, you talk about these rates. Everybody looks at them with awe, but please understand why you've got, you know, hundreds of acres of a green lung that overlooks it. You're protecting those forests. You have sewage treated water, which is used to recycle this entire green lung for years, not now. You have, I still remember in 2012, we embarked on one of the largest tree transplantation exercises ever done in this country, privately done again. We sought help from experts outside, but we executed it, and happy to state that about over 99% of
those
success
trees
rate, right? Now, how that has transformed, last week somebody had come to see was taking around the golf course, and they said, well, the value of real estate is not because of the brick and mortar, it's because of this. And I totally endorse that. But coming back to your point again, yes, you know, when you're driving into these streets, you're driving into this, there was a time where some people had raised these issues thing, and I think there is it's just your daily rigor and daily business that you need to go about it. I mean, there is, honestly, if you ask me, is there a rocket science around just cleaning streets? There isn't. So there just has to be a certain process to it, and those things have to be backed by a certain policy and mechanism that continues to do that. So whether it is hiring these vendors, whether making sure that their GPS basic stuff works, whether those their financials are being looked at regular intervals. I think that's how it is. So where there is a will, there is a way, because you know, if you kind of do these things, if privately some of us are doing it, I don't see a reason why it can't be done as a philosophy.
Would Mr. Munde's coming to Haryana as the municipal commissioner for Gurgaon help that process?
Gurgaon has some, I mean, Haryana has some amazing civil servants. I feel, well, on a lighter side, well, his coming anywhere will definitely charge up a lot of people, so in a good way. So, yes, absolutely. But I think we've got very good officers. We've got a certain system. It's just that, you know, as I say to you, from the outside we can sit here and comment, but on a regular basis, there's so much to be done there. Again, I say to you, segregation happened. I think we all live in condominiums, and a lot of us, including our staff and all, were trained. So the segregation is happening at the doorsteps, right? I'm talking about waste. So that compliance has now come to your doorstep, and I'm glad it is happening. Post that, what? So when the entire thing is collected, is it being done? Is that last mile being done? I think those are certain things that need to be answered. And there, if you ask me, social infrastructure is heavily dependent on the hard infrastructure, right? Whilst we can do whatever else socially, but I think like everything else is taken up, there is urban infrastructure across our country has to be taken up absolutely as a priority.
Okay, let's just focus on two examples. What has been your learning over the last 20-25 years as an organization within DLF on the experiences that came in while setting up Gurgaon?
Well, I've been very fortunate to be part of this journey. I mean, my first recollection way back in 1998-99 was when we actually came into the city. I'm talking about me, and I saw in every DLF sector and DLF phase there was a park, and then all the streets were named as on trees, you know. So our love for the trees and the flora fauna dates back even before I joined DLF, and I strongly believe that that has kept us going. As I said, in 2012, I had the option of felling those trees or working with the center, state, and certain empowered committees to change the law. Till 2012, transplantation law didn't exist. And so we worked hard with the powers to be and included transplantation there. And today when we drive, and when I drive through those roads and I see those trees, and I feel it's a massive blessing. So, you know, the green lung, green cover is something which going forward is the most important sustainable action.
Okay, and my final question, Mr. Ohri, for those who've been into the city of Mumbai over the last 5 years, especially towards the city side, it's been a massive positive transformation run primarily by the state government. And of course, it's bearing a lot of fruit in terms of how real estate prices have moved in those areas. Do you think that's the way forward for cities to emulate?
Well, Mumbai is going into, and I mean, our foray into Mumbai was last year, and we saw a lot of redevelopment happening. And Mumbai doesn't have the space, so it has to go vertical. Unlike Mumbai, there are a lot of cities in India which don't need to go vertical. But I say this again, and I say this very emphatically, that urban areas, urban infrastructure, just open areas, parks, you know, clean air, recycled water, you're looking at these things for the future is what is going to make these cities. And, you know, today there is a concern what we're leaving for our kids, you know. So I think I see this movement happening in schools where our children are being taught about the environment, and they're really conscious about it, and they're doing whatever their bit. But I think this is where, on a larger scale, both from the executive as well as you know, the corporate sector, I think there has to be a concerted attempt to be kind of given the responsibility. There have to be bonuses if at all. The policy frameworks have to be stringent because that's how these things are going to make sure that you know, we survive.
Right. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Akash Ori. Thank you for your time, sir.
Warm round, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request Mr. Ori to stay back on the stage while I request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor for Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Let's pose for a photograph. And a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Ori, for those insightful conversations that you just had with Shell. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move forward to our next session, and this one is titled, Is a $30 trillion Indian economy within reach? India has set a transformative goal of $30 trillion economy by 2047, but what will power that journey? Is it manufacturing? Is it digital scale? Is it green technology? Or is it a wave of new services as well? This session will explore the mega trends, policy shifts, and institutional reforms that can turn this moonshot vision into reality. For this session, please put your hands together to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Jayant Sinha, the former chair of the Standing Committee for Finance, Minister of State for Finance, and President of Everstone Group as well. Warm welcome to you, sir. To chair this session, we have Gaurav Sawant, Senior Managing Editor, Strategic Affairs and Defense for India Today Television.
Thank you very much. A $30 trillion economy by 2047 when we celebrate 100 years of India's independence. Is this doable? Is this a pipe dream? And who better than you to tell us? For so many reasons. You're president of Everstone, you're former Minister of State for Finance and for Civil Aviation, and Chairman Parliamentary Standing Committee on Finance then. So, sir, tell us, we talk of a great vision. $30 trillion economy. We look at Gen Z unrest on the streets. Do we have a roadmap? Are we achieving it? Or is there a disconnect?
$30 trillion is a target that we must aspire to. Gaurav, thank you very much for having me at this wonderful session that you all have put together. And you're asking all the right questions. The answer is we must aspire to $30 trillion. And let me give you the 3 reasons why. One, because we want to build a Viksit Bharat, which means that we have to get to high income status, which is about $14,000, $15,000 GDP per capita, which is what the World Bank defines as high income status. Today we are at about 2,700. So we've got to at least take our economy and make it 5 times what it is. So if we are at 4 trillion right now, at a minimum we should try to get to 20 trillion, but really 30 trillion is an even better target. So number 1, for Viksit Bharat, 30 trillion is a very important target. Number 2, we have a demographic dividend right now. We have a lot of young people that we have to make very, very productive, highly skilled, fit them into a 21st century economy. And in 20 or 25 years, these very same young people will be older people, right? So if we have to do it, we have to do it now. Abhi wo samay hai, sahi samay, as the Honorable Prime Minister has said. So that's the second thing. We have to really take advantage of the demographic strengths that we have. And number three, we have 2 or 3 very important global forces that are acting on us, and we have to seize the moment, carpe diem as they say. And the seize the moment part of it is related to artificial intelligence, where the entire economy can be transformed, and now is the moment to do it. It's related to climate change and green technologies, and now is the moment to do it. And then the whole China +1 manufacturing opportunity that we have right now, which we must seize as well. So for all these 3 reasons, number 1, high income Viksit Bharat, number 2, the demographic advantage that we have, and number 3, the global technology and trade trends that are in our favor, this is the target that we must absolutely go for.
So what will power this engine, this journey from $4 trillion economy 2027-28 to $30 trillion? As you said, it has to grow 8 times, 9 times. But we see a student unrest on the streets. This demographic dividend that you talk about, that will stay perhaps for the next 20 years, 25 years maximum. So as you said, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. But the students are on the streets. How do you get them off the streets, and how do you, look, when you speak to manufacturers, they said we don't get the skilled labor that we need. And we talk of rising unemployment. So that mismatch, that skilling, why isn't it happening the way it should?
So Gaurav, I want to introduce a concept here that I have spoken about for a number of years. And that is a green frontier development model. So the development model that I think that we as India should think about is a green frontier development model. And what do I mean by that? I mean the frontier as global competitiveness. And that is a frontier that keeps moving, evolving, etc. So it's not necessarily a destination. It's a journey. We have to be on this journey where we have to be constantly be on the frontier. At a $30 trillion economy size, we're competing only with two economies, the US and China. They are on the frontier, they are innovating, they are getting more competitive, and we have to do the same. That's the frontier. But it can't just be the frontier. It has to be sustainable. Because of climate change and all the problems that we have in air pollution, traffic, all of that, it has to be green. It has to be sustainable. And that's why we have to think of a journey that we are on, which is to get to the green frontier. That's what I think of as India's development model. Now, to get to the green frontier, we have to undertake 3 transformations. The first transformation is the people transformation. We have to take our young people and make them super productive, super competitive, super skilled, so that they can compete with the best people, whether in China or in the US or in Germany or Japan. So people transformation is number 1. Number 2 is the technology transformation. We are already well underway with our digital public infrastructure and so on, but we have a whole host of deep technologies coming our way, which are of course AI, quantum, space, biosciences, all of these. And number 3 is the energy transformation, because we've got to switch our entire energy system away from fossil fuels to becoming an electrostate. So 3 transformations, this is how we do it: people, technology, energy.
Let's do an analysis, a SWOT analysis. What are our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities, and our threats? When you talk about people power, do we see that people power being harnessed right now, because it has to be done now, or had to be done as on yesterday, and not what we may do in future? This government's been in power for 12 years. Where do you see them on the SWOT analysis on people power for AI, for example?
So we've got to keep strengthening, we've got to keep innovating, we've keep having to do more. Obviously, lots and lots of initiatives are underway. There's the India AI mission that has 10,000 crores. We have all kinds of institutions, including my very own IIT Delhi, that is coming up with new AI programs. Many universities have AI and frontier intelligence types of certifications or programs. So people have to reskill themselves. And that is the nature of the frontier. Because the frontier means we have to be dynamic, we have to keep innovating. What we did 5 years ago or 10 years ago is not good enough, because China is innovating every day. The US is innovating every day. I was in New York City, Gaurav, when the SpaceX IPO happened. The SpaceX IPO happened, they were raising $75 billion in their IPO, the largest IPO ever. They had demand for $300 billion. That's what the SpaceX IPO is. Now with that kind of capital, for Elon Musk and for SpaceX, you should see the Starbase that they're building in Texas. You should see the Falcon 9 rockets. You should see their vision for putting data centers in space. You should see their vision for getting to the moon and then to Mars. That's continuous innovation. That's space as the endless frontier. That's how we also have to think. If we don't take our people and get them transformed and equipped to deal with this continuous frontier, this continuous competition we are in, we will find it difficult. But it's not just India. Every country in the world is worrying about this. Every country in the world is completely retooling their education system, but we have to do it as well. I'll just make one quick point at the end. AI is our friend. AI is our friend. Our biggest challenge in really equipping our young people is to ensure that they have the most current, most sophisticated skills, and that's what AI can do for you right now. The good news, Gaurav, is when I talk to young people, everybody is on ChatGPT, everybody is on Claude, everybody is constantly acquiring new information and learning for themselves. So I have also advocated a universal agent, a DPI or digital public infrastructure type initiative in India, where every Indian, particularly every young Indian, and the Honorable Prime Minister through the Saptadhara has also advocated that, every Indian should have an AI agent that can equip them and enable them to go on this journey.
What's holding us back? You know, you've spoken of the China journey. China did exactly the same thing, but suddenly catapulted. There was this decade of massive modernization and manufacturing. Are we there? Are we getting there? Are we yet to get there? Are we putting that same pressure, effort in manufacturing, for example?
So, Gaurav, nothing is holding us back. We just have to run harder and faster. That's it. And where we particularly have to pay attention to everybody, because I'm an investor, I'm a finance person, everybody talks to me and says, "Aur paise dilwaiye, capital, capital, capital." And my answer is, it's not about capital. It's not about capital. There is more than enough capital in the world. It's actually about returns. Returns. If we can generate 10, 15% net dollar returns consistently, cash on cash, as it said, you give me 100 rupees, I give you 300 rupees in 5 years. If I can give you that return, everybody in the room will give me the 100 rupees. So we've got to become very singularly focused in India on ensuring that we can deliver returns, which means files have to move quickly, decisions have to come quickly, people have to understand we have to run harder and faster. And if we can deliver that return, those returns, our investment levels will go up, and then we can continue to stay on the frontier. Again, remember, SpaceX raised $75 billion for their IPO.
In America, or when you speak to investors and they speak to you, what is India's image across the world? Are we safe to invest? Are we in a position to give maximum bang for the buck? Or is something, that India story is there but not there? What is the impression you get?
The India story is very strong, Gaurav. The India story is very attractive. People are excited about India. They recognize that the world will eventually be 3 superpowers, the US, China, and India. That's clear. That is absolutely clear. But they want answers to their questions. At the same time, they want answers to their questions, and they ask them very respectfully. And here are the 4 questions that they ask. Because, of course, I've been speaking to global investors, and this is what they're asking me. And, of course, I have to respond. Number 1, what are you doing about AI? Number 2, what are you doing about your fossil fuel dependency? Because you are importing $225 billion worth of fossil fuels. So how are you going to pay for it in the future? What is the way in which you're going to become an electrostate like China has become? So what are you doing about your energy dependency? Number 3, why are you not more open to the world in terms of trade? They're looking at Vietnam and saying, look at Vietnam. Vietnam has exports which are 90% of GDP. We are 20% of GDP. Their FDI is 4.5% of GDP. Ours is about 1%. So they're saying, why aren't you more open like China and Vietnam and get plugged into global value chains? So that's a third question they're asking. And the fourth question they're asking is the question I think all of us are asking, which is, how do we create more good jobs for our young people? So these are the questions they ask, and of course we have to answer, and we do answer.
But again, that big question, where are those good jobs? How are we skilling our people to get the jobs? Because everybody has a BA degree or a BSc degree, and none of those degrees are helping them in the auto industry or the AI industry or whichever pharma industry, whichever industry can spur our growth. And, the other thing that you've raised, foreign dependence on foreign fuel. You look at the situation in West Asia right now, will that hold us back? I mean, that's so much uncertainty. How do we insulate ourselves going forward? Or can we anymore insulate ourselves?
No, those global shocks will keep coming, Gaurav. And as we have seen in the last 10 or 15 years, whether it is the current conflict in the Middle East, whether it was COVID, whether it was, the global financial crisis in 2008, these kinds of crises, these kinds of shocks keep coming. We have built a resilient economy. We are still growing strong at 6-7% a year. Our macroeconomic parameters are very robust. So we built a good, solid, resilient economy. And so people have a lot of confidence in India. But the challenge, again, as I said, is not to grow at 6 or 7%. The challenge for us, as everybody says, is while we have the demographic advantage to grow at 8 or 9 or 10% and get to the 30 trillion. That's the real challenge for us. And there, the question you ask is, what will it take? As I said, it's returns. When we generate good returns, we will have more investment. When we have more investment, we will create good jobs as well. Just let's take data centers, for example, right now. Do you know that in the US, their annual investment in data centers and AI is running at $1 trillion a year? $1 trillion a year. a Google, a Microsoft, a Meta, they are investing $100, $200 billion a year alone. Do you know what corporate capex is in India annually? It's about $150 billion. So if one company, a Microsoft, is investing more in data centers than in the entire corporate sector in India, if we don't keep up, we'll find it very difficult to be able to be competitive. And so returns, if we generate returns, we will get the investment, and we get the investment in data centers not for $5 or $10 billion a year, but $50 billion a year. That's the scale of what we have to do to get to a $30 trillion economy.
So when you speak of data centers, our cities are already bursting at the seams. Look at the infrastructure. A little rain and some of our cities just collapse. What impression does that send out to investors overseas? And what is it that needs to be done now, maybe yesterday, so that our data centers come up in places where all these problems will not be there? Which are the new cities that will spur that growth?
So Gaurav, why talk about global investors? I'm sure you have been stuck in traffic between Delhi and Gurgaon for 2 hours, or you've been stuck on the Western Expressway in Mumbai for 2 hours, as have I. I missed a flight on the Western Expressway because I thought at 11 o'clock there'd be no traffic, and I sat in the Western Expressway in Mumbai for 2 hours. So all of us are suffering from those congestion costs, and that's in some ways a good thing because it means we're growing fast and therefore we have lots of vehicles on the road and everything else. But again, it comes back to investing. And here, please remember that at this same stage, when China's GDP was 4 trillion, which is what we are right now, they were investing 42% of GDP. Investing 42% of GDP. We are investing 31%. So to be able to grow as fast as China did, which was 8 or 9 or 10% at that time when they had their demographic surge, we have to be investing 10% more than we are investing. What is 10%? 10% is $400 billion. $400 billion, which is about 45 lakh crores, if you can. In our budget this time, Honorable Finance Minister said we would be investing 10 or 12 lakh crores. Now we are talking about 40 lakh crores. So you see the scale problem, the numbers problem. So we have to understand the numbers. This is the scale of what we have to achieve to be able to grow this fast and absorb our demographic surge.
So are we becoming that China plus one? Are we becoming that manufacturing hub? Or we have a grand vision, it's the execution which leads to either bottlenecks or problems? And may I also, since we have very limited time, also throw in that question. You spoke of free trade agreements, and the government's done a number of FTAs. However, that trade deal with America, it's still hanging fire for whatever reasons. Also the fact that that threat of another 100% tariff, if so-called slave trade is there in India. What do you make of that?
So trade obviously is a very complicated issue because many factors come into play. I mean, the idea that there'll be these punitive tariffs on us because of, the Russian oil situation has nothing to do with trade. It has to do with geopolitics. And so you have geopolitics, you have trade, you have job creation in India, you have China, which is not always acting from a trade perspective, but also geopolitically. And then you have other things like, can you really freely trade in certain things like critical minerals or magnets and so on. So it all gets very, very complicated when it comes to trade. All that being said, Gaurav, all that being said, we need to really open ourselves up to the global economy, because if we can't import freely, we can't export freely. And that's basically what Vietnam has done. Vietnam, by reducing import tariffs, etc., to very low levels, Vietnam's import tariffs are 1%. Ours are about 15%. So if we can't import, it's very difficult to export. And so we have to find a way of opening up sector by sector as much as we can, because when we open up, then we can export much more. And there, of course, the manufacturing story that we all need to get really, really enthusiastic about is what has been done on smartphones. In 10 years, we've become one of the world's, after China, probably the largest exporter of smartphones right now. And some 25% of Apple iPhones are actually made in India. That has happened in 5 or 6 years. What an incredible story. So absolutely we can do it, and we must do it. Of course, with the right set of policies and by being really open to the world. There, for example, as I have written, if we can join CPTPP, those kinds of trade agreements, they become a very important policy anchor for us and enable us to open up progressively to the world.
What is the biggest roadblock that you see right now in India reaching that goal of $30 trillion? The biggest roadblock?
I don't want to call it a roadblock because that's sort of a negative view. I don't think of it as a roadblock. I think of it as an evolution. You see, as I said, it's a frontier that we have to aim at. And at that frontier, we have to always look at ourselves relatively. So we have to look at China, we have to look at the US, we have to look at Germany, we have to look at Japan. It's a race we are in, Gaurav. So we have to evolve, we have to keep getting better. It's not that our institutions have not been good or they have not done a lot of things. They have. But we've got to keep evolving our institutions because it's not about one individual or one company or any of that. It is the country's institutional architecture. The country's institutional architecture that has to keep evolving very, very dynamically, very, very quickly. And it's not enough for one institution, one Indian Institute of Science, or one great company, which we have plenty of great academic institutions, plenty of great companies. It's not just a few. We have to have many, many, many such institutions. Anybody, for example, who goes to America, which is much closer to the kind of model we are following than the Chinese model, anybody who goes to America will see the depth of their institutions, whether it's universities, whether it's companies, whether it's regulators, whether it is their state governments. There, the institutional vitality, the institutional strength, the institutional autonomy is extraordinary. And that's far better than even in Europe. And that's why that economy innovates so quickly.
A challenge that it shouldn't happen, development, if we have to reach that $30 trillion goal, cannot happen just through Delhi, Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, the 6 metros, has to go, for example, to Bihar, to Bengal, to Jharkhand. Are we moving in that direction? And, since you come from there, tell us, are we moving in that direction?
So we talked about, $2,700, $2,800 GDP per capita for India. Bihar is 800, Jharkhand is 1,000. So if we really have to get to 30 trillion and we have to grow quickly, Eastern India, and my very good friend and colleague Sanjeev Sanyal has just come in, who shares exactly the same thinking. Eastern India, and particularly Calcutta, thankfully now with Shwapanda as finance minister and a very different set of policy initiatives that they are undertaking, we've got to get Calcutta to pull all the rest of Eastern India, whether it is Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, Assam, everybody is going to get pulled if Calcutta does well. So Calcutta is the key for Eastern India, just like Bangalore and Chennai and Mumbai and Delhi are the key for their regions. We've got to get Calcutta growing and getting lots more investments in Calcutta.
Okay, so so Bengal then leads the next charge. It did so in the past. Will it do so once again? Remains that big question. But for joining me here on this Business Today conclave, when we talk about 100 years, 2047, Viksit Bharat, Mr. Jayant Sinha, many thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. May I request Mr. Alok Nair and Mr. Siddharth Zarabi also to come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Jayant Sinha. And thanks a lot, Gaurav, for that engaging conversation. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Sinha, for being with us on this special forum. We move forward, ladies and gentlemen, to our next session now, and this one is titled Resilience in Adversity, India's Playbook. India has often turned moments of disruption into opportunities for transformation. The recent West Asia crisis has once again highlighted the need to reduce import dependencies, strengthen the domestic manufacturing capabilities, and build a more resilient supply chain as well. As India navigates geopolitical uncertainties, employment challenges, and even climate risks, this session will explore how India can build an economy that is stronger, more resilient, and future-ready. Please put your hands together to welcome our next speaker on stage. We have Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, the member of Economic Advisors Council to the Prime Minister, with us. And to chair this session, we have Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor for Business Today.
Thank you very much, Sanjeev, for making it here this afternoon. For the very few who may not know about your multi-talented personality, the most recent edition is, of course,
a shipbuilder, apart from being an author, economist, a policy maker. Sanjeev, welcome. I want to begin by that. How easy or difficult is it to build ships?
Well, shipbuilding depends what you're trying to build, obviously. What I was attempting to do was actually to build a ship with a design from 2,000 years ago. So obviously I had to spend a lot of time looking through all the old paintings and texts, etc. And also to figure out how to put it together, because these ancient ships that I was trying to rebuild and recreate did not use nails. They were literally stitched together with rope. So I had to spend a lot of time figuring out how to find artisans who remembered something of that technique. And then, as you know, we built a ship. It was incorporated into the Indian Navy as INSV Kaundinya. And this ship, which has nothing modern in it except some navigation equipment, then earlier this year it sailed from Porbandar to Muscat in Oman, 18-day crossing, to prove that ancient Indian shipbuilding techniques were capable of creating vessels that could do transoceanic voyages.
A round of applause for that. Because if you resurrected something that used to happen 2,000 years ago, Sanjeev, I have to ask you, what happened? How did we lose our way? Why do we lag in manufacturing not just ships, but so much? I'm not talking about the recent past, but over the past several decades, and we have seen smaller and bigger nations outstrip us when it comes to manufacturing.
I think at some point we just came up with this mindset that India had missed the manufacturing game, and that, okay, we could do something in services and just chug along, but somehow manufacturing was beyond us. Now this is not just historically untrue, because as we just discussed, India was for most of human history the biggest manufacturing hub in the world, from shipbuilding to textiles to metallurgy, you name it. But I would argue that this mindset really percolated into our policy making and so on. You have, for example, economists like Raghuram Rajan simply stating that India should not even attempt to become a manufacturing power. That required some amount of reversing. And over the last decade, I'm pleased to say that we have managed to do some part of the reversing. It required hard work. One was, of course, building the physical infrastructure. But a lot of the hard work was in the intricacies of policy, the small processes that had to be changed, and so on and so forth. And of course, getting scale. So you had, for example, the PLI scheme to create some sort of scale. But that momentum has meant that although we are in most things not in the China type of scale, but we are now a serious industrial power, contrary to what you may often hear. There are many things in which we are a serious player. I'll give you an example. Steel. It's a very basic industrial product, steel. Now, China produces 960 million tons a year. It is, by some margin, the largest producer. It produces 56% of the world's steel. Okay, this is ridiculous. One country produces more than half of all the steel on the planet. But we are a distant second so far, but a second player. We are at 160 million tons. The next player after us is the US at 80 million tons. So, okay, we are not at China level as most things, but we are an important number 2 player in many, many things. Even in things like solar panels. Okay, China produces some 70–80% of all the solar panels on the planet. We are literally the only other country that has some capability at about, okay, much smaller, 7%, or much, much smaller. But we are literally the only country with some capacity to build solar panels. After us, it's people like the US who are at 1 or 2%. So the reason I'm telling you this is that, sure, China is now the dominant manufacturing industrial power on the planet. I don't think in history, maybe not in recent history, maybe at its height, Britain in the late 19th century may have had this kind of dominance. But China is not the only game in town now. We are now an important enough player in many segments. And I'm not only talking about things people know about, like generics, medicine, and so on. We are an important player in many, many things.
Okay, that's a very good assessment. Two follow-up questions. The data at the headline level, we keep talking about how we are at 16%, haven't achieved 25%. Is that the right way to look at it? Because if you take that data into account, it may seem that not much has really happened despite all.
So actually, first of all, that's the wrong way of thinking about it.
Yeah.
So 16%, by the way, is manufacturing. Industry is more, because that will include the utilities and so on.
Right.
But let's take even
pure
manufacturing, which is 16% of GDP. Do remember that it is a relatively stable proportion of a rapidly growing economy, which means that the sector is growing. So this idea that it's not growing by looking at proportions makes no sense, because the overall economy is growing. So it means that our manufacturing capabilities are radically bigger than they were a decade or so ago. So first of all, just an arithmetic point which needs to be made. The second point is the mix that we now have of manufacturing has changed. So we are now, for example, a reasonably big electronics manufacturer, a sector that pretty much didn't exist a decade ago. I mean, we are the second largest producer of cell phones on this planet. Okay? And also there are emerging sectors where we are investing. So one is that these are the things that we have done well, but there are completely new areas which we had ignored for a long time, like shipbuilding, which we have very recently begun to push into. So again, to give you a sense of how dominant China is, something like 55 to 60% of all the ships being currently built on this planet are being built in China, okay? Then the next biggest player is between Korea and Japan. Depending on the year, they're about 15, 20% each. That leaves basically the rest of the entire world put together is 5%, okay? So if you're going away from that little bit of the northwestern Pacific, the rest of the world combined is doing only 5%, of which we are less than 1% till recently. Now, we have, in the last 24 months, radically overhauled all the rules and regulations of the sector, whether it's in terms of ship ownership, ship flagging rules. By the way, ship flagging rules, when I began to talk about it a couple of years ago, looked like a really obscure thing. Now, thanks to this Hormuz situation, people actually know that flagging matters. But then we hadn't even given ships infrastructure status. Now, ship ownership and building is basically a finance game. Ships last for 30, 40 years. They get certain amount of revenues, or depending on what's happening to the Baltic. And there is a finance price. It's a race between the revenue stream and the financial curve. If you do not give them long-term finance, you cannot have a shipping industry. And we did not give till very recently it infrastructure status, which meant that banks couldn't give them long-term money. Just 5-year money was being given. Not surprisingly, we didn't have a shipping industry of any size. All of that has been changed. And suddenly, our shipbuilding industry, which was actually languishing, there were actually some private shipyards that were just almost going shut. They're all packed with orders now. Some of them have orders going up 5, 6 years. This has happened just now. You just changed the rules, provided that financing, and suddenly not just Indian, but also you have Hyundai, Mitsubishi, and all these foreign shipbuilders have shown an interest in building ships in India. And why not? Because we have every ingredient of being a major shipbuilder, just to give you some sense. So what is shipbuilding about? One is obviously you need demand. So India, by the way, more than 90% of our imports and exports is carried on foreign ships, okay? It is our single biggest geopolitical vulnerability. From an economic perspective, actually, we are an island. We don't trade with Pakistan at all. And we trade with China, but not with the Tibet part of China, but with the Shanghai part of China, which also is maritime. So from a geopolitical perspective, India is an island nation. 90% of our trade is, of our goods trade is being carried essentially on foreign liners. We don't need sanctions from countries. 3 shipping lines decide they don't like us, and we would be in deep trouble. So demand is there, okay? 2, it needs steel. I pointed out we are the world's 2nd largest steel producer. We need design capabilities. Hello, we make nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers. I'm 100% sure we can manufacture, container and oil tankers and things like that. And then we need young men. This is a young man's business. Basically, shipbuilding is lakhs of hours of welding. Take the steel, weld, weld, weld. Another plate of steel, weld, weld, weld. That's basically what shipbuilding is.
And hopefully, Sanjeev, it will pay far more than what a entry-level IT job, because specialized welders, from what I know, get paid pretty decently.
Yes, if you're good at it, yes. In fact, I'll come to that conversation a little later about the collapse in difference between skills and academia and education, which I'll come to. But just to keep to shipping, we have every ingredient. We have the metal, we have the labor force, we have the demand, we have the coastline, we have the design capability. There is literally no reason why we shouldn't be a very serious shipbuilding country. But we weren't. But that is now very changing, and I can tell you within 5-6 years, we will emerge as a serious number 4 player. And then from there on, it's a matter of how much we can basically expand.
I'm glad you shared that very insightful perspective on shipping, because remember, we had Walchandnagar Industries in India many, many decades ago, and it wasn't as if we weren't there, but clearly we lost.
Mazgaon Docks is one of the oldest extant shipbuilding yards in the world. In fact, it is China that didn't have any capacities till 15-20 years ago.
The same applies to semiconductor chips. In fact, India at one point was ahead of China in having a wafer fab at Mohali in Punjab, but then that's another chapter and another part of history. You made 2 points, and I just want to quickly go back on them before I move on. One, that it's clear that importing is far easier than manufacturing, and over the last 3-4 decades, the world trade order led to far greater imports. The second point is that while you cited the example of solar panels, for example, a few months ago we did a deep dive, just as we have done this deep dive on manufacturing in this issue, on India's import dependence. Is that a risk? And I ask you this under the overall question that should we conclude from your remarks that India's manufacturing moment has arrived?
Well, the way supply chains were set up till not very long ago was basically just in time. And now it has changed to just in case. Because resilience and disruptions of supply chains, disruptions of the global trade order, these are now issues which were not meaningful debated issues, say, till the COVID crisis, in fact. So now the world has changed. We take resilience of supply chains a lot more seriously than we used to. We also take the capacities being built. So now, if you're a small country, you probably have no choice. You are dependent on many sources, but they are mostly imported. Say, take a Singapore. It will import most of the things in that country. But India is large enough that we can hope to have scale in multiple areas.
But personally, is the progress far slower than what you had expected? Because many people say that China plus one has not necessarily meant China plus India. It has meant Vietnam. It has meant some other economy.
So there will obviously be other players. We live in a complex world. And by the way, in those areas where we become dominant, somebody will say India plus one. So we shouldn't get thrown off by that.
Which are those sectors where people will say India plus one?
At some stage when we become large enough, for example, today we dominate the GCC universe. Okay, you take any major airline now, they will have their operations are being run out of Gurgaon or Noida or something, like let's say British Airways. Or, you know, Microsoft, or a lot of the AI work incidentally being done by American companies done in India. So at some point this will happen, but not yet. But I'm just pointing out to you, we should not think that China plus one means that it is always India. We have to step up and take those spaces.
Have we done enough from a policy perspective, from a deregulation perspective, from an ease of doing perspective? Because
we have certainly worked very hard. So let me give you a sense of it. So then, let's say a decade ago, I had asked you that, okay, at some point, you know, there will be all this diversification, China plus one, whatever we are talking about now. Let's say a decade ago, I said this was going to happen. And you would have told me, here are the following problems to take. One, you would have said, our infrastructure will never be able to take it. Okay? That is no longer the, you know, we can always improve infrastructure, but it's not a binding constraint anymore. Our ports are decent enough, our highways are decent enough, our airports are, if anything, good, and so on. So this is
our ports are decent enough, but as recent anecdotal instances suggest, our customs processes
so
and
we can
people
improve
are
it.
not good enough.
No, we can improve them, but it is no longer a binding constraint. Similarly, we would have said, okay, you've got a decent internal market, but it is broken up into all these state economies. There's no internal market. So we have solved that. GST. Then you would have told us that, look, you've got a banking system which is basically bust. What we have done, we took the pain of the insolvency and bankruptcy process, but we cleaned the banks up. So I'm just telling you, many of the things that a decade ago would have been, you would have told me are binding constraint, infrastructure, banking system, don't have internal markets. These are just the ones I just came off the top of my head. But these are not the problems today, is itself a huge progress. The economy didn't grow just by itself. And so today we have a set of problems that we are now dealing with. You are now talking about...
The lack of foreign investor interest in India, is that's a point that Jayant Sinha made right before us.
No, so it's not true that foreign investors are not coming into India. In fact, one of our problems was that the valuations many of these foreign investors were getting in India for their local operations was much higher than the ones in their own countries. So in fact, they encashed it. So, which is not a bad thing in the long run. You want people to feel they can make money here. So let's not, so that's why the gross versus net differentiation has to be made. We are actually doing very well on gross FDI. It is on net FDI, which is because of this valuation issue, which in the long run is a good thing, because if you're getting better valuation here, more money will come in the long run. So that is not what I am talking about. I'm saying that today, the issues we are debating are different than the issues we were debating a decade ago. Tells you that a lot of progress has been made. This is not to suggest that we shouldn't work harder on even further improving ease of doing business. If anyone works on process reforms, it's me.
Yes.
Believe me, I pick a lot of fights with a lot of people for getting those process reforms done.
No, and I must underline that the government has done a lot of work. In fact, let's turn the spotlight towards the private sector, because equally it can be argued that when the government of India did that historic sort of mid-financial year cut in corporate taxes, industry didn't pick up the signal that much. And over the recent past, and Sanjeev, through the research that we did for this edition, we realized that there are tens and tens of companies which are doing fantastic cutting-edge, deep tech work in manufacturing. But private sector investments in R&D, in capital expenditure, in deep manufacturing.
Yes, so this is part of the cultural problem we have. And I always say this, that
which is import karna आसान है.
हाँ, या foreign company के साथ JV करके local partner बनना आसान है.
और बाहर पैसा रखना फिर वो भी आसान है.
That also may be, but let me get to this. There has been a lack. See, I always say economics and politics is downstream of culture. And the culture was, for a long time, not having the confidence of thinking that we can be at the cutting edge of something. So, with some notable exceptions.
But Sanjay, how did we lose that confidence? Because you gave us the example of 2000 years ago.
Yes, so that is why I'm telling you, it was not just about colonization. post-colonization, this license permit kind of mindset that we had, that what really matters is being able to create a good quality Delhi liaison office as opposed to good quality lab is what gets you to compete better, is what destroyed traditional Indian businesses' mindset as far as the way you compete. Therefore, the default of a lot of Indian business, even today, is if we cannot compete, don't create the labs, but lobby for some kind of protection or some kind of a government handout. Now, it is true, there are times you need government protection from dumping and so on, but that cannot be eternally the solution to every, form of competition. At some point, we have got to have the confidence of going out there and building at the cutting edge. There are notable exceptions to this point. There are Indian companies that have built to global scale. But Indian companies very often take the easy route of let's simply import, do a joint venture for the technology rather than put in the effort into the core, original, hardcore technology. Now, that, you'll be pleased to know, is changing. But the change is not happening for the most part is with the so-called titans of industry. It is coming from new startups. They are setting up rockets into space. They are creating drones. They are creating cutting-edge software, and stuff like that. So even some of the most interesting innovations that you see, even in daily life, things like Zomato and Blinkit, for example, these were done all by basically first-generation entrepreneurs. So this is a very important part of the culture change we have to go through. Now that fits with why I did that voyage on that 2,000-year-old ship.
Yeah.
You see, it was important for me to send the signal that, look, our ancestors created a great civilization basically because they were great adventurers, they were great risk takers. The average Indian thinks of his history as, we were all sitting here in India twiddling our thumbs, foreigners came and conquered us, and we don't have any agency. That's not our history. Our history is us exploring the Indian Ocean, going all sailing to Japan and to Egypt and all these kinds of places. So Indians very often, when you think of explorer, will tell you Vasco da Gama and Columbus. They will not take the name of Condinha.
Because we weren't taught that.
We weren't taught that.
I was never taught that in school.
So exactly. So that's why I named that ship, by the way, after an Indian mariner who went to Southeast Asia some 2,000 years ago, married a local girl and set up the first Hindu kingdom in Southeast Asia. I mean, think about that, the sense of adventure of this chap. So we know nothing about him in Indian history books, but he's an important character in Cambodian and Vietnamese history. So I think this is why it is important to change the narrative, the culture that is there. And nowhere is this more true than of my own hometown, Kolkata. So I grew up in the 1980s, and even till very recently, the narratives was somehow Bengalis are anti-business by genetic makeup. Now that's utterly rubbish. I mean, just look at where Bengal is. It's a coastal state. Its entire history is about trade. India's, in fact, the world's biggest ports used to be in Bengal for most of human history. Tamralipti, Chandraketugarh, and later on Kolkata. Okay, our folklore is all about people like Chand Saudagar, who was a businessman, clearly. Our surnames in India that you have are all business surnames. By the way, if you have a very famous surname in Gujarat called Shah, well, we have the exact equivalent of it in Bengal, Shaha. And then there are other surnames like Boshak, Seal, Kormakor. These are all merchant or artisan surnames. These are common surnames. This is who our forefathers were. And this is not ancient history. Within living memory, 100 years ago, if some of the India's biggest businessmen were Bengali. This is not understood by most people. Some big companies, Bengal Chemicals, Calcutta Chemicals, Mohini Mills. Incidentally, my Mohini Mohan Chakrabarti, who set up Mohini Mills, was my great-grandfather. And Mohini Mills at the time of independence was one of Asia's largest cotton mills. It happened to fall on the wrong side of the border, so we lost it. But I'm just telling you, Shopan Dasgupta's grandfather set up Calcutta Chemicals, which was one of India's largest chemical companies.
And he made that very same point today morning, right here where you're sitting, so he spoke about that. Sanjeev, let's turn the focus to inwards and our states, because this survey also captures India's best performing states in terms of manufacturing activity. It also has very detailed, and please do read through it, I would encourage everyone, the districts which are our manufacturing hotspots apart from the companies on the states. What our research, and we have reported about this, is that chief ministers are now functioning more like chief marketeers of their state.
That's good, no?
There's a healthy competition. What I want you to...
Competitive federalism.
What I want you to reflect upon as an economist is that in terms of the state-led development initiatives, where do you see good work happening, and which parts of our country in terms of the state geographies are still running behind the pace that they should?
So I think states is not the right way of thinking about it. Urban hubs and agglomerations is where economic activity happens. It could be services as well. So, and I think Jayant also talked about it, we have a serious east-west divide in this country. So if you took Visakhapatnam and drew a longitudinal line north-south through Visakhapatnam, everything west of it is significantly richer than everything east of it. And this effect is so strong that it's even visible within large states. So Western UP is richer than Eastern UP. Western Madhya Pradesh is richer than Eastern Madhya Pradesh. Western Maharashtra is richer than Eastern Maharashtra. Even Telangana is richer than Andhra Pradesh, which till very recently was the same state. So we have this east-west problem. And what is...
This is true about the national capital also. It said West Delhi, Southwest Delhi, South Delhi is richer
Yeah, so
than
what is
East
generating this growth? It is coming not from generically spread growth. It's happening out of highly dynamic urban hubs. So South India's growth is not generically happening everywhere in southern India. It's happening in the triangle between Hyderabad, Bengaluru, and Chennai, with some offshoots here and there. Western India's economic power is generated by Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad, little bit maybe to Rajkot, that general zone. Northern India is basically the extended Delhi NCR. Here I'm including extending all the way now towards Jaipur on one side, extending into Noida, of course, even going as far as Chandigarh. There are all these massive high growth, sometimes chaotic urban agglomerations that are generating all this economic activity, wealth. The rest of the states basically benefit from it, but it's happening in this very concentrated way. Eastern India does not have a highly dynamic growth and urban network that can be that growth engine so far. And we need to create one. And again, Jayant had also talked about it. We need to get some urban hub in Eastern India to grow at very high speeds. Now, the best bet on this, even today, just by sheer scale, is Kolkata. It still has a legacy industrial hub. It still has human capital. It has infrastructure. And by sheer size, it is much bigger than the others. And once you can get Kolkata, network it through to Bhubaneswar, Ranchi, Guwahati, Patna, etc. And then you will have an urban network that can begin generating that throbbing growth. But getting Kolkata right is very important, and that's why you have to begin to concentrate it. Generically spreading, sort of attempting to spread infrastructure, growth, human capital, etc., will not generate that. Growth is ultimately an extremely concentrated activity.
Absolutely, Sanjeev. In fact, that's what Shopan Dasgupta also spoke about. And when we and our colleagues, reporters, speak with people in industry in West Bengal, it's clear that there's a upbeat mood, and hopefully that will translate into action. I just want you to talk about Arogya Swami Paul Raj, I don't know how many people know that story because we started with shipping. I just want to leave this as an anecdote. When I was researching for Sanjeev's session, I chanced upon it. I had read about it once before. When India lost a warship at sea in 1971, and this is the point about our capability, the capabilities of Indians. A small town in Tamil Nadu called Pollachi had a person born there called Arogya Swami Paul Raj. In 1971, we didn't have sonars. He set up a sonar. He left the Navy after many, many years. He got a Padma Bhushan, and his technology that he patented and the products that he manufactured actually have led to a lot of external people and experts saying that if you know the internet as it is today, please give him credit. So I just thought I'll bring this up because there are tens and hundreds and thousands of unknown Indians who have done fantastic, fantastic work. And just as Sanjeev took us back into the past and his own effort with INS Kondenya, there are others who are true to the salt of Bharat Mata, which is to be able to manufacture and do things in the best way possible. Sanjeev, thank you very much for your time with us today. With that, it's a wrap on this. A round of applause for Sanjeev Sanyal.
May I request you, Mr. Sanyal, to stay back on the stage while I request Alok Nair, CEO of Business Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal, member of EAC, Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Sanyal, for those valuable insights. Always a pleasure to have you with us in our forums. Let's move forward, ladies and gentlemen, to the next session now. This one is titled The Labour Code for Manufacturing. India's new labour codes mark a significant step towards modernizing its workforce framework. But the bigger question is, are they enough to power India's manufacturing ambitions? This session will examine what more is needed to boost employability, to protect the worker welfare, and also to unlock India's demographic dividend for higher manufacturing-led growth. Let us quickly set up the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next set of speakers. We have Viksit Bharat, the ED and Group CEO of Quest Corp, joining in. Santosh Mehrotra, Senior Economist, also formerly in the rank of Secretary Planning Commission. Sumita Dabra, the former Labour Secretary, and Abhik Barua, an economist, joining in on the platform. We have Shell Bhatnagar and Surabhi both chairing this session.
So when we talk about manufacturing, the industrial worker is one of the most key aspects of the process, because how do you manufacture goods without workers? And another key aspect is the labor code, because it was one of the most debated, most discussed reforms, and even now it has a lot of opinions around it now that it's been notified and it's being implemented. And while some people say that it's going to lead to more investments, there's also another view that it could lead to more exploitation of workers. So let me start by asking this panel that, what are your views on the labor codes? Do you think it's going to boost investor sentiment? Will it lead to greater manufacturing? And will it also improve workers' rights and conditions? So may I start with Ms. Sumita Davra, who's actually secretary when these codes were notified?
Thank you, and it's a very interesting question, and people many times think that the labor codes are either pro-industry or pro-worker, but I don't think it's an either-or issue. The labor codes, the rationale, the intention, and if you go through the different sections of the codes are very much for labor welfare, for promoting competitiveness of industry, for aligning the labor regulations landscape with contemporary economic reality and making us more competitive. If you go through the various provisions or you just look at the headings of the labor codes, we have 4 codes on wages, which actually gives a universal right for minimum wages to labor and broadens the definition of industry so that more workers have access to minimum wages. It makes social security universal. It also mandates safety, better working conditions for labor. So very much for labor welfare. At the same time, if you look from an industry point of view, if I'm a business person, I would be happy about the single registration, single pan-India license, and the single return I have to file now against the multiple returns, multiple registrations, and this is all technology driven, it's all online. And I would be more happy, I would be happier looking at the inspector cum facilitator system, so the inspector can't suddenly come to my business unit and start doing a check, start doing an inspection. It'll have to be risk-based, and compliance is all online on Shram Suvidha. So there are a lot many more aspects where from business point of view, the compliances have reduced, cost of compliance has reduced, and most importantly, the flexibility given to me to increase my labor force or reduce it according to the demand I have in the market or according to the seasonal conditions.
Right.
So all in all, I think it's very balanced for both labor and industry.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a regulatory view of why the labor code was revamped and what the structure is at this point of time. Dr. Barua, coming to you, give us a 35,000 feet view from top down. When you look at a situation where dark factories are being set up, there is no labor, there's no light, the factory works for 24 hours a day. And that's the norm, at least in China and several other countries as well. What kind of issues that you see at this moment when it comes to creating more jobs and getting this labor code up and running?
No, I think automation is certainly a reality, but I think given our large labor surplus and the excess supply of labor, I think there is still a role for labor-intensive sectors, garments, toys, etc., to play a key role in the economy. Unfortunately, the way our incentives have been structured, they have gone in favor of the capital-intensive ones. If you just take the case of something like the PLI, it's automobiles, electronics, which tend to be capital and technology intensive. So, I think despite the worldwide trend towards automation, we should ensure that, given our excess labor situation, that the effective cost of labor, productivity adjusted, is low enough to keep automation at bay. And the only problem that I have with the labor codes, I completely agree with what ma'am said, but I think there is a risk, because of the need for payroll restructuring, the kind of restructuring and the constraints that have been placed on remuneration, that the really smaller labor-intensive units might just be, which tend to have a lower basic salary and tend to kind of save on, might just be pushed into a little more of capital intensity, which could be automation. And I think the Rajasthan example, where they deregulated in 2014, there are reports, there are a couple of interesting papers around 2021, which shows that the smaller firms in Rajasthan actually became a little more capital intensive. I think there are risks as well as huge opportunities.
Dr. Mehrotra, we've seen a problem of unemployment in the country. Manufacturing hasn't been able to create as many jobs as we would like it to create. And now that we're talking about automation and AI, how do we, bridge this problem between our demographic dividend of a youth force, which is, and a labor force, which is one of the largest in the world, and a manufacturing sector, which is yet to take off, and to create enough jobs for this labor force?
Right. So for India to grow more manufacturing jobs, India has to become like about 100 other countries of the world that adopted an industrial policy and a manufacturing strategy. Unfortunately, in the last 35 years, India has not had a manufacturing strategy, and I do not believe that PLI is a manufacturing strategy at all. It's in any, it's not just that it's not a manufacturing strategy, it's 14 sectors, 12 of them are capital intensive. Avik is absolutely right there. So the point here is that, first of all, if we are going to grow jobs, we cannot be dependent upon just growth in services. And you rightly pointed out that if we are going to remain dependent upon GCCs and the growth in GCCs and in services exports, then AI is not going to allow for the kind of job growth that we have seen in the past 20 years. So we better wake up, the policymakers better wake up to smell the coffee, and our industry in the services sector also better wake up to smell the coffee, because the big boys, since we were talking in the last session about R&D, I want to say it's not just that the manufacturing firms are not doing R&D, and I hope we can come back to that. It's not just that labor-intensive manufacturing jobs fell for about 10 years. They've only just recovered to a level that we saw in 2012. It's also that in the IT sector, our most profitable big boys, and we know all the ones which we are talking about, Wipro, Infosys, HCL, TCS, they're not doing any R&D. If that means that we are not preparing for 5 to 10 years down the road, when we hope that we will be able to enjoy economic rents from platforms we have built, from compute we've developed, from IP that we have ourselves developed. We are letting the Mag 7 of the United States enjoy all the economic rents because our IT boys will not. So we will not be able to grow jobs in the IT and services, and we don't have a manufacturing strategy. Because let's just remember, manufacturing jobs fell in absolute terms. Manufacturing contribution to gross value added in our country fell after being at 16-17% of GVA for about 25 years up to 25. It actually fell to 16, to 15, to 14, and it currently stands at 14.3. So I don't know, when Business Today talks in its cover about a manufacturing surge, I'm sorry, what manufacturing surge you're talking about? I'd love to be educated about it.
So I think that's the contribution of manufacturing that comes to the GDP. It probably does not mention job growth. So
I'm talking about gross value added, sir. Contribution to India's gross value added has dropped from 16-17 to 14.3. I'm giving you data, sarkari data ko analyze karke dekh lijiye. And if you don't believe it, please read my latest book, India Out of Work. It's called Rethinking India's Growth Story.
So let's put this question to you. Let's rethink India's growth story. Given the background of the labor code that you have, do you think we are 2 steps ahead or 2 steps backward?
No, With the labor code, I'm very pleased that it has happened. I was very supportive of it. Let me explain why. It's very simple. If you had 29 labor laws at the central level, plus in addition, because it's a concurrent subject, right? Then you have 100 labor laws of the state governments. It is obvious that, compressing 29 into 4 is a certain amount of rationalization. Secondly, a dramatic fall in compliances has happened. Very important, very useful, no question about it. However, what are the missing gaps? I can tell you what those missing gaps and which is the reason why workers are up in arms. Workers are not. I mean, it was not for nothing for 5 years the government postponed it. The workers are concerned about a series of things. The restrictions on trade union and creation, on striking. But it goes beyond that. It's deeper. Let's just look at that Industrial Disputes Act, Chapter 5B, right? Now, we've increased it from 100 to 300. Very nice. Point here is, long ago, trade unions and industry, CII, FICCI, had arrived at a modus operandi whereby it was agreed that when workers are laid off, regular workers are laid off, you will, under Industrial Disputes Act, Chapter 5B, you are currently given 2 weeks remuneration for every year work. That the workers are unhappy about. How do we change that? There had been negotiation prior to that discussion. Let's make it from 2 weeks to 6 weeks. The workers were agreeable on that. Why have we gone back on that? If we put that in place, the workers are fully understanding the situation that, international environment has changed. Firms have to, up and reduce their workforce. And secondly, why are companies not using the fixed term appointment clause? The fixed term appointment clause has been given. What is the fixed term appointment clause? How many people in this room are even aware of what that fixed term appointment clause is? It's giving the employers the freedom to employ workers on the same terms, not the contractual worker terms where you give them half the wage that regular workers will have. But on the same terms, same, possible pension payment and so on, because look, more than half of our formal sector workers don't have, provision for social security. 90% of our workforce is informal. How can we continue to live? We can't call ourselves Viksit Bharat. We want to be Viksit Bharat, some 20 years from now. And in a Viksit Desh, you have to have social security for 95% of your workers. Not 90% of your workers are informal. And what is formal work? The formal workforce, half of our workforce is contract workers. This is not an acceptable situation. How do you expect workers to sort of take this lying down? And with all due respect to Ms. Davra, you look at the Social Security Code. I was part of that discussion. 100 clauses in the Social Security Code, 2 clauses on unorganized sector, 98 clauses, 98 pages are on organized sector. This is not acceptable. There are practically, as I said, 90% of our workers are informal.
Mr. Mehrotra, we'll take that point as an important clause. Let's get a view coming in from Mr. Bhatia, who of course represents India's largest staffing firm, Quest. For you, Mr. Bhatia, has life changed over the last 3 months given the changes that have been brought about in the labor code? Is it less cumbersome?
So life has changed a lot, and thank you very much. Glad to be here on your show today. 1947, we got independence. 1974, I was born. And 1992, I went to Delhi University. The first thing we heard in Delhi University is manufacturers are spending more in India. They're going to neighboring countries for various reasons. If a factory were to have 100 workers, 300 workers, or 500 workers, the next thing, even if the government was giving technological upgradation funds to them back in the 90s, they would not put a bigger plant with more mechanization in the same city, in the same state, in the same district, but would go to a neighboring state. If the workers would reach 300 or whatever numbers, automatically there would be so much of industrial disputes, so many of, action so much of mistrust between employers and employees that everybody thought it's better to remain small, it's better to remain, insignificant rather than fight the world over, rather to become big, rather to have 5,000, 10,000 or 50,000 workers. What all of this did was it told the state in some which ways, or the officers of the state, that you need to legislate more. And when you legislate more, you need to protect the workers more. Unfortunately, what we did was, instead of unshackling that and creating more job opportunities, it was very beautifully articulated about the 6.5 million IT workers, the white-collar workers. Many of us are, beneficiaries of that, and we've seen what's happened to our lives in the last 20, 30 years of liberalization. But we did not unshackle for entire India. We thought that we are custodians of the blue-collar worker. We means the state thought that we are custodians of the blue-collar worker. We need to legislate, legislate, legislate. What did our investors think globally? They thought it's such a legislated state that I should only invest in services where the state has less interference, but never invest in manufacturing. So
I think the maximum growth in software services came in before there was a ministry.
Exactly. I will come back to Madam's point because we've worked very, very closely with the ministry for 6, 7, 8 years for this to happen. See, what we have now tried to do, and with due respects and apologies, clearly I understand it is frustrating. When you change something after 80 years, when it's got ingrained, your muscle memory has told you that the minute you have more workers in a manufacturing unit, you will have a strike, you will have an issue, so let's not have workers, let's have an inspector sitting at your gate. I think what we've changed with labor code is we are giving the same signal to manufacturing and blue-collar workers, which we are giving to white-collar workers. And yes, in many ways it's important that India should not just have 15 or 18% formal workers. This labor code today tells you, if implemented beautifully by all the states of India, this tells you it's not just for a few workers, it's for every worker of India. I'll take just one example and you'll understand the point. Ma'am said it absolutely right when she said about national license, and for a 5-year you can have a license. Do you know today, if an international investor comes to India and wants to open 100 different warehouses and wants to, for a season which is called Diwali, which is the biggest season in our country, wants to have workers in 100 places, 10,000 workers, and they go to an agency and say, I want to pay everybody 25,000 rupees, get me 10,000 workers. Neither the employer nor the agency can execute the 10,000 till the time you do not go to the respective labor departments. In each of the 100 places, take respective labor licenses, which has to be renewed every year. Both employer and the agency has to go. Now, many times what happens is your season has come and gone and you have not got the license. That means those 10,000 workers will go below formality, they will become informal workers, somebody will bring them on kacha, they will pay them on cash, and that's how we legislate ourselves. So to ma'am's point and to the labor code, the government has said if
Right,
implemented well, you can have a national labor license for 5 years. Deposit 20 crore rupees as a bank guarantee, and sir, that's where, the good contractors and the so-called unscrupulous elements, which all of us are against, will absolutely be out. Deposit 20 crore rupees, the directors can land up in jail if you don't give them minimum wage, you don't give them social security, you don't give them maternity, you don't give them pick up and drop, you don't give them grievance counsel and all. So the law is there. Now is the point is, it is the concurrent list. It requires implementation, it requires execution, it has to happen at a state level. But I understand the frustration of everybody in India. Let me add just one quick last point. See, manufacturing will have to have a little more patience. I know this is very frustrating. I started 29 years of career. First 11 years was inside manufacturing. By the way, it was in textiles. So it's a topic which most people keep deliberating even today. Manufacturing requires deep investments and patience because it has backward integration. Unlike services, which is easy from gestational period to implementation and forward linkages. So in manufacturing, when you start with assembly, that's the first thing you will start. But after that, you'll realize that battery can be made and you can save another $5. Then you'll realize that the touch screen can be made and you'll save another $100.
Right, sir. We'll take it offline. Ma'am, coming back to you, when you say this is on the concurrent list, what are the blowbacks that you're getting from states? What are they telling you in terms of changes that the law could have been better, or maybe something that you would change over the next 6 months or so, given the feedback?
See, this is very interesting. Many times there is a query that the labor codes were passed by Parliament in 2019-20. Why did it take another couple of years for them to be notified? Now, this is the time period when we were working with the states. And there were a lot of conversations about the rules, because the labor codes can be implemented through the rules. The rules are of the center and of the state. It's a concurrent subject. And the state is the appropriate government for a number of aspects. For example, what will be the quarterly overtime defined for the workers? That's the state is the appropriate government for its units which come under its mandate. Similarly, there are many aspects where the states had already taken action before notification. For example, women working at night, being allowed to work at night, some states had already taken action, and those are the states which were also showing more female labor force participation, more productivity from the female labor force than states which had not done that. Now, this is, mind you, before notification of the labor codes. Similarly, the thresholds had been relaxed by some states for retrenchment, layoff, allowing the industry, large industry, to grow. So the states were very much on board, and the main discussion in these 4 or 5 years was about how to harmonize the rules, so that from the business point of view, there is a single approach to compliance, to registration, licensing formats, to the digital interface, to the intention behind the codes. The interpretation of the codes is very important. Let me give you an example. There is a section in Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions Code that prohibits deploying contract labor in core activity. Now, there's a lot of confusion, and business people want to know, what does this mean? Does this mean but it gives certain exceptions in the code. So you're prohibited to deploy contract labor in core activities, but there are exceptions. So industry wants to know, is this permitting me or is this restricting me? Now, that is something which all the states have to, and they understand the intention. The intention is not that you ban contract labor, which is the reality of many public sector undertakings as well. For example, steel, telecom, oil exploration. Similarly, electronics, auto industry, a lot of these industries use contract labor. So what is the intention? So all these things, being on the same page is important, and all the states which were already doing some of the reforms before the codes were notified and now who are making rules, it's very important that they all harmonize and deliver a pan-India experience to business.
Dr. Barua, earlier this year, we saw a lot of protests, industrial protests in, the Delhi NCR belt, and from what we believe in other states as well, over, wages that workers are getting. And manufacturing as such is not really seen as a very preferred job choice because of the long hours and the comparatively lower wages. So can India somehow come to a model where, workers are still paid well, like when we compare average salaries given in China or Vietnam to what is given in India to industrial workers, can we come to a model where wages are good and yet we are able to compete globally with our exports?
Well, I think one of the points that I'd like to mention is that productivity has to be taken into account, and from whatever productivity measures that we get from the ILO, and some of it is because of the structure of the economy. So many people have moved back to agriculture. We are far behind on a number of our Asian peers on the productivity side. And I think recent more micro-level studies have also proved that within factory productivity is significantly lower. So we cannot have too many disconnects out here, right? It is justifiable for our hearts to bleed for the workers, but if the wages are set, we need to be competitive as a manufacturing economy we are still a low middle income economy, so we cannot have the same kind of wage levels or wage standards as, or work standards as the higher middle income economies or the developed economies and so forth. Premature deindustrialization is a problem which has been seen across economies. We are not, we haven't made a serious sort of cardinal mistake to induce this. Many economies have gone through this. We certainly made some very, very critical mistakes. But I think in this, I think we need to keep, when we're talking about the labor market in India, particularly the labor market for manufacturing, we need to also look at the business side,
right.
The demand side, the huge overhang of manufacturing supply from China, the absence of technology, the inverted duty structure. There's so many issues. So you cannot correct one market, one factor market, without looking at all this in totality. I think, taking up where Professor Mehrotra said, I think the EAC-PM has brought out a report on, what is holding back investments. And they've talked about superstar firms. These are the innovators, right? And we really haven't forget, IT, forget manufacturing in IT, as he was mentioning. But what are the constraints that hold us back? That needs to be examined very carefully. I don't think we can, talk about the labor market in isolation of this entire thing that is happening around us within the country and also in the world.
Mr. Mehrotra, when you look at the code that has been set up after maybe 5-7 years of very hard work, 3 changes that you would have preferred that would have made the code more flexible, more humane, and probably more productive?
If you give me a chance, I want to pick up on something that Abhi very importantly said and is not said enough, which is the inverted duty structure. You see, when I talk about industrial, and I will answer all your 3 questions, let me show you. When we talk about industrial policy, one of the first components of what in my view are about 7 or 8, and I don't have the time to talk about it, for that you'll have to read my book. The first point is we have to correct for the inverted duty structure that has emerged in our economy for the last 15 to 20 years, which is actually having an adverse impact on big firms investing in the very sectors in which we could possibly have comparative advantage. Inverted duty structure, for the benefit of the audience, means essentially the following: that it's cheaper for our employers and our industry to import a finished good, perhaps assemble it, and then put it out, rather than import the raw material or the intermediate. Because the tariffs on our intermediates and our raw materials are actually higher than on finished goods. Finished goods are cheaper, so we import our finished goods, and our industrialists, so-called, become all traders, because all they do is assemble and sell. Bottom line, you fix the inverted duty structure, you'll be giving a motivation for manufacturing to grow. Let me now turn to your 3 questions. The 3 questions, or the 3 changes I would have liked to see. 1, that Industrial Disputes Act point I was talking about, which is that you are have that discussion again between industry and the workers.
So 2 becomes 6. 2 weeks becomes 6 weeks.
2 weeks becomes 6 weeks. That's point 1. Point 2, and this is something that the government has to really get its head around. You cannot become Viksit Bharat in the absence of ensuring 3 things for 90% of our 630 million workforce. What are those 3 things? Those are social insurance. What does the ILO talk about, the 3 components of social insurance? 1, pension. 2, death and disability insurance, what you and I in lay language call life insurance. And 3, for women, maternity benefit. absolute non-negotiables which can be put in place starting bottom up. I already have a plan of action, a cost and architecture for doing that. And finally, to answer your three things, I would say start a negotiation in which you are actually ensuring trust. This core, non-core business, who's going to define this core, non-core? No one is defining it, and who's going to decide what's core and non-core? Isn't it then much better to go with the FTA, meaning the fixed term appointment, forget about this damn core versus non-core, because you will never have an agreement on what is core, what is non-core. Enable that 6 weeks thing so that you make that transition, and then ensure fixed appointment, and that's the third thing, fixed term appointment for a certain period. Today the FTA is mentioned in the code, there's no time period mentioned. I mean, I was stunned. What were the bureaucrats thinking when they were defining FTA? Why wasn't a time period? What is FTA? 6 months? 1 year? 3 years? 5 years? What is it?
Mr. Bhatia, moving on from the labor codes, I want to understand one issue on employability and skilling. As someone who's in the industry, what are your views on it? Is our youth really as badly unemployable as we hear a lot of times, or is there a skill gap that can be bridged?
See, there is a mismatch. There's no two ways about it, and I think that's what the entire panel's been discussing for some time. You touched upon the wages issue as well, and I'll come back to what Professor Malhotra had said earlier. 65% of your GVA comes from services, but only 20-25% of the people are chasing or producing that GVA. As a result, what's happened in the services sector or in the technology sector is that you moved away from government-defined minimum wage to what is called market wages. But when it came to something like a manufacturing, because you've got 90% informal workers, they have not even yet touched the surface of assured minimum wage. Now the state again is confused. Should I push the minimum wage up? If I push the minimum wage up, Cambodia, Thailand, Indonesia, everybody else becomes cheaper than us, and then again manufacturing will run away. Nobody wants to do any kind of a component manufacturing here. So it's a very tricky situation. The second aspect, very right, I agree, 100% of Indians should have social security embedment. But on the other extreme end, what have we done? We've allowed all the billion-dollar unicorns to have gig workers. And many of them have gone to lakhs and crores of gig workers without understanding what will happen 2, 3, 5, 7 years later when they hit 40, and nobody will want them, and they will have no value addition left to be given to society. And while we've embedded it in the social security code, the 1% and the 5%, it does not qualify for the things that he just mentioned. So again, what we've done is we've restricted all these benefits to 15% of India. Now look at your balance sheet as an employee, if you were an employee. If you're getting 25,000 rupees, first we will deduct 4,000-5,000 rupees because of your social security. Then you'll have to pay 4,000-5,000 to live in a city on a shared room basis. Then you'll spend 4,000-5,000 on food. In the end, you're left with only 9,000 or 10,000. Today, there are multiple states who tell you, don't work, just prove to me that you're not working. I'll pay you more than 8, 9, 10,000 rupees in cash. So why would youth even come forward to the cities, come to our factories and start working? So I think there is a fundamental anomaly there, which has to be absolutely structured, created, but we are looking at, in isolation, what do we do for 15% of India, which is formal, and what do we do for 85% of India, which is informal? I think we have to say, for entire 100% of India, this is how we need to implement. The day that in letter and spirit from Labor Code starts to happen, you will see the entire nation rise. You will see all youth rise, and everybody will come forward. But I come back to my core question. Create more opportunities. Employees will be more comfortable when an employee can tell an employer, I do not like your factory or what you pay me, I will walk out and get 5 more jobs. In services, you are confident you can do that. In manufacturing, the worker is still not confident. So one of the, manufacturing for our company was 15,000 people just 5 years ago, out of 2.5 lakh people. We've gone from 2.5 lakh people to about 482,000, so almost doubling in 5 years. But manufacturing has gone from 15,000 to 80,000, 5 times. So if somebody wants to read the data, you will actually see in the fine print that it's happening. Now what we picked up last year is the toughest mandate ever. We've said we will make formality in construction. And it is a nightmare, let me tell you. Just 3,000 workers we have in construction right now, but 99% of construction workers are informal.
And
Today,
here is...
and just one last sentence. An IT worker, after doing a BTech, gets half the money of what we pay to a construction welder who's just done a 10th pass with a welding degree. So to your question on skills, if you have hard skills today, and I don't know how we explain this to the youth, everybody wants a banking job, everybody wants a government job, and everybody wants to do a graduation with or without an end result. But if you do hard skills, you come back into mechanical, electrical, plumbing, welding, I'm telling you the money is there to be made in the next 5 or 10 years.
And this is a situation where the chairman of L&T said that he's unable to hire people even at 40,000 rupees a month. This is the point that I'm coming back to. So, Dr. Barua, how do we solve this problem of jobs that are there for the taking, high-skilled jobs that are there for the taking, pay you good money, will keep you happy, and yet the youth says, "Mere ko ye nahi karna."
No, I think at the first instance, we need to analytically decouple the labor market from the skills market. They have completely different equilibria. Right? I think we have a shortage of skills in particular areas which we need to buffer up and push people into it. I am not too sure that with the kind of, I think the laws of economics should slowly start pushing people who've had this hang up about not doing any kind of manual physical labor. I think that culture will slowly change. It has changed significantly in the West, where plumbers, electricians, etc., are now, for in the UK, they are earning much more than a regular white-collar worker. That is an aspiration. People are retraining to become. So I think that is something that we also need the education and the skill building supply to kind of build that up. But I think we need to recognize, and I somehow see a disconnect between what people like the L&T chairman are saying and the kind of excess labor supply situation that we are in. We don't have a problem of getting people unless we look hard enough. There are too many people around. We have not created enough jobs. I think that is the fundamental hard reality of it. And whether we can afford to fiddle around with our wage and labor structure too much to create adverse incentives for business, particularly for small business, to take these people on is something that needs to come out of serious dialogue between business and government and the representatives of labor. We do have a problem of too many people, too few jobs. That's the hard reality of it. You cannot get away from that.
Ms. Davra, you successfully managed to bring about some kind of an agreement between industry, trade unions, and the government on the labor codes. Do you think that, employment skilling is again something where this kind of a dialogue can work? And if so, how can it go about then?
Yeah, okay. So I've been hearing the different points of view, and of course they converge onto a couple of issues. One is the employability of the youth. If we look at the evidence, the graduate employability index is below 50. If you look at employability of the workforce, as per the Skill India's report, it is around 50. If you look at economic survey 24-25, it says 90% of the workforce is educated up to basic or below basic secondary school level. What is our readiness in artificial intelligence and machine learning? Again, below 50. So this is an area where we really need to intensify our efforts to improve the employability of our youth. That will also help in international mobility of labor. It will also attract more investments. It is not about paying labor less. Actually, it's about paying labor what is their due and making them more productive, more skilled. Look at the median wages given to labor in India compared to China. Look at the per capita incomes. The country has to grow. We are talking about being between 6.5% to 7.5%. We have to reach 9% and 10%. And labor codes is one reform which has happened in the midst of many other reforms which are taking place. So it's also about each state taking the initiative to work on the ecosystem for investments, bringing in more FDI. And that is when I'm sure that we are running out of time. So that is how we, go up the ladder. And it's not just giving minimum wages, it's also linking wages to skills. Is there a progression in career for a worker? Is there an incentive to get more skills? And also the industry being more proactive about skilling the workers like in China. So all these are very important factors, I think, for the country to grow. Thank you.
We'll call it time here, ladies and gentlemen, and here is the startup idea for people who want to take benefit of this labor code. Start a welding shop which is air conditioned and probably send that welder to SpaceX. There was a guy who was working as a welder in SpaceX and he got a fantastic ESOP from Elon Musk. Let's hope that many of our welders also reach that stage. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. What a wonderful chat.
Thank you, everyone. May I request all our panelists to stay back on stage while I request Siddharth Basu Chatterjee to please come up on stage to present a token of appreciation along with Masuma Parekh, also to hand over a token of appreciation to each of our panelists. Thank you, everyone, and a warm round of applause for this fantastic panel. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is India's coolest startups. India's startup story is moving beyond the digital disruption. A new generation of founders is building deep tech, space, defense, drones, robotics, and advanced engineering, therefore creating technologies with the potential to reshape India's industrial future. This session brings together founders who are at the forefront of deep tech revolution to discuss how are they overcoming technological, regulatory, and funding challenges to build world-class enterprises from India. This discussion will examine how deep tech entrepreneurship can become a key driver of India's ambition to emerge as a manufacturing powerhouse by 2047. Please welcome our next set of panelists. Joining in on the platform next, we have Agnishwar Jaiprakash, founder and CEO of Garuda Aerospace, with us. We also have Saurabh Jha, founder of Depropulse, joining in on this platform as well. And we'll be shortly joined by Srinath Ravichandran, the co-founder and CEO of Agnikul Cosmos, and I'll be moderating this session. Welcome to all our panelists. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. So India's coolest startups are literally taking to skies. And it's not just about ordering something at the touch of a button anymore, but it's much beyond our own atmospheric limits now. So we are going to be trying to understand, especially in the last few years, when India has opened up the skies to even private companies, to try and understand what is it that India now seems to achieve, dreams to achieve as far as our space ambitions are concerned, and how are private companies really participating in achieving those dreams as well. Welcome to all our panelists. Thank you so much for taking the time out as well. So I'll start off with you, Mr. Jayaprakash, and I want to kickstart by understanding from you. Since yours is the company that is into making of drones, so far all of us usually see drones being actively used. We've seen it on the news channels of late over the last 6 months. A lot of wars have used drones in many a fashion. And closer home in a much better environment, it's the wedding photography that the drones are being used for. But I do understand that you make drones for much bigger purposes as well. So if you could help us understand which are the industries that are leading to big demand for you as far as drones are concerned. And going forward from here, how can drones truly be seen as making a massive impact on the Indian economy?
Firstly, I'd like to thank Business Today for organizing such an amazing event and bringing in, stellar speakers, not including me. But in terms of, thank you for your question. Yes, we started in 2015-16, and Garuda at that point of time aimed to disrupt and break this common misconception that drones could be used only for hobby flying purposes, or the photography that you see it in cinemas, or the other end of the spectrum, you'd see it in defense space. We felt that drones, when equipped with precision payloads and designed differently, and payloads like probes, sensors, magnetometers, high-powered lasers, sprayers, different types of cameras even, like LiDAR, multispectral, hyperspectral thermal, you'd not only be able to capture data in never-before-seen ways, but you'd be able to transcend a drone into a supercomputer on wings that's capable of services in precision agriculture to spray pesticides and fertilizers, for mining applications, for finding out pilferages in oil and gas leak detection, in a lot of different applications. So I felt that, beyond the usual applications, these add a lot of value to our customers, to stakeholders, increasing efficiency, reducing expenditures. And after the COVID pandemic, there's been a forcible adoption of automation across the world. And for us, we were very blessed that Honorable Prime Minister launched 100 of our drones in 100 locations in 22. And that really led to a plethora of different types of services. Garuda has actually now sold over 7,500 drones, served over 500 clients, and recently got a SEBI nod for our 1,000 crore IPO. So all of that's happened in just a span of 4 to 5 years.
Fantastic. Congratulations on the IPO news as well. I'll come to that in a bit, but Mr. Ravichandran, I want to start by understanding from you. India is being seen as having moved from primarily being a consumer of advanced technology to now having the strategic capabilities to build their own. But how far, in your view, have we already arrived? And where is the room to still fill?
First of all, thanks for having me here. I think we are at the cusp of actually commercializing many of the startups, many of the bigger entrepreneurs. Some of them have already started, but they are looking at scale. So I would say, I don't know where is the benchmark. If we call 10 as a SpaceX level company, or DJI level company for drone, we're probably in that 6, 7, 8-ish range. Definitely beyond 2, 3, 4. But there is still a lot more room for development, lot more room for commercialization. I think building these kind of technology-focused startups out of India also means figuring out new solutions to supply chain problems. What worked in the West, what worked in China, what worked in other parts of the world will not work in India. And so along with engineering, I'm seeing many teams get on to the problem of solving business problems now. And so those solutions will also not be immediate, right? They'll also take their 2 to 3 years time frame. So we are at a very interesting cusp, I think, today. All this, I think the seeds were sown a good 10 years ago. We are seeing the harvest just going to happen probably the next 2 to 3 years.
All right, Mr. Jha, I'll bring you into the conversation as well. I want to understand from you, do you think that India is entering into a phase where private companies are now capable enough to create end-to-end solutions for the entire space ecosystem rather than just playing a supportive role to ISRO providing components? Where are we at and where do we have to go from here, sir?
Yes, glad to be here. Well, that's already been demonstrated, right? You had a private company launch a series of 6 orbital payloads. That was an end-to-end demonstration of sorts. Of course, they didn't have their own spaceport. They depended on ISRO's infrastructure. And that is the real point though. They can definitely develop end-to-end systems, but you need test facilities, right? So we've invested in test facilities ourselves. Of course, Agnikul has test facilities as well. So the main thing is about how do you hasten testing and certification really. So that is the key question over here. And how do you sustain people through the valley of death, the so-called valley of death when they go through the middle TRL levels? For that you need, some certain policy level changes. And the main change that you need is, say, we are a dev tech company. If it's the government will be our main customer, right? The anchor customer. The government needs to be able to give intermittent orders, okay, even for Mark 1 and really support spiral development. Even if it meets 70% of the requirement. So once a certain threshold is met, there should be, early orders. And those orders will do two things. What will happen is, the kind of systems we are developing need to be tested in the field. Unless you test them in the field, you will never really refine them to a level where they are world-beating or anything of that sort. So that is the one thing I would say. But yes, companies are definitely ready to do end-to-end systems.
Okay. Mr. Jayaprakash, let me come to you. From the government's role perspective, as of now, I think we have about 440 startups in the space tech space already registered with the government. They have raised anywhere around $800 million as well recently, if I am not wrong on that data. Plus, when we try to understand from the time of, we do have a lot of government agencies that are pushing and now promoting startups in the space tech space. There is a lot of funding also happening. But at the same time, we continue to hear from the founders, from entrepreneurs that the capital is limited and there are a lot of challenges on that front. Plus, even when we go forward to the point that Mr. Jha made, when it comes to the procurement side as well, there are still a lot of gaps or, still a lot of tall ask that is needed. What do you think is the tall ask right now from the government, from you, from the founders in the startup stage?
No, I think I have a very different perspective. I think the government has done a lot, especially in the drone segment, from liberalizing the drone rules in 2021 to introducing the Drone Shakti program, where they actively pushed a lot of government agencies to provide such orders and to adopt drones, to bringing in schemes like the production link incentive, where Garuda is one of the 23 firms, to boost local manufacturing, to drone loans and drone subsidies in the space of agriculture, where it is leading to multiple young men and women getting employed. In the previous panel, we spoke about how skilling leads to and the labor code is it's very, very important in terms of employment and skilling in the GDP of our country. And I think that the current government has done phenomenally well. There are TDB and RDI funds that is available. I don't want to sound like I would say a spokesperson for the government, but I feel that founders and entrepreneurs need to own up to a little bit more responsibility. I think we should focus on unit economics. We should focus on profitability, sustainability, building real products on ground and trying to make sure that clients are actually able to benefit and create that impact. I think if we are focused a lot more on product development, product integration with great partners, like for example, Garuda is working with Airbus, with Thales, with Lockheed Martin, with all of these top companies, and within the country also with HAL, Bell and BEML, like the defense PSUs are working with us to try and find what kind of solution that we can introduce into the market. I believe that that is where we need to spend a lot more time. Of course, when it comes to funds availability in the market, we'll have to take it into perspective of how much funds are available globally, what the world is going through. Not a lot of funds in-house. Most of our funds today have LPs from abroad, right? We'll have to make sure that first put that into perspective, see what we're doing. 10 years back, companies that used to burn money used to raise a lot of funds. Now, a lot of LPs and VCs are extremely focused on profitability. So we need to understand how the evolution of these people who are giving capital, be it government or via grants or be it VCs, are thinking, and accordingly adjust our strategies. And I believe that that is what we need to do. One must start to help themselves before starting to ask for others.
Okay. Mr. Ravichandran, to the point that you were earlier making, that, we are still in the race no matter where, at what point we are at. But when we put our eyes on 2047, when India is looking to be a developed nation, what is it that you still believe are the big gaps, the missing missing pieces today when it comes to India aiming to become a globally competitive, deep tech manufacturing hub as well? Is it technology? Is it capital? Is it policy? Is it customers? What exactly are the gaps?
If I have to rank it, I would start with things like supply chain again. I think a lot of things are available, but there is still a fair bit of import that is happening for some of the precision items and so on. So that hopefully, if we really want to be a fully self-sustaining developed country, then some of those ecosystems will also have to grow. Then capital, adding on to what Agdeshwar said as well, I think even though there are Indian funds, some of the people putting money into the funds is still coming from outside the country. So hopefully that will change. Hopefully in the next 10 years or so, some of these homegrown startups will become LPs to some of those ones. So India money will start coming back into the country again in India itself. So, but right now that is still a gap, I think. Lastly, people, so there are enough people in the country, there are enough passionate engineers in the country, but developing new technology also means a certain class of, personalities that are required. You need patient people. I don't know if patience is one of the things that I would say is a priced commodity in India today, but that is, you can't have people who want instant gratification. So you need people who are able to see 10 years ahead, or who are able to wait for 10 years to see an outcome. And that may be a bit in shortage. As opposed to generally saying talent, I would say the kind of culture fit that some of these technology development programs need.
Okay. Mr. Jha, I want to understand, India currently values its space economy at $8.4 billion. That's about 3% of the global market right now. But we aim to increase this figure fivefold over, say, 7 to 8 years from now. What will help us achieve that?
See, again, if you look at those things, technology depends on talent, talent depends on capital, capital depends on policy, and policy depends on the customer, which is the government. The anchor customer for any deep tech really is the government in India. So now, the main thing that we need to look at is, I'll enter at the point of policy, is that a lot of stuff has happened which is definitely useful, but a lot of stuff needs to be kept in mind. There's a big difference between developing a quadcopter drone and developing a rotating detonation engine, for instance, right? Some things are more capital intensive, some things have a deeper tech, I would say. So we should keep those in mind. And so to support that kind of deeper tech, where you want that kind of transformation, you need to do these things. First of all, whatever matching grants you give, there are many matching schemes. We are in the dev tech sector, so IDEX, Aditi, say 25 crores. You need to increase the quantum of that. You need to allow that money to be spent on infrastructure, testing infrastructure. The product capability in deep tech is the 5-axis CNC tool, right? Certain kinds of precision machining, the connected test pipe facility, the semi-free jet test facility. These are things that are few and far between in India. Not the 5-axis machine tool, obviously, but the facility. So you need to be allowed to invest that. Capital needs to understand. I mean, capital, apart from being, the usual tropes about patient capital or whatever, capital needs to have technical depth. Just like we talk about the end customer having technical depth, capital needs to have technical depth to technically underwrite whatever they're investing in. And when you're backing someone, you should back them fully. You should not think, oh, why is he investing in an asset? Why is he building infrastructure? Okay, because that infrastructure is what is going to lead to two things. Okay, it is going to be it'll allow you to portray milestones, risk reduction milestones, which will increase your visibility. It'll allow you to develop what are called dual use off-ramps or intermediate off-ramps. Other products that are coming out of the compute and the test facilities that you have at your disposal. Otherwise, you'll be queuing up at some national test facility for months before you can test your rotating detonation engine, for instance.
Okay, Mr. Jaiprakash, you've been talking about the government, but let me also talk on the valuation part, the patient capital part as well. When we look at the global examples, such as SpaceX, something that Mr. Ravichandran also talked about as well, the kind of valuations that it came in at were mammoth, but despite that, Indians not even having the access to invest were curious of how to invest in a SpaceX at $1.5 trillion of a valuation. Why do you think there is still a lack of patient capital for the startups back home? And how much time will it really take for us to bridge that kind of a gap from where we are at? We've had just the first unicorn get, approved, Skyroot. And then, of course, we're going to be looking at so many more as well. But still, the gap is huge and mammoth.
Yeah, but I think both my esteemed panelists and speakers spoke a bit of what you're asking in terms of, like, look at SpaceX's story. How many contracts had the government in the US had bestowed upon Elon Musk and SpaceX at that point of time. And he was very adequately funded by a lot of friends. And it took him, purely if you take a look at the SpaceX valuation, I don't want to get into too much of it, but I'm sure that everybody knows that the whole aspect of XAI also merging with SpaceX and bringing that AI flavor had a lot to do with valuation. It was not a standalone space or any sort of tech-oriented valuation. So I don't think it's a fair comparison. But at the same time, it will take some time. You can't expect miracles to happen overnight. I think the deep tech ecosystem, be it in dev tech or in space tech or in drone tech, it's like we started at least 10, 15 years behind everybody else. You can't expect that when SpaceX went public and at a 1 trillion plus and expecting us to do the same within the year, it's not fair. But at the same time, I think there's a lot to learn from people who are trendsetters and people who are building certain paths. You can choose to go behind them. You can choose to learn from them. And I believe that, let's take what Mr. Jha said as an example in terms of building these test facilities, building actual manufacturing capabilities. Today, you can see how wars have changed and shaped how companies are being valued. I'll give you one example of a Quantum Systems. It's a drone company based out of Germany. They were very similar to us in size and in use cases and application. They had a drone that does mapping and surveillance. But in came in the Ukraine war. Last year, they did $300 million in sales because the government of Germany pretty much purchased everything that they had. They've recently raised $1.2 billion of capital from very notable names, including Airbus Defense, at a staggering $8 billion valuation. So you're getting 30x revenue multiples for companies that are making losses in the defense space and burning money. And so these are things which are quite normal, and I believe that we're not hard and fast anymore on valuations. The market gives us a valuation whatever certain benchmarkings are, and I think that while not to be too carried away by the valuation, I still think that we'll have to stay true to ourselves, serve our customers, build good, great products that are sustainable, and if the market decides that we are at a valued company, then of course you'll get those valuation. And from our perspective, since we got the SEBI nod,
Yes.
I'm hoping that's the case.
That happens. All the best. Well, Mr. Ravichandran, I want to understand again on the global competitiveness part as well. Do you still believe when it comes to the private space industry, it has still a steep hill to climb, especially when it comes to launching affordable rockets that can carry satellites? The data that has come in today in news reports, I want to read that out to you. The news reports have mentioned that India is definitely amongst the 6 markets that can successfully launch rockets, that are capable of launching the rockets with satellites, but is the most expensive among EU, China, Russia, Japan as well. So, and the gap is huge. Like US is doing that at $3,000 per kilogram. India is doing at $13,000 per kilogram. What do you think is needed to bring in affordability when it comes to rocket launches with satellites?
So the only way to solve a problem that technologically heavy is through building new technology, right? That is the only way to do it. There is no such thing as a low quality space product or something. It has to be at a certain level to perform in space. So you pretty much are being held only to a global standard. India could be the place where you make it or think about it. So in that sense, the only solution to reducing costs is, for example, if you're comparing with a US company like SpaceX, You're basically comparing a rocket that can be used many times with a rocket that can be only used once. And a use and throw product, which is equally good in quality, cannot be, cheaper than a multiple times usable rocket, right? So that's one example of where you can reduce costs. So I think that is at least in the specific context of the question you asked, I think that is where the India angle will or should play out. Luckily, or probably strategically, India is already in that 6, which is already a big thing, right? And there was another article I read where across the world there are less than 25 groups of people, I'm removing all borders here, who know how to go to orbit. It's such a, rare skill set as a, totality. In that, India is there, right? And so that's a good thing for the country. Now we are talking about getting costs down. Within that 25, we have to be among the lowest. But that is again done only through technology. So that is my answer, basically.
But is that also because we have very good temperature, environment conditions to be able to launch rockets? I was told once by Skyroot itself that, we are lucky in that fashion, that we have all the conditions working in our favor. There are so many countries who cannot launch rockets because they do not have apt conditions.
Yeah, we are fairly equatorial, have a long coastline, don't have immediate neighboring countries on the path when we go outward on a launch. So all of those things are good, but we are still a much warmer country than what is ideal. So maybe for some launches it's good, but not like the sweetest spot in the world to launch. And actually the sweetest spot will change from mission to mission. Certain orbits actually prefer if you are very close to the poles. Certain orbits are actually better addressed from BAM on the equator. So we are closer to the equator, and so certain class of launches are good. But other than that, I think the whole idea is, now if I just change the question around a little and say, now how can you build a rocket where you can take advantage of any launch location? Which is one of the things that we are trying to close in Agnikul, right? Go where the mission demands, as opposed to say, yeah, we are in India, we have to launch from India. That's a good starting point. But then if a European customer wants to launch from Australia because Australia is the best place for his mission, then we should be able to go there, get the European customer there and launch from Australia. That's how we are thinking about our mission. So I think, again, technology is the answer to all of this.
Technology is the answer. Mr. Jayaprakash, I'll come to you. Again, what is the one ecosystem change that could help turn these early successes into a much larger wave of globally competitive India's deep tech capabilities?
I think when it comes to drones, we have to look beyond India because the globe is an amazing opportunity for a lot of the use cases. India is a great place for you to cement certain amount of market dominance and scale. You don't spend too much money in making mistakes, and it's not costly errors. And like Garuda, like I mentioned, is served the Adani Group, Reliance, Godrej, Tata, Cipla, Vedanta, L&T, Steel Authority of India, Indian Oil Corporation, Indian Army and Air Force. And we've done a lot of work with a lot of these municipal corporations and smart cities as well for a variety of different services and applications and products. Now, when we showcase our clientele as a Reliance and an IOCL, scaling up into and going to an Aramco and pitching the same solutions is not a far stretch. So I believe that India is a great place for us to test and showcase our capabilities. Might not be the best like willingness to pay or the margins wise, but that's one of the reasons why Garuda has expanded to the US markets. We opened up our subsidiary in the US, in the UK. We have JVs in Africa. We're looking at JVs in Australia as well. We have bagged our first export order, got our export license. So we're looking at working with so many different partners and also wanting to ensure that products that are been tried and tested in India are now exported to the world. And I believe that when you do and when you showcase that your solutions and your technology is adoptable or it's competent in global standards, I believe that that is the first step that would take before, again, asking for government aid or let's say VC funds or any of the investor support. Because I've always, I've always believed, and Garuda is a testament to that, we're never dependent on investor capital. We've always been a consumer and a customer-funded growth company. That's why I own 75% of the company, because of that. So I believe that founders and companies need to start looking inward rather than outward.
Okay. Mr. Jha, let me come to you. You know, you are into advanced propulsion, which is one of the hardest parts of building indigenous aerospace and defense capability. Understand from you, what is it going to take for India to develop the strongest possible domestic propulsion ecosystem instead of continuing to depend on imported technologies?
So obviously test facilities, an anchor customer, and also the fact that you have to create, let's take gas turbine jet engines, I mean turbofans, turbojets, whatever powers airliners and fighter aircraft. We are 15 years behind Europe and maybe 20 years behind the United States of America right now. We have still not actually operationalized a fourth generation low bypass turbofan that America has been using since the 1980s. Right, what powers the Tejas was developed in the 1980s by America, F404 Iron 20. So anyway, so what you need is you need to invest in test facilities. You also, but by the grace of God, I would say, the ecosystem today, the manufacturing ecosystem is very much capable of building a fourth generation engine at least. Half of what is required to build a fifth generation gas turbine also exists. We are not into gas turbines. We are into a much more, advanced form of propulsion called pressure gain combustion, called rotating detonation engines. Here you don't need a compressor. A rotating detonation wave is what compresses the air. And it compresses the air, raises it to its auto ignition temperature and ignites the fuel air mix. And we are not into rocket engines right now. Detonation rocket engines. We've chosen to address the most difficult part of the equation where our country is really behind, which is air breathing propulsion in general. So jet engines, ramjets, and of course rotating detonation engines. So what we've done is we've invested early in test facilities. You cannot be a propulsion company without having the right test facilities, without having the attendant test facilities. And we've invested in our own compute because we are a dev tech company. We can't depend on the cloud. So what I'm saying is that the capital, whether it be the private capital that comes in or the government, they have to allow you to invest in facility build-up. They have to invest in national facilities themselves. They have to help you get accreditation for your facility, because our facility could be used by any number of micro turbojet startups also, because we are building a pretty substantial facility, right? So another thing that you have to keep in mind is if you want those off-ramps, as I mentioned, intermediate technology. Suppose we are also working, we're not just working on high-speed effectors, high supersonic effectors, we are also working on counter-drone systems, small surface-to-air missiles. For that, but that's a different kind of combustor, but you can develop it because you have the facility.
Okay.
So that's
what
what
add something to it? No, okay. Mr. Ravichandran, I wanted to ask you, in terms of the bottlenecks that you face today in taking your aerospace technologies from, say, lab to a commercial scale, what are those biggest bottlenecks right now?
As I said, I think thinking about the business problems alongside the engineering problems, because going up to the point of lab is very technology driven. But the moment you're looking at scale, you can't just do it like how you did it in the first leg. Literally, you have to come up with new metrics. How do you measure the profitability when you're doing a testing program, right? What is the testing program really going to give you? And those are metrics that don't exist as a generic framework. You'll have to go and think about, okay, I'm building a rocket engine. What does it mean? How do I measure profitability or scaling through that? What is this test going to give me in terms of return, right? I think that bridge between R&D and core, regular manufacturing has to be figured out through financial metrics. So I think there's a lot of business angle that has to be, developed there. I think that is what is probably missing in many of the places that I am seeing today, because we also start a little late, like what Agnishwar was saying, right? So this is when I think people will solve those problems. Similarly, the supply chain problem also I highlighted. I mean, there are a lot of people and you can figure it out, but what is the best supply chain system to have for a rocket company in India? No one knows. ISRO is doing it a particular way, but ISRO has its constraints, ISRO has its products, but there is no template. SpaceX has figured it out in a particular way, but that cannot be applied to India. So I'm going back to the point of beyond a certain level of technology development, you cannot ignore business. Otherwise, this will always be a hobby part.
All right. I think this conversation could have gone longer, but we'll wrap it up at that. Thank you so much for being with us on this special edition, to all three of you, for sharing with us the vision that we have for space tech to achieve over the next 2 decades. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Mr. P. Chidambaram walking in. May I also request Ms. Masuma Parekh to please come up on stage to present a token of appreciation to all our panelists. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for India's coolest startups, truly. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll move forward to our next session now, and this one is titled India's Growth Dilemma. India stands at a pivotal moment, balancing high growth with jobs, investment with inclusion, and ambition with fiscal prudence. As the economy evolves, the key question is, what will it take to sustain growth while making it broader and more resilient? To discuss this, let us put our hands together for our next speaker. We have with us Mr. P. Chidambaram, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and former Finance Minister, with us on the stage also. We will request Mrs. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, and Mario Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today Television, to please come up on stage to drive this conversation forward. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our special guest, Mr. P. Chidambaram, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha, and former Finance Minister. Welcome to you, sir.
Good evening and a very warm welcome to this very, very important session with Mr. P. Chidambaram. We are all very familiar with Mr. Chidambaram, his work and his contribution to India's economy, to policy making over decades. And Mr. Chidambaram, thank you very much for making it here. It's a great privilege to have you. Just to set the background for today's session, sir, over the last several months, Business Today has been working on a very detailed analysis which takes stock of what has been India's manufacturing ecosystem progress over the past decade or so. 3 parts to that research: our states, our districts, and the companies that are driving India's manufacturing growth, and what is lacking. That has come together in an edition which we will subsequently request you to unveil and release as well. But I want to begin this evening today by asking you about a broader point that is top of mind, which is India's place in the global economy, the current circumstances that we see globally, what is happening in our domestic economy. And I really wanted to begin by asking you, is the current economic model enough to deliver quality growth and jobs and fulfill the aspirations of millions of young Indians, sir?
You know the answer as well as I do. The answer is no. The current economic model is a default model. It's not based on a deep analysis of the situation on the ground, nor is it backed by economic knowledge and expertise. Please remember that however politically strong the top executive is, it still requires an economic brain. Mr. Narasimha Rao was the political executive, but the economic brain was Dr. Manmohan Singh. I don't know whether the present Prime Minister should be compared with Mr. Narasimha Rao, but there's certainly nobody, I underline nobody, in the government today that can compare with Dr. Manmohan Singh. Unless you have another economic expert and an economic brain which understands the world economy and the Indian economy, theoretically and on practically, there's no way out of this situation.
But Mr. Chidambaram,
This situation won't deliver growth. We can boast of ourselves as the largest growing, highest growing large economy. That means nothing. Nor will it deliver jobs, as the climate country reveals, nor will it deliver quality infrastructure. I can go on, but I'll stop here.
Mr. Chidambaram, since you say that the government perhaps doesn't have anyone with the same economic heft or understanding as Dr. Manmohan Singh had, but here is the government which has made manufacturing almost like a national priority. They have spoken about Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India. The Prime Minister increasingly is speaking about semiconductor plants and the initiatives which have been taken by the government. Aren't these efforts in the right direction then?
Why do you stop with Make in India? There was Make in India, there was Atmanirbharta, there was PLI, there was even a symbolic representation of Make in India. It was a tiger, metallic tiger. Every one of them has failed. The semiconductor drive that they are giving is entirely out of public money. Do you know that the semiconductor companies which are putting up semiconductor plants are subsidized almost to 80 to 85%? So it's public money, not private money coming. There's no great infrastructure that is being built. We boast about the road infrastructure, but only yesterday the Lucknow-Allahabad road or something collapsed. Therefore, where is the large plan, large vision which Dr. Manmohan Singh introduced in 1991 and given the coalition compulsion that he laid out for 2004 to 2014? What is the result of all these initiatives? Manufacturing is stuck at today 13.5 or 14% of GDP. And that's not the proud product of all these initiatives.
Mr. Chidambaram, when we speak with members of the government, and there have been several who've been here on this very stage since the morning, they speak about the PLI scheme, which you referred to. They speak about tax reforms, GST, corporate tax rate cuts, recent personal tax rationalization, and they say that all of this is designed to strengthen India's manufacturing ecosystem, and the results will come. Yet we equally see, Mr. Chidambaram, that private investment remains cautious, foreign capital inflows, and you have recently also touched upon this subject. The question, sir, is that is our challenge, what is really our challenge? Is it about less policy announcement and better execution and certainty to build confidence in foreign investors? What exactly is the challenge?
The challenge is sound economic thinking behind each initiative. So today, the Indian economy and capital investment is trapped in a square or rectangle. One line is regulations. Do you know that the rules and regulations today on the statute book are worse than what it was in 1991? I pointed out to the then governor of Reserve Bank, why do you keep these RBI regulations? They are meaningless. They are mindless. They are mind-boggling. He said he will have to appoint a committee, etc., etc. It didn't happen. Electricity, a subject with which I am familiar with. Do you know there are 30 state regulators, and each one makes his regulation? As a result, you know that the solar power, 35% of solar power is stranded. Therefore, I can go sector by sector. There is no economic thinking, there's no economic plan, there's no economic design. It's trapped between regulation on the one hand, investigation and enforcement on the other. The other is crony capitalism. And the bottom line is bureaucratic hurdles. In this square or rectangle, it's trapped.
Are you therefore saying, sir, that license Raj or pre-1991 control Raj is back?
It's practically back. It's not a controlled Raj. It's not license and controlled Raj. It's rule and regulation Raj. The names have changed, but they are as formidable and as forbidding as the old license and controlled Raj.
Then, Mr. Chidambaram, what really is the future of all these foreign trade agreements which are being inked?
Where have we concluded? With I think, the last count, I think the Commerce Minister says he's signed 5 FTAs. But who are these FTAs with? Is it our major trading partner? There's one with a major trading partner, but that is the European Union, I think. It falls far short of what we desired, but all the rest are with minor trading partners. Where is the FTI with US? Where is the FTA with France, Germany, etc.? There is no FTA with China. So the major trading partners, we have not concluded an FTA yet. And we are not likely to conclude because their leaders are worse than our leaders. How do you conclude FTA with US with a whimsical president? How do you conclude a FTA with China with a veil of secrecy over the Chinese economy? Therefore, I don't set much store with the FTAs.
Sir, the government and Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal have spoken particularly about one trade agreement, which is with the 4 European nations, including Norway and Sweden, and they say that this is the first FTA where $100 billion investment will come in. They have agreed to that. They have promised that these nations will invest in India. Is that not substantial enough?
Let it come first. What is our trade with Norway? What is our trade with Sweden? It's minuscule. They are small countries with small populations, with a large per capita income. But their capacity to trade is nothing besides our hunger to trade. Our hunger is gargantuan hunger, gigantic hunger. They can't satisfy our hunger. But they are small countries with small trade.
You spoke about perhaps there is a need for an FTA with China. India's trade deficit with China has widened with capital goods and intermediate goods forming a large share of imports. What should India's economic strategy then be with China?
See, we should develop our own manufacturing. We import raw materials, capital goods, and accessories from China. We may not have the raw material, for example, rare earth. We may not have the kind of quantity of rare earths that China is able to export. But we should develop our own manufacturing to substitute for the imports. What do? You import it, and then you impose anti-dumping duty. The anti-dumping duty, quality control orders, other trade barriers hamper trade. On the one hand, you say that we should have a competitive economy. But in my view, and I say this, I make the statement boldly, competition is shrunk in India. Every sector is a monopoly or an oligopoly. Telecom, petroleum, airports, ports, cement, steel. Where are the world's biggest companies? In India. In cement, we had two companies, one Swiss company and a French company. They have left, packed up and left. The Competition Commission of India is toothless. Show me one takeover or one merger in the recent years which the Competition Commission has stopped.
Could it not be argued, sir, that many foreign companies are not able to compete in what is, after all, quite a tough market, and Indian producers are perhaps able to do better, low cost, and they have Indian jugaad with them?
Jugaad is not going to make you a manufacturing power. It is this thinking, not your thinking. This thinking is there in government also. Jugaad will make us a manufacturing power. Jugaad will make us a third-rate manufacturing power. We have to become a first-rate manufacturing power. How can Jugaad replace genuine manufacturing ability?
Then would you say that the challenges largely are coming from artificial intelligence, perhaps automation and advanced technologies?
It is where China is streets ahead of us, miles ahead of us. We are not able to compete in areas where there was no artificial intelligence, robotics, etc. When artificial intelligence and robotics drives China's economy, where will we?
Many experts say that India's capital gains taxation policies currently are impacting foreign portfolio investors' interest in India. FDI, due to various other reasons, including the lack of AI play, is also mentioned. You yourself, when you were in government, your first dream budget and subsequent multiple policy announcements, how would you diagnose the lack of foreign investor interest in India? Earlier today, we had Jayant Sinha here, former Minister of State and Finance. He pretty much said that foreign investors are not interested in India. Why is this so, sir?
As I said, the foreign investor is fearful of India because of the regulatory hurdles. They should appoint a committee like I did it in 1991. All the regulations must be made a big bonfire on Christmas Day. And then you have to write new regulations. You can't incrementally tinker or tamper with the regulations to make it a better regulation. The Red Book, the export-import book, was 3 volumes. We literally made a bonfire. And then we wrote a 97-page policy, which was revealed on 31 March 1992. That's the way all the regulations must be made a bonfire of, must be thrown into the bonfire, and you have to rewrite the regulation. What happens is, you start improving the regulation. The undersecretary will write a regulation. The deputy secretary will say, I must contribute, so he will write a regulation. The joint secretary will write a regulation. The additional secretary will write 2 regulations. The secretary will decide, why am I left out? He calls the director and let's write 3 regulations. That's how the regulations multiply. You don't know. You enter a law firm which is in regulatory practice. The kind of regulations in electricity, in insolvency, in bankruptcy, in every other area is mind-boggling.
A quick follow-up, Maria, before you come in. Sir, since you mentioned insolvency and bankruptcy, and who knows the law better than you do, it was a law which was perhaps the only one in India which proposed time-bound resolution. But when I asked people in government and those who were involved in policy, they said, what can we do? It's the courts, the judicial system that has made it an unending journey. Is the government alone to blame for that? Isn't there
Government alone is to be blamed. How many vacancies in the NCLT? And who do they appoint as NCLT judges? Just look at the vacancies in the NCLT and NCLAT. There's one NCLAT, one NCLAT in Delhi, which is functioning smoothly, but that the chairman retired a few weeks ago. But all other NCLATs and NCLT, how many vacancies are there? And what is the quality of the judges in the NCLT and NCLAT? I'll tell you a horror story. If you have the time, I'll tell you a horror story. There was a NCLT oppression and mismanagement petition by some partners against the other. He fixed the days in the COVID period. We all pleaded, don't keep it in the COVID period. We won't have juniors, we won't have clerks, etc. But he said no. One of the two was stubborn. Both did not sit together. One was sitting in Delhi, one was sitting in Bombay, and it's a video conferencing bench, and the lawyers were sitting elsewhere. I had to drive in Chennai to my office alone with my driver. I had no clerk, no junior. I had 40 volumes spread over the table, and the case went on for 7 or 8 days. We plowed through the case. Then the judgment was reserved. Nearly 1 year later, the judges said pronouncement, and they sat in video, and they passed a 3-line order. We don't, therefore we release this case. What kind of judges are there? I'm telling you about a concrete case. After laboring through the COVID period, they wrote a judgment. We don't have time. They had 9 months to write a judgment.
Mr. Chidambaram, since you speak about the crisis of jobs and something that we saw play out also on the streets, not just in Delhi, the protests at Jantar Mantar, Gen Z protests, similar protests also happened in Jharkhand. The concern is that the youth are now taking to streets because the crisis of jobs is real and it's staring at us. What can be done? How do you address this crisis? How do you, because this may have happened only in Delhi at Jantar Mantar first, and then of course it was similar protests we saw in several parts of India, including Bihar, my home state. But then, sir, this is also something perhaps which is showcasing that India needs more, that this crisis has to be addressed now.
Yes, we need more reforms every day, every month, every hour. We need more reforms. Nobody in this government is thinking of what to do in terms of reforms, basic reforms, not tinkering and mending here and stitching here. Basic reforms, kind of basic reforms which Dr. Manmohan Singh introduced, opening up the economy, abolishing a lot of laws, rewriting the regulations. There's so much work to be done. I can give you a facile, glib answer, mischievous answer. Elect a non-BJP government.
They have a non-BJP government in Jharkhand. The protests are continuing. In fact,
Yes,
the anger is there
because
against the government.
States are crippled by lack of finances. No state is solvent. Every state is buried under mountains of debt. And if the state wants to do anything, it has to get the approval of the central government. Practically in every field of activity, the state has to get the central government's approval. The central government is an immovable block. There is no irresistible force to move that block. The central government is an immovable block.
Sir, staying with the Gen Z question, and it's clear that Gen Z is impatient, as Maria was pointing out, it's impatient across the country. It is not
Yes.
impatient with,
It's impatient with all political parties.
Yes.
Why is this? Is it because jobs have decreased, IT, which was a great engine for decades, is not firing as much, costs have gone up? I hear young colleagues in our profession, sir, and who say that their dream of owning a house on their own is perhaps unachievable for them.
Yes.
I didn't hear this 20 years ago. What really is bothering Gen Z in your assessment?
What is bothering in Gen Z is the poor quality of education. At the end of education, they have no jobs because half of them are unemployable in the present economy because they are not made educated and trained for the jobs that are available. They are unemployable. We are talking about not only graduates, but there are several people who are not graduates, who drop out at class 12, class 10, class 8. There are many children who drop out at class 5. Look at the State of Education Survey. The dropout ratio increases from 5 to 8, 8 to 10, and 10 to 12. We have to find jobs for all the people, for different categories of people with different levels of education. There are simply no jobs today. And those who have jobs, there is no wage increase at all. I saw a statistic yesterday that rural jobs, the casual and irregular jobs, there has been no increase. Regular jobs, the increase is 0.4%. And the highly skilled jobs who pretend to do skilled blue-collar work, the wage increase is 0.7%. If the economy is growing at 6.5, 6.8, 7%, why are wages not increasing?
So, Mr. Chidambaram, if there is a mismatch between education and job market, which is evident, then would you say that what is needed at the moment is more allocation in terms of budget for education?
Yes.
And at the same time, there is a thought that I have picked up from some analysts who are of the opinion that the political class right now is concentrating in increasing the number of seats in the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Overall number of MPs in parliament, they should be rather concentrating and ensuring that the same money is allocated in improving the condition of our schools.
The condition of the schools is terrible throughout the country. It is slightly better in Tamil Nadu. It is better in Kerala. But I have visited several schools in Tamil Nadu, and I am doing under whatever I can do to improve the quality of schools in colleges. But there are schools, there are 6,000 schools with teachers, no students. Yes. There are 1 lakh schools with a single teacher. And imagine a single teacher, 1 lakh schools. What does the teacher do? What can she do? She can only make sure that the students get a midday meal. How can she teach 5 classes? The minimum number of classes is 5, primary school. How can a single teacher teach 5 classes at the same time? Is it a 3-ring circus or a 5-ring circus? There are thousands of jobs of teachers in schools, colleges, universities. I've got the numbers for university. Central universities, 30% of the jobs are vacant. In Madras University, I went to the Madras University. Tamil Nadu has about 14 or 15 vice chancellors, universities. There's only one university with a vice chancellor, and she will retire at the end of this month. The Madras University, which is over 150 years old, has not had a vice chancellor in 2.5 years, 3 years. Therefore, I went into the Madras University, the Vice Chancellor's office. There is a board displaying faculties, members in the faculty. Every faculty is headed by an assistant professor. There's no professor in the faculty. There's no reader in the faculty. What kind of a university system do we have? And the governors claim that they are monarchs of the university. They are the chancellor, they have all the authority. What happened under the monarchy of the governors?
But how are you looking at these Gen Alpha protests?
The Gen Alpha protests?
Yes, Alpha protests or for the students.
Naturally.
I mean, young children taking up the issue that the infrastructure is poor.
There was a agitation yesterday in a girls' college in my district headquarters, Shivaganga. They have been asking for classrooms. The government does not make available classrooms. Therefore, they boycotted the classes and locked the door and locked the gates, etc. They are protesting. I don't know whether they are Gen Z or Gen Alpha, but Gen Alpha is also doing it in schools. Yes. Because the state of the schools is pitiable. I have got Saurabh Sauchalaya, is it? Sulabh Sauchalaya. I have got Sulabh Sauchalaya to build toilets in several schools in my district. Because the government doesn't build the toilets. They don't have money to build the toilets. You see, the first thing that should be done is, we made a mistake. I admit it. The previous generation made a mistake. I admit it. We should decentralize education and leave it to the states. The one entry in the Constitution, which empowers the central government, is to run central universities. That's a different matter. But to lay the standards of university education. But all powers must be given to the states. The states are closer to the ground. So what can one education minister sitting in Delhi do about state of education in India?
So very quickly, therefore, also decentralized testing, because the NTA has had the heart of a...
NTAs in a country, I mean, whoever conceived of the idea that in a country so large as us, and so many million students write exams, and so many exams, one agency can hold all these exams. And what did that one agency do? It had 26 permanent staff members. All the rest were hired and temporary workers. 26 alone for the whole country. You have a national testing agency. We all think it's a great agency, but it has 26 people. I'm sure that number 26 includes the permanent driver and the permanent...
Siddharth, because I have a political question for Mr. Chidambaram.
Before we
and yes, Mr. Chidambaram.
When did you become political today?
So I dabble between both. So I'm proud to be a Dimagi Naxal. Those are your words, sir.
Yes.
And before I ask my question...
Imagine if Dimagi Naxals got together, what will happen to this country?
Sir, that statement of yours has made a former colleague of the Congress party, of your party, and a present chief minister, that why didn't you, as the former home minister, take action against Naxals, and is there some kind of an understanding?
I've got a long list of actions which we took as against the Naxals in my 3.5 years of home minister. I can read it to you if you want. I've got it on my phone. But remember, this guy, Vijay Kumar is Mr. Vijay Kumar, who was a security advisor to successive governments, who hunted down Veerappan, who became a DGP and security advisor. He wrote an article about 6 weeks ago saying that the anti-Naxalite movement started under Mr. Chidambaram, and then it's continued under Mr. Shah. You read that article. And then Yashovardhan Azad is releasing his book on September 4. He has a chapter on Naxalism. What did we do under the anti-Naxal drive? I can read out all that we did, but suffice to say that 1/3 of the CPI Maoist Politburo and 1/2 of the central government were eliminated in those 3.5 years. That job continues. I don't fault the government for continuing the job and more or less ending Naxalism. But it started under my tenure in the UPA government.
Well, Mr. Chidambaram, you've given us more than enough food for thought on the topic of the day, and I would summarize it by saying that what you're really saying is remove the regulatory cholesterol, don't let it calcify to the extent that we require much deeper surgery. Perhaps a stent here or there might be enough, at least for the time being. But I hope that the points that you made about regulation and ease of doing find...
No, not only regulation. Please
the
remember
entire box.
that box. Regulation, crony capitalism, investigation and enforcement, and bureaucratic hurdles. It is the economy is trapped in the square or rectangle.
Absolutely, and hopefully Indian entrepreneurs will continue to keep finding their way out of that trap, as many successful ones.
By your jugaad.
Well,
they are finding their way. They are finding their way. Because only a jugaad method can survive in this jungle.
But
pleasure speaking to you,
thank
sir.
Thank you very much,
like
sir.
always.
Thank you very much for your time with us today. A round of applause
Thank you
for
so much,
P.
Mr. Chidambaram. May I please request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi to present a token of appreciation to Mr. P. Chidambaram. And we also have our magazine BT India at 100 issue, which we want to request Mr. P. Chidambaram to please reveal. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. P. Chidambaram to be here with us, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha and former Finance Minister, and to share his insights on a lot of topics that he's discussed today. We'll move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, and this one is titled Championing Space Tech Liftoff. This session will explore India's opportunity to leapfrog towards the $30 trillion milestone by 2047 and the pivotal role that space tech and advanced engineering ecosystem will play in positioning India as a formidable force on the global stage. For this session, I want to request all of you to please put your hands together to welcome our next speaker, Dr. Pawan Goenka, Chairman of InSpace, and chairing this session is Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director Publishing for India Today magazine.
Good evening, and firstly welcome Dr. Pawan Goenka, whose recent avatar is chairman of InSpace. For those of you all who don't know, it's Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. It is an autonomous single-window regulatory agency that is tasked with promoting private space companies and overseas commercial activity. Dr. Goenka, before this, was the chairman and managing director, CEO, sorry.
Not chairman, just
managing director and CEO of Mahindra & Mahindra. So from earth-moving vehicles, he's now soaring into space-faring ones. And let me begin, because India's private space journey may have begun earlier, but seriously began only after 2020 and when you took over in 2021. If you take a look at Vikram 1, which is an outstanding achievement for a private sector company, because it demonstrated private orbital launch capability from India for the first time. But let's just put it this way, without trying to play down what it is, that does one successful launch prove technology in some senses, but doesn't the scale, the industry requires scale and repeatability? I mean, that's the big thing. So how would you look ahead? You've got a good private sector launch, but you need to scale up. You need to have repeatability. What is InSpace doing to encourage that?
Thank you, Raz. So we'll now move from what's wrong with our country to what's right with our country.
Yes.
So let me start off by asking the audience, how many of you had heard of InSpace before? Anyone heard of InSpace? One. Okay, at least two. Good. So I think we need to do a better job marketing so that you know about InSpace. InSpace was sort of established 4.5 years ago by Government of India under Department of Space to regulate and promote. So these two words coming together, regulate and promote the Indian space sector. And normally you don't see a regulator being a promoter, so it's a very unique assignment that we have. And I think from that time till today, there has been a significant change in how the space sector is in India. The primary purpose that we had at that time was how do we make space move away from being a domain of Government of India, of ISRO, to something where the private sector becomes a co-traveler and makes an equal contribution in technology and in terms of commerce. And one big driver was that we need to bring commerce into space. Space was all about technology, all about national prestige, all about some PSU use of space. How do we bring in commerce into space? And that's what we started off with. And I think Vikram 1, and how many of you had heard of Vikram 1 launch that happened about a month ago? So Vikram 1, at least a lot of people know about, good. So Vikram 1 was a milestone event. Okay, so this is like a journey of 4.5 years, coming to a point to say like something has happened. Right? Now, as you said rightly, that something has happened does not define the future. But you cannot take the second, third, fourth, fifth step without taking the first step. So this is the first step. Right? What made it very unique and something that the whole country cheered for, and in fact, I was quite surprised the kind of reaction that we received from everyone. The reaction was almost as much as it was for Chandrayaan-3 launch. You believe it or not. I mean, media, the civil society, the two founders have become national heroes overnight, right? But what it demonstrated is that the private sector, young private sector, average age being 27 years, working with government agencies, with support of government agencies, and with their own risk-taking, their own technology development, can do something that just 3-4 years ago we would have thought was impossible to do, right? And being first time right, I mean, that's the important thing. They're the first company anywhere in the world, including SpaceX, that are first time right. Now, that's just the beginning, okay?
So what do we need to do to scale and do repeatability? Scale up and do
So let's just focus on launch vehicle for a minute, okay? Because space is many different things. So let's just focus on launch vehicle. If India want to become a global hub for launch vehicles, being low cost is not going to be enough, right? Launch vehicle is carrying some very expensive cargo, and you will not want to risk the cargo for saving few rupees, right? So nobody is going to take a launch vehicle if they are not certain that it's as good as anyone else in terms of reliability. So that's the most important thing. They'll demonstrate by doing 2, 3, 4 launches without any incidents, right? And that will take them next 6 months or so to come to that point. The interest in them is very high, but everybody is going to wait and watch to see whether they can repeat their first launch performance to second, third, and fourth launch. And I think if they've done 3 successful launches without any incidents, then the confidence in them will become very high. You have to keep in mind that the launch business is a business where nobody is 100% right every time, including the mighty in the world, have launch failures. And therefore, once in a while, launch failure will happen. You cannot avoid it. But to get 3 or 4 launches without incidents will be the important thing to do. They obviously have to keep their technology, keep moving up, and which they'll work on, we're pretty sure, and clearly keep cost in check.
My question would be, okay, you have a Vikram 1, but how many of these startups that you've promoted, space startups, have now the capability to move into each of these areas? Because, you know, you can't just have one swallow, right? You need to, if you really have to build the space sector, the private sector, you have to have many more Vikrams or companies.
So this is just coincidence that this morning itself, we had a 2-hour meeting with the Honorable Prime Minister, where we had invited 20 startups to interact with him and tell him what they're doing. And we had startups with launch vehicle. We had Skyroot and Agnikul, and you had Agnikul founder here in a panel discussion earlier. We had startups that are doing satellites, startups that are doing debris removal, startups that are doing compute in space, data center in space, refueling in space. So there are all kinds of things that are being done. And what we have reached now is the concept demonstration phase is maturing. And we are beginning the commercial phase. The commercial ramp up is happening now. So if you look at the revenue projections of all of these startups, they may have 10 crore, 15 crore, 20 crore last year, and they're projecting 3x, 4x, 5x starting this year. Right? Skyroot, for example, is almost booked for the next 2 to 3 years.
Which makes Vikram, yes.
That's right. Agnikul, once they launch, and he would have told you perhaps that they're doing a reusable rocket, which nobody has done in India so far. So that will also do very well. Pixel is a company that has launched 6 satellites successfully so far. They are working on 12 satellites supported by Government of India. Degantra, that is doing understanding the space situation analysis, that is what is where, what can come and hit something else, because that's a big risk that if 2 satellites collide, then it will be disaster. there's a company that is looking to see how do you do refueling in space so that you can increase the life of satellites.
So you've got a whole range.
The whole range. We
Fine.
have,
but I think
we have
we have
450 startups, out of which I would say today, probably I would say 20 have matured to a point where they will now ramp up on commercial.
And this really, segues well into the question with the ambitions that InSpace and ISRO had talked about, which is essentially that major space power. When you really look at it, commercial space, we are only 2% of the total business, right?
Absolutely.
I think about $8 billion,
Yep.
and we are now planning to go up to $44 billion by 2033. That's very ambitious. If you have to do, three things that you would want to do to ensure that you meet that target, because you are virtually going 5 times that target, what would be that? What can we look forward in the next 2-3 years to these three things?
3 is exactly
Yes.
right. 3 is
Okay.
exactly right.
All right.
Okay. So first thing that we have to do is the government of India has to be an anchor customer.
Right.
The demand has to come from government of India, and that's not true just for India. That's true for almost any country in the world.
Yes.
The government is a
NASA.
very big customer of space. Now, fortunately, today all departments of the government are looking at space differently than what they've done in the past.
Right.
They're all saying that we are under leveraging the power of space. We need to do a lot more. Whether it is defense, whether it is agriculture, whether it is urban planning, whether it is weather forecasting, whatever it might be. And we are in the middle of discussion with multiple departments, both in the central government and state government, on how we can bring more and more space technology to help them do what they're supposed to do.
Right.
So government itself can generate a humongous amount of demand. That's number one. Number two is the industry itself, not the space industry. Rest of the industry, people sitting in this room.
Before we get to number 2,
Yeah.
I just want 2 quick questions on the number 1 point of the government being the biggest customer. Right now, how much has the government bought off private space, the private space sector? Has ISRO, put any vehicles in its hands and said, look, do it for us?
Yes.
And
Answer
what
is
is
yes.
that quantity that you're
Answer is
looking at?
yes. Answer is yes. So the biggest consumer or biggest user of space upstream. Space, basically, we break it up into upstream and downstream. Upstream are satellites being launched, downstream applications being done. So upstream, the biggest user of private sector or the biggest customer of private sector is Department of Defense. Defense launches many satellites, as you can imagine, for multiple things. And right now, there's an order of 31 satellites that has been put in the hands of private sector. 31, that's not a small number, okay? So they're total doing 52 satellites, out of which 21 will be done by ISRO and 31 by private sector. That's number one. Number two, if you look at the various departments who are buying data, up to now, data was coming either from ISRO or from outside India because there's no source of data. In the middle of right now getting commitments from multiple departments on how they will buy data from our private sector, or how they will commit to certain data requirement, encourage private sector to launch the satellite. Because what we want to do is move away from a cost plus model to an ownership model. We want private sector to own the space object and then monetize it.
That's one. Number two, you were
Number
saying...
two is we need to get the industry that is not in the space sector to do what we are asking the government to do. That means see how space can be used by their business to do things better.
Right.
Whether you're in agriculture, whether you are in the multiple marine fisheries kind of department, or whether you are in mining, whether you are in making things, whether you're in automotive industry even, how do we use space much more? Today that use of space is close to zero. Other than using GPS, there is hardly any other use of space. That's where we have to bring in a lot more of awareness amongst the companies to use space power. Third one is international.
Just a quick one on the second point, is that a lot of the startups feel that InSpace has done a great job in promoting...
Thank you for saying that.
And you've given the record of it. You have 400 companies, startups that have come up, the kind of business that they're doing. But one of the areas they'd like InSpace to come in is that in coordination with other ministries, they would still like you to be the single window, because Now they start getting into others, not just space, but they have to get into, say, the ocean ministry or mining or whatever it is. They would like a single window. Is that a movement that is going to happen?
In fact, that's a stated objective, that in space should be a single window for private sector, and that shouldn't have
Not just for ISRO, but for all other
yes,
ministries.
for all. That's the stated objective. I'm saying stated, okay? Now, you know very well that such stated objectives of being single window are very difficult to translate into reality.
Right.
There's no single window anywhere for anything, right? We know that. We are working on it. We are taking baby steps. Hopefully, we'll make giant steps soon. But we are working on that intent that there should be no other temple that any private sector company has to go to. Just one temple is good enough.
Okay, the third point you were about to say.
The third point is international.
I'm sorry, I have to keep interrupting you.
No, perfectly fine. Third point is international. So there is no way we can be isolating ourselves when it comes to space, whether it is input or output, right? So technology, investment has to come from outside also, not just in India. Market access we have to give to outsiders. We cannot say that we will get their market access but not give our market access. That doesn't work. But we have to generate a tremendous amount of revenue from selling our products and services outside India. In fact, in our $44 billion, our target is $11 billion will come from outside India. That's the target, and we're working on that. Now, that will come from multiple things. That will come, one, from the launch vehicles, where we will be launching.
We have the Uttarakhand Chief Minister here, Dami Saab. Welcome to the Business Today conclave. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll be launching.
He's also very interested in space.
Thank you, sir. So we'll be launching satellites of other countries from our launch vehicle. That's number one. Number two is selling data. Number three is doing application programs for others, and eventually being a manufacturing hub for small satellites, global manufacturing hub. So if we combine all of these things, then we get $11 billion worth of revenue coming from outside India. So government of India, private sector companies, and international.
We've just got about a minute, so I'm going to ask you this question because NASA, for instance, is the counterpart of ISRO. But NASA essentially now is a policy, it's a commissioning, it's contracting, but it is not doing much of its own work. Today, ISRO is still the largest, innovator, maker, despite the fact that 5 years, 6 years back, we said private sector could do all the entire spectrum. Don't you think it's time now for ISRO to start beginning to assume the role of NASA, actually give a lot of its work to the private sector, because that's their biggest business. ISRO has that, and you get the kind of scale that you want. How quickly do you think that process could happen?
That's work in progress. Already started in a very big way.
I'm told small way.
In a very big way. So first, there was a launch vehicle called SSLV, which we have transferred out of ISRO.
But that's to HAL.
That's just the way it happened. It was
that's a public
RFP.
sector company.
It's
not private sector.
It was an RFP. I didn't say private sector. It was an RFP, and HAL qualified as the highest bidder, right? Number two, the PSLV rocket and LVM-3 rocket also will be privatized. Now here, we are not allowing PSU to participate.
Okay.
So it will have to be private sector. Okay.
Right.
Number three, the new launch center. We are going to give the operations to private sector. Number four, some of the satellites that ISRO is building right now, we're going to transfer those to private sector. Eventually, ISRO will not make any launch vehicles and will not manufacture any launch vehicles. They'll be all done by private sector or PSU, as in case of SSLV. They will not do any day in, day out kind of satellites, right? They will do the satellites that are for special purpose, for orbits, for scientific research, stuff like that, and satellite to develop new technology that will then get transferred to private sector. So we have already transferred 120 technologies from ISRO to private sector. So we are moving towards that. We are not quite moving towards the end thing of NASA, but take ISRO's role away from do everything to focus on R&D, to focus on creating infrastructure, which is very expensive and private sector cannot afford to do it, and to focus on doing scientific missions.
My colleague has a quick question, which we are not going to take this a minute. When is HAL going to deliver this SSLV? When will HAL deliver this SSLV?
Their first launch is supposed to be September, and as of now, they're absolutely September next year. And as of now, they're absolutely on time.
And the Independent Space Launch Center, you were saying the private sector is got
that will be ready about the same time. So we're expecting the first launch of SSLV from HL happening from that launch center. And we will probably finalize who the party will be who will run the launch center in the next 4 or 5 months. And they'll start working on it.
Well, exciting times, as you can see. Plenty of opportunity and plenty of work done. Dr. Goenka, thank you very much for taking time out to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. A sector that we're all looking ahead to. Thank you.
Mr. Goenka, if I can request you to please stay back on the stage while I request Mr. Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor, Business Today, to please come up and, of course, present a token of appreciation from our side to Dr. Goenka. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us. Thank you so much, Dr. Goenka. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, for the evening is Uttarakhand powering India's industrial growth. Uttarakhand is emerging as an important growth engine, leveraging its strategic location, infrastructure, natural resources, and skilled workforce to attract investment and to create new opportunities. From manufacturing to tourism to renewable energy and emerging industries, the state is looking to build a more diversified and investment-driven economy as well. So how can Uttarakhand now unlock its full industrial potential while also preserving its unique environmental strengths is something that we are going to be discussing with our very special guest today, Mr. Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. Warm round of applause. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. This session will be chaired by Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor of Business Today.
नमस्कार. उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री और उत्तराखंड राज्य आज आप यहाँ पे आए, इतनी व्यस्तता के बावजूद भी आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. इसके पीछे एक कहानी है और एक कारण है कि पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी यहाँ पे क्यों है. बहुत लोगों को उत्तराखंड राज्य लगता होगा पर्यटन के लिए या धार्मिक यात्राओं करने के लिए, परंतु बिजनेस टुडे की जो रिसर्च है और जो आज सुबह से मुख्यमंत्री जी लगातार कई वरिष्ठ व्यक्तियों ने उस रिसर्च को देखा है और आपसे भी हम उसका अवलोकन करवाएंगे. शायद यहाँ पे बहुत लोगों को आश्चर्य होगा कि 11 जो पहाड़ी राज्य हैं उनमें से सबसे तेज गति से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में ग्रोथ करने वाला राज्य बिजनेस टुडे डेलॉयट, जो हमने ये 200 पेज की करीब करीब रिसर्च की है, उसमें से सबसे तेज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्रगति करने वाला राज्य आपका राज्य निकल के आया है. एक सबकी तरफ से तालियां. 143% का ग्रॉस स्टेट वैल्यू एडिशन इस राज्य ने किया है पिछले एक दशक में. मुख्यमंत्री जी से जब बातचीत हो रही थी तो कई सारे विषय मुख्यमंत्री जी रखना चाहेंगे. मैं चर्चा को छेड़ते हुए एक दो प्रश्न आपके समक्ष रखूंगा. क्या हम माने इस डेटा के कारण और जो आप देवभूमि उत्तराखंड में कर रहे हैं इतने वर्षों से, उत्तराखंड में अब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का समय और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की मूवमेंट क्या पूरी तरीके से आ चुकी है और जो पुरानी एक छवि थी वो उस राज्य की पूरी छवि बदल चुकी है क्या?
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सिद्धार्थ जी. और इस पूरे आज जो विकसित भारत का संकल्प और ये प्रश्नोत्तर और बहुत सारे सेशन आपने रखे हैं, बहुत ही अच्छा विषय और यहाँ पर रखा है और इतने महानुभावों को सब बुलाया है आपने. बहुत सारे लोगों से यहाँ मिलने का भी अवसर मिल रहा है. नंदी जी भी मिल गए और हमारे मारुति के CEO साहब भी मिले अभी यहाँ पर. उनसे भी मैंने आग्रह किया है कि आप भी देवभूमि उत्तराखंड में आएँ और वहाँ ज़रूर कोई अपना एक इस्टेब्लिशमेंट करें. इसके पीछे देखिए छवि बहुत बदल गई. 2023 में हमने इन्वेस्टर ग्लोबल समिट किया और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में, श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के, और दुनिया के 50 से भी अधिक देशों के लोगों ने उसमें प्रतिभाग किया और बड़ा निवेश हुआ. हमारा लाखों करोड़ रुपए का निवेश के पहले MOU हुए. केवल MOU ही नहीं हुए, वो हमारी ग्राउंडिंग भी वहाँ पर हो गई है और लाखों करोड़ रुपए की ग्राउंडिंग हो गई है. लोगों का भरोसा बढ़ा है. बहुत सारी पॉलिसीज हमने बनाई. जब हम इन्वेस्टर समिट कर रहे थे तो कई बार इन्वेस्टर समिट के बारे में अक्सर ये धारणा होती है कि सबमिट होती है, सबमिट के बाद MOU हो जाते हैं और इतिश्री हो जाती है, उसके बाद ग्राउंडिंग नहीं होती है। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पर बड़ी ग्राउंडिंग हुई और उसका हमने पहले से तैयारी किया था कि पॉलिसी ऐसी होनी चाहिए जिससे कि इन्वेस्टर आए, उनको अपना इंडस्ट्री लगाने के लिए, अपना इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए कोई बहुत परेशान न होना पड़े, इधर उधर भागना न पड़े, और कोई पॉलिसी अगर आसान बनानी है जिसके कारण से उनका आना आसान हो, तो वो सब काम हमने किए। 30 से अधिक पॉलिसी हमने बनाई और उसका परिणाम हुआ कि बड़ी संख्या में इन्वेस्टर आए हैं। और देखिए हमारे यहाँ कनेक्टिविटी बहुत अच्छी है सिद्धार्थ जी। आप ये समझ लीजिए कि ग्रेटर NCR के बहुत नज़दीक उत्तराखंड है। अभी अभी पिछले अप्रैल माह में प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने दिल्ली देहरादून इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर उसका शुभारंभ कर दिया, उसको शुरू कर दिया। और अब ऐसा लगता ही नहीं है कि दिल्ली कहीं दूर है हमसे, हमको लगता है दिल्ली हमारे पास में है। और 2.5 घंटे में, 2 से 2.5 घंटे में हम दिल्ली से देहरादून की यात्रा पूरी कर लेते हैं। हवाई सेवाएं हमारे देहरादून से 50 से अधिक देश के प्रमुख शहरों को, 50 से ज़्यादा फ्लाइट्स, 50 फ्लाइट्स डेली की प्रमुख शहरों में जाती हैं। दिल्ली हो, बम्बई हो, अहमदाबाद हो, बेंगलोर हो, चेन्नई हो, या जो भी हमारे शहर हैं देश भर के, उन सब में जाती है। और हमारा एक बड़ा इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया हरिद्वार में है जी, माँ गंगा का स्थान भी है जी। अच्छा वहाँ का वातावरण है, कानून व्यवस्था अच्छी है जी, अच्छी मैन पावर वहाँ पर मिल जाती है, सामान्य बहुत हड़ताल वगैरह नहीं होती है हमारे यहाँ। और पंतनगर जो हमारा उधम सिंह नगर में है, जहाँ वो एक समय में केवल कृषि के लिए जाना जाता था, और भारत के सबसे पुराने समय के एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी में से एक एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी उसी गोविंद बल्लभ पंत एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी हमारी है वहाँ पर जी। और अब वो उतना ही जैसे एग्रीकल्चर के लिए जाना जाता है, वैसे ही अब वो इंडस्ट्री के लिए भी जाना जाता है। और वहाँ से भी लॉजिस्टिक की कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, अच्छी सड़कें हैं। अगर दिल्ली से वहाँ की दूरी भी 4-4.5 घंटे में मैक्सिमम पूरी हो जाती है। रेल भी है वहाँ पर, बड़ा हम एयरपोर्ट वहाँ बना रहे हैं, ग्रीनफील्ड एयरपोर्ट हमारा बन रहा है, और लगभग 1000 एकड़ ज़मीन उस एयरपोर्ट के लिए भी वहाँ पर दी जा चुकी है। इसके अतिरिक्त केवल मैदानी क्षेत्रों में ही नहीं, उत्तराखंड क्या है कि अलग अलग भौगोलिक परिस्थितियों का राज्य है जी। भौगोलिक परिस्थितियाँ हमारे अलग हैं। जहाँ हमारे 2-3 जिले पूरी तरह से मैदान हैं, आधा पहाड़ हैं, वहीं 9 जिले जो है हमारे पूरे हिल्स में है। हाँ जी। तो वहाँ भी इंडस्ट्री जाए, उसके लिए भी हमने जो है अभी पौड़ी जनपद है, चमोली है, अल्मोड़ा है, यहाँ पर हम इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क बनाने जा रहे हैं, उस पर भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। छोटे छोटे जो उद्यमी हैं, उद्यम करने वाले हैं, 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 2 प्रोडक्ट्स, हमारी ये योजना पहले से चल रही है। तो बहुत सारी अवधारणाएं बदली हैं और इसका परिणाम भी आया है। परिणाम यह आया है कि जो नीति आयोग है, नीति आयोग की जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स, उसकी जो रैंकिंग है, उस रैंकिंग में पूरे देश के अंदर उत्तराखंड को पहला स्थान मिला है। और जो आप बता रहे हैं, जो हमारे हिल्स वाले राज्य हैं और नॉर्थ ईस्ट हैं, उन सभी राज्यों में, 11 राज्यों में, उसमें हमारा निवेश के अनुकूल वातावरण बनाने में, निवेश के लिए सारी पॉलिसी अच्छी बनाने में, अच्छा वहाँ पर एक माहौल, एक अच्छी स्थितियाँ वहाँ पर इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए हों, उसमें हमको पूरे देश में पहला स्थान मिला है।
बिल्कुल। मैं आपकी जानकारी और अपने दर्शकों की जानकारी के लिए, उत्तर प्रदेश के मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी भी कार्यक्रम में आने वाले थे, परंतु करीब 300 जापानी निवेशकों के साथ वो 4-5 दिन की यात्रा पे हैं। आपको शायद, हमारे दर्शकों को आश्चर्य होगा कि उत्तर प्रदेश ने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के 2 पैमानों पे सबसे तेज गति दिखाई है और आज तमिलनाडु से नीचे उस रैंक पे आया है। और उत्तराखंड 11 राज्यों में से, जो मैंने पहले कहा, सबसे तेजी से, और 143% की ग्रॉस स्टेट वैल्यू एडिशन की रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ उस एडिशन में है, और किसी राज्य में हमने देखी नहीं है। तो इसके लिए आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। अब एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहूंगा, जमीन को लेके और टैलेंटेड मैन पावर को लेके हर राज्य में प्रतिस्पर्धा है। पश्चिम बंगाल के वित्त मंत्री ने आज सुबह यहीं पे कहा कि देखिए, जमीन बहुत ज्यादा मांगी जाएगी तो दिक्कत होगी।
उत्तराखंड में जमीन को लेकर आपने इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क की बात की, क्या जमीन को लेके कोई इश्यू है? क्योंकि जो यहाँ पे कोई निवेशक हो, अगर वो आपसे प्रश्न पूछे क्या आप मुझे भरपूर मात्रा में जमीन दे पाएंगे, तो आपका क्या उत्तर होगा मुख्यमंत्री जी?
देखिए सिद्धार्थ जी, ये आपने बहुत ही ऐसा प्रश्न किया है। उत्तराखंड की स्थिति देश के अन्य राज्यों से बहुत अलग है। हमारे पास जमीन के बहुत बड़े बड़े लैंड बैंक नहीं है, लेकिन जितनी इंडस्ट्री की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसके अनुरूप हमारे पास लैंड बैंक अच्छा है। वो हरिद्वार में भी है, हमारे पास देहरादून में भी है, और उधम सिंह नगर में तो हमारे पास बहुत लैंड बैंक है। तो हमारे यहाँ जो भी इंडस्ट्री लगाना चाहते हैं, जो भी इन्वेस्टमेंट करना चाहते हैं, हम उनके लिए लैंड बैंक भी उपलब्ध करवाएंगे और अन्य जो सुविधाएं हैं वो भी उपलब्ध करवाएंगे। वो हमको अपना प्रपोजल दे देंगे, हम सबको आमंत्रित करते हैं। मैंने अभी मारुति के जो CEO साहब हैं उनको मैंने कहा कि आप आइए, यू प्लीज कम एंड विजिट उत्तराखंड। और देखिए तो ऐसे में सभी को आपके इस बहुत ही जो गरिमामय ये कार्यक्रम है, इस कार्यक्रम के मंच से कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम जो है जितनी हमारे यहाँ पर देखिए, एक तो बहुत ही अच्छा पर्यावरण है
जी।
हम पूरे देश को गंगा और यमुना जैसी जो हमारे यहाँ से सदा नीरा जो हमारी नदियाँ हैं, वो सबको जल भी देती हैं, जीवन भी देती हैं। अच्छा पर्यावरण है, इंडस्ट्री के लिए कोई मारधाड़ नहीं है, कि कानून व्यवस्था की स्थिति अच्छी है, मैन पावर वहाँ पर आराम से उपलब्ध हो जाती है, शांत प्रदेश है। मैं तो कहूँगा कि लंबे समय के लिए किसी को इन्वेस्टमेंट करना हो, सुरक्षित इन्वेस्टमेंट करना हो, तो देवभूमि उत्तराखंड उनके लिए सबसे अच्छे स्थानों में से एक स्थान होगा।
आपने क्योंकि उसकी उल्लेख किया, मारुति की बात की, तो हुंडई के तरुण गर्ग जी भी यहाँ पे हैं।
मैं तरुण गर्ग जिसको भी मैं बहुत आपको भी आमंत्रित करता हूँ। तरुण जी आइए, और आप तो पूरे देश भर में जो है काम करते ही हैं, और देवभूमि में काम करना, देखिए दो चीजें हैं सिद्धार्थ जी। एक तो देवभूमि में जन्म लेना
जी जी।
जन्म लेने पर किसी का अधिकार नहीं है। किसका जन्म कौन कहाँ होगा हम में से किसी को पता नहीं है, कहीं भी हम पैदा हो सकते हैं, वो तो भगवान की इच्छा है। लेकिन कर्म करने पर हमारा अधिकार है। अगर कर्म करेंगे तो भगवान के सबसे नजदीक का स्थान अगर कोई है तो देवभूमि उत्तराखंड है।
और जाते समय
और तरुण जी जैसे लोगों के लिए कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है जी। वो हमारी कई जगह इंडस्ट्री लगाते हैं, अगर वो एक प्रैक्टिकल के तौर पर यहाँ पर भी लगा के देख लेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि भगवान की बहुत बड़ी कृपा उनके ऊपर हो जाएगी हमारे।
तरुण, you have to respond to what the chief minister is saying. चलिए ये बहुत अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि हमारा मकसद यही था कि ये बताएं कि किस प्रकार से राज्य और कंपनीज तालमेल करके भारत की विकास यात्रा में और तेजी लाएंगे। एक आखिरी प्रश्न, मुझे पता है कि आपको कई और कार्यक्रमों में जाना है। आज की वर्तमान स्थिति में जिस प्रकार से हम एक माहौल देख रहे हैं कि एक कहीं ना कहीं युवाओं में थोड़ा सा उत्तेजना का माहौल है। उत्तराखंड में जैसे आपने कहा कि एकदम शांति का माहौल है। आज एक सेशन में कई सारे युवा स्टार्टअप्स, IIT के लोग हमारे पास आए थे। तो आप क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे इस युवा पीढ़ी को जहां तक आगे बढ़ के विकास की यात्रा पे जाने की बात हो?
देखिए सिद्धार्थ जी, आजकल ये जो युवाओं वाला मामला है, और विशेषकर जैन जी की जब हम बात करते हैं तो मैं तो उनको जैन जी की जगह इंजी कहता हूँ। अब आप सोच रहे होंगे इंजी क्या है?
बताना पड़ेगा।
मैं उनको कहता हूँ ये इंडियन जनरेशन है।
अच्छा।
कभी आप भी जन जी थे, मैं भी जन जी था, जिन्होंने देश को आज़ाद कराया, चाहे वो चंद्रशेखर आज़ाद हो, चाहे भगत सिंह हो, चाहे राजगुरु हो, चाहे बिस्मिल हो, ये सारे के सारे जन जी थे
जी।
तो ये उम्र ही ऐसी होती है। तो हमको आज का जो ये वर्ग है या इस आयु के लोग हैं वो बहुत जागरूक हैं, बहुत समझदार हैं, पूरी दुनिया से कनेक्ट हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि ये जो हमारा जो कनेक्टिविटी बनी है, इसको कह सकते हैं कि संचार की क्रांति या IT की क्रांति, पूरी दुनिया से हम कनेक्ट हैं। उसके कारण से वो पूरे विश्व का जो बदलता हुआ परिवेश है उसको देखते हैं, उसके कारण से उनको लगता है कि भाई हमारे यहाँ भी होना चाहिए। और इन सालों में बहुत तेज़ी से बदला है। हमने देखा है कि भाई पहले चिट्ठी भेजते थे लोग दूर दूर तक, कई दिनों में चिट्ठी पहुंचती थी, महीनों में चिट्ठी पहुंचती थी। अब तो 1 मिनट में व्हाट्सएप होता है, 1 मिनट में अन्य जो हमारे टेलीफोन होते हैं, व्हाट्सएप चलता है, सब चीज़ें आसानी से पहुंच रही हैं। लेकिन उसके बाद भी उनकी अपेक्षाएं हैं, तो हमको उनको सुनना चाहिए। और जिस प्रकार से दुनिया आगे बढ़ी है, तो उस दुनिया के साथ हमको भी आगे बढ़ना है, तो वो बच्चे भी हमारे यही चाहते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ठीक ही कहा उनसे कि जो है कि ये बच्चे भी हमारे हैं और सरकार भी बच्चों की है। तो उसके अनुरूप मैं उत्तराखंड की अगर बात करूं तो उत्तराखंड में हमने देखिए सबसे पहले, चूंकि वहाँ की जवानी और वहाँ का पानी दो हमारी बहुत प्राथमिकता है।
बिल्कुल,
पहाड़ का पानी और जवानी उत्तराखंड के काम आए, उसके लिए हमने सबसे पहले तो जो ये पेपर लीक और ये जो नकल के मामले थे, ये बहुत बड़ा सरदर्द था। और मैंने 4 जुलाई 2021 को राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में काम करना शुरू किया, और पहले दिन से हमने ये संकल्प लिया था कि एक तो कोई भी गलत काम होगा, कोई भी पेपर की अगर कहीं पर गड़बड़ी आएगी, बच्चों के मामले में कोई रिक्रूटमेंट में कोई गड़बड़ी है, कोई उनके चयन में गड़बड़ी प्रक्रिया है, पारदर्शी नहीं है, तो हम उसको छिपाएंगे नहीं, हम उसको सामने लाएंगे। तो पहले के कुछ प्रकरण चल रहे थे, हमने उन पर कार्रवाई करी और 100 ऐसे नकल माफिया, उनको जेल में हमारी सरकार के समय में जाना पड़ा। और हमने इन 5 सालों में 34,000 रिक्रूटमेंट किए हैं, नई नियुक्तियां करी हैं, और एक में भी भ्रष्टाचार का मामला नहीं आया। बिल्कुल पारदर्शी तरीके से हमारी चयन प्रक्रिया हुई। ऐसे बच्चे, उनके माँ बाप हमको बार बार मिलके उन्होंने हमको धन्यवाद किया कि हमारे बेटे और बेटियां आज से पहले भी एग्जाम दे रहे थे और बड़ी मेहनत करते थे, लेकिन उनका सिलेक्शन नहीं होता था। और इन सालों में उन्हीं में से एक साथ 4-4 और 5-5 परीक्षाओं में उनका सिलेक्शन हुआ है, और बहुत सामान्य से सामान्य परिवारों के। अब आपका ये बड़ा मंच है, तो आपको ये लग रहा होगा कि 34,000 ये जो है छोटा फिगर यहाँ के लिए हो सकता है।
नहीं, बहुत
लेकिन मैं आपको
बहुत बड़ा नंबर है।
लेकिन मैं आपको बताऊं कि उत्तराखंड राज्य जब से बना है, अटल जी ने उत्तराखंड राज्य बनाया था, और तब से लेकर अगर अब तक की मैं कुल नियुक्तियों की बात करूं,
सबसे ज्यादा
तो कुल 50,000 हुई। 21 सालों में 16,000 हुई, और इन 5 सालों में 34,000 का आंकड़ा क्रॉस हो गया, अभी वो चल रहा है। ऐसे ही इकोसिस्टम स्टार्टअप का भी हमने बनाया है। जब मैं आया था तो 700 स्टार्टअप होते थे, आज लगभग 2000 के आसपास हमारे स्टार्टअप पहुंच गए हैं। अनेक लोगों को अपने होम स्टे खोल रहे हैं, अपने जो है छोटे होटल खोल रहे हैं, एग्रीकल्चर में काम कर रहे हैं, हॉर्टिकल्चर में काम कर रहे हैं, छोटे छोटे उद्यम अपने स्थापित कर रहे हैं। आज ही मैं यहाँ आया तो महिलाओं का एक बड़ा कार्यक्रम राज्य के स्तर पर हमने मुख्यमंत्री उद्यमशाला प्रारंभ की है। उसके माध्यम से हम महिलाओं को, हमारे युवाओं को, कि कैसे उनको जो है अपना काम शुरू करना है, कैसे अपने प्रोडक्ट बनाने हैं, कैसे उनको बाजार में ले जाना है, कैसे उनकी लोन की प्रक्रिया होगी, कैसे ट्रेनिंग उनको मिलेगी, वो सब हम इसके माध्यम से कर रहे हैं। और 13,000 लोगों ने अभी तक ऐसी ट्रेनिंग अपनी पूरी कर ली है।
जी।
तो ऐसे अनेकों काम हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं
जी।
तो इनके माध्यम से निश्चित रूप से एक बड़ा काम ये हो रहा है। पूरे उत्तराखंड के लोग जितने उत्तराखंड में रहते हैं, सिद्धार्थ जी, ये भी आपकी जानकारी में लाऊं तो आप और मंचों पर बोलेंगे और जगह पर, और आपकी जानकारी में जरूर होना चाहिए, क्योंकि आप इतने बड़े एडिटर हैं हमारे
जी।
तो जितने लोग उत्तराखंड में रहते हैं
जी,
उतने ही लोग उत्तराखंड के बाहर रहते हैं।
जी जी,
एक बात
जी,
ठीक है। दूसरी बात कि उत्तराखंड की जितनी जनसंख्या है उससे कम से कम 10 गुना लोगों की हम हर साल व्यवस्था करते हैं, उनके आवास की, उनके आने की, उनके जाने की, उनके सड़कों की, पेयजल की, हर प्रकार की परिवहन की हम व्यवस्था करते हैं। और पूरे देश दुनिया के लोगों को हम लोग एक दिन उत्तराखंड बुलाते हैं
जी।
एक दिन उत्तराखंड पूरे साल में बुलाते हैं और उनका एक बड़ा सम्मेलन करते हैं। सवेरे 9 बजे से हमारा सम्मेलन शुरू होता है और रात के 12 बजे तक चलता है। उसमें पूरे देश भर के उत्तराखंड के लोग आते हैं और वो सब अब अपने अपने गांव वापस लौट कर आ रहे हैं। और पहले ये जो प्लान था माइग्रेशन, ये बहुत हो रहा था मजबूरी में, इधर उधर। अब वो रिवर्स माइग्रेशन शुरू हो गया। 44% की इसमें बढ़ोतरी हुई है। लोग अपना काम कर रहे हैं, कोई होम स्टे चला रहा है, कोई छोटा अपना उद्योग स्थापित कर रहा है, कोई छोटा होटल बना रहा है। और इतनी यात्राएं चली हैं कि 4 धाम यात्रा अभी इस साल पहले चरण में ही जो है 47 लाख लोग 4 धाम आ गए। कावड़ यात्रा अभी संपन्न हुई है, उसमें 4 करोड़ 80 लाख लोग आए हैं। आदि कैलाश मानसरोवर उधर सीमा के पार भोलेनाथ का स्थान, और सीमा से थोड़ा सा इधर उसी सीमा के पास जहां प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय मोदी जी देश के पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं, जो आदि कैलाश 17,000 फुट की ऊंचाई पर जाने वाले प्रधानमंत्री बने। और उनके जाने के बाद जहां पूरे साल में 500-600 लोग मुश्किल से जाते थे, इस साल वहां अभी तक 57,000 लोग जा चुके हैं। आप सोचिए, जहां लोगों के लिए रुकने के लिए 1,000-2,000 लोगों के लिए व्यवस्था होती थी मुश्किल से, अब इतने लोग एकोमोडेट हो रहे हैं। पूरे साल भर यात्राएं चल रही हैं। तो ये बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है वहां पर एक। तो मैं बोलूंगा तो मुझे लग रहा है आपकी घंटी भी बज गई है। तो मैं बहुत बोल सकता हूँ, कई घंटों बोल सकता हूँ, आप जो पूछेंगे। और मैं कभी ऐसे बोल के भी नहीं आता हूँ, आप मुझसे क्या पूछेंगे, जो पूछना हो पूछ लीजिए। आपको और कुछ
नहीं, आपने इतने सारे विषयों को इतने कम समय में रखा, मैं आपका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूँ। और आपने एक बात की थी कि उत्तराखंड में जन्म लेना यानी एक प्रकार से आशीर्वाद है, और ये भी हमें पता है कि जब जीवन से जाना भी होता है तो आखिरी विदाई भी कहीं ना कहीं उत्तराखंड में ही होती है। इसलिए उत्तराखंड केवल जन्म नहीं, मरण के लिए भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। परंतु आज आपने समय दिया, आप यहाँ आए और हमारी सराहना भी की और हमें अवसर दिया कि उत्तराखंड राज्य में किस प्रकार का विकास हुआ है और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में किस प्रकार की गति आई है, इंडस्ट्री पॉलिसी कैसे इफेक्टिव है, इसको हम आज अपने दर्शकों के पास अपने मंच के माध्यम से ला पाए हैं। इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत।
Honorable Chief Minister, may I please request you to stay back on the stage. We also have to request you for the releasing of the BT India at 100 issue. I'd like to request Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, to please join us on stage. Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO, India Today Group, to also please come up on stage, sir. Alok Nair, COO, Business Today, to also join in for the revealing of the magazine. May I please request on stage our esteemed guests joining in, Mr. Tarun Garg, the MD and CEO of Hyundai Motor India, to also join in on the program. And on the stage is in fact for the unveiling. And we also have Hisashi Takeuchi-san, MD and CEO of Maruti Suzuki India, to also join in, please, for the unveiling of the magazine. 1, 2, 3. The Business Today India at 100 magazine cover. Can we also have the physical copies? Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the BT India at 100 issue that focuses on India's manufacturing champions and celebrates companies, states, policymakers and innovators for driving industrial revolution. Thank you so much. May I request Ms. Kali Puri to stay back on stage, and our Honorable Chief Minister to please, we would like to present a token of appreciation to you, sir, for being with us on this special day with us. May I also request Mr. Dinesh Bhatia to join in, Group CEO of India Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister. Thank you so much for being with us. I'd like to request everybody to please be seated as we will move forward to our next session now shortly. Requesting everybody to please remain seated as we will now move forward to our next session. This one is titled India's Manufacturing Champion. As India is emerging as a key global manufacturing destination and the automobile sector is at the heart of this transformation, driving investments, jobs, exports and innovation, India is also moving from being a large consumer market to a global manufacturing and export hub. So what will it take to scale up, deepen the localization and compete with the best in the world is something that our next session will explore. To discuss India's automobile manufacturing ambitions and the road ahead, let us welcome our next speaker on board. We have Mr. Tarun Garg, MD and CEO of Hyundai Motor India, joining in on the platform, and I'll be chairing this session. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, for Hyundai Motor India, all of us know that, it's been 3 decades already for Hyundai, as it entered the Indian markets. And in these 3 decades, we have seen you, of course, selling some of the best-selling cars in India, from Santro to i10 to even Creta, for that matter, and many more loved ones too. But I think 3 decades on for your presence here, the question is moving on from whether global companies are entering the Indian market, looking at a market which is also throwing up newer opportunities for them, but rather looking at an opportunity that whether global companies are now finding opportunities to make in India for the world as well. That's something that we want to start off this conversation with you. Now, over the last 3 decades, we've seen enormous amount of investments that you've already made. You also have announced plans of about 45,000 odd crore rupees of investments further planned up until FY30. So give us an understanding of how has the Indian market panned out for you so far, and what do you see in the Indian market over the next 2 decades as India puts its vision on India at 2047?
Thank you so much for really having me here. The last 30 years have been absolutely stunning as far as Hyundai is concerned. And yes, like you said, we have invested 40,000 crore. But the fact that what we are going to invest in the next 5 years is the same amount what we have invested in the last 30 years, I think speaks volumes. Shows our confidence in the country, shows our confidence in our ability not only to make for the domestic market, but also how we are looking at India now more as a strategic hub. India was always important, but now it has become a strategic hub. And we are investing into capacity. Already we are at now 994,000. We are going to move to more than 1.1 million very soon. We are launching 26 new products. In terms of manufacturing, not only are we bringing in, AI, digital, automation, robotics, but the whole idea is how to increase the capability building. So please understand, first 30 years were more about, scale and of course customer trust. Now it is about how do we really make India much more competitive on the global scale. I think that is the ambition which we are working for, and we are very confident that this could really be a key factor which could take Hyundai forward in the next 30 years in India.
Okay. Mr. Garg, also, when Hyundai Motor India, which has already contributed 18.7% to the global company's overall sales in FY26, I want to understand how significant is India now emerging, and what could you share over the next 5 years as the contribution could go forward from here?
So there's a very interesting question which was asked, when my global CEO, Jose Munoz, was here. He was asked, what is Hyundai Motor Company's strategy for India? You know what his answer was? India is Hyundai Motor Company's strategy. So this is the importance, which is coming in. You talked about the contribution, I think it was about 15%. Just about 5 years back. We are already up to 18.5%, 19%. We announced that we are currently number 4. US, Korea, Europe, and then India. We have announced that by fiscal 30, we will be number 2. Let me tell you, we will achieve it much faster than that. So I think that is the confidence, which we are getting in India.
What will help you achieve that number two?
So look, what do you need for that? One is the capacity. We have already put up a new plant in Pune. Earlier we had thought that we'll take the capacity to 250,000. Now we are looking at 320,000. The new motorcycle is kicking in. We are moving big terms towards electrification. So the first 30 years were more about ICE engines and of course bringing in the global technology, raising the benchmark. But now we're taking the next step, and localizing the electric ecosystem is something which we are really working on. The battery packs have already been localized. We are working on power electronics, drivetrains, all the other things, including the charging infrastructure as well. So I think these factors will really drive in. Also, if you see the group, Hyundai Motor Group has a huge strength in terms of, for example, Hyundai Capital has just entered India, so which will mean that we are soon going to finance our dealers through that. Maybe going forward, we'll enter the retail financing. So end-to-end ecosystem, how to really improve our localization. For example, fiscal 20 localization was about 70%. We have already moved to 80%. And going forward, we have already announced our plans to take it further to 90%. So these things will really help us to really reach the next level. And of course, sooner than later, India will be Hyundai's second biggest market in the world.
Okay. You talked about electric vehicles, and that's something that I wanted to discuss with you. On the outlook from here on, despite being so many models already existing, the offtake of the EVs is still very low, or the penetration is still very low. What do you think is the key reason for that? And do you think we need better price points for electric vehicles to be able to see a higher offtake?
First, let me give you some data. If you see, only about 1.5 years back, electric vehicle penetration was at only about 2.4, 2.5%. You know what it was in July? It was 7%. So while the perception is, because the whole world is saying that there's a chasm and electric vehicles have stagnated, but India is still at the very initial stage, and the growth is happening at a multiple scale. What has helped is two things. One is more and more models are being launched. If you see whether it's the local OEMs or Japanese OEMs or Korean OEMs or European OEMs, everybody is looking at electrification in a big way. The second thing is, that at various price points these are being launched. And the third thing is, which is most important, is government has announced this PM E-Drive scheme, where the focus has now shifted from just subsidizing EV vehicles to really enabling the charging infrastructure. So if you see, even Hyundai has announced that our app, we call it a My Hyundai app, it gives the customer access to 30,000 charging points across the country. So the biggest threat or the biggest hindrance to electric vehicles was that customer thought that, what will happen if I take the vehicle out of my city? And I think the moment that is out, we are seeing a big jump. And the last point is, of course, nobody wants war, but this Iran-US war has, I think, again put a spanner in the wheels and really brought the customers to the electric vehicles.
Sir, you're also entering into battery cell manufacturing in the US. Are you also looking at India for the manufacturing to shift here?
So I think if you see, we all understand that yes, cell is a very important part, of the whole ecosystem. Hyundai is already tied up with Exide, who is a local partner, and we have invested in that. And the progress is, happening. And then at the right time, we'll be announcing that yes, the cells are ready, and we'll be using them for. But until then, of course, as you know, we have already announced a new EV, which will be the full dedicated, SUV from Hyundai, which has been made specially for India. We are going to launch it in this fiscal itself.
This is the sub 4 meter.
Yes, this is a sub 4 meter SUV, which we believe will be a very big game changer as far as electrification journey of Hyundai in India
What is the price point that you're looking at?
So it will be very aggressively priced, of course, but more importantly, I think it will give the customers that driving experience which they want. It will give the customers a connectivity which they will want, and it will be backed up by a very strong charging ecosystem in terms of not only the AC fast chargers, but also on the highways, DC chargers, or the app which will give them access to the charging points. So end to end, we are really trying to give the customers a great experience.
Let's try and understand on your exports picture, where are you at currently? Where do you see exports growing over the next 4 to 5 years? Which are the markets that are driving this demand for you?
So if you see, right from the time we set foot in India, Hyundai has really focused big time on exports. Cumulatively, we have exported more than 3.9 million cars, to about 150 countries. And so about 2 years back, exports used to contribute only about 20% to our sales. Already last fiscal, we have moved to 24.5% to our sales was contributed by exports. We have already announced that 30% we will reach, say, in the next 5 years or so. And the strategy which we are using is one, like for example, the venue, the outgoing venue was produced in Korea and in India. But the new venue is exclusively produced only in India. So we are really making India not only as a hub for emerging markets. Now with the FTAs opening up, I think the opportunities will open up even for the other developed markets to be looked at. Of course, we need to continuously make sure that the localization is improving so that not only do we export cars, but the import content is also reduced, and more local content is used even in these export cars.
And in an overall exports pie, what is the share of EVs that we will see going forward?
So look, it's too early to say that because, right now, if you see, the contribution is very less. But I think as we are able to introduce more and more cars, as we are able to localize more, I believe there will be a huge potential even for EVs. Creta EV, for example, we have started just now, and to the neighboring countries we are doing it. And it is helping us to really understand the homologation needs. It is helping us to understand the battery logistics, helping us to understand the charging requirements, the customer behavior. I think all these learnings will really help us to really step up exports of EVs once they are introduced.
Let me also try and understand from you when it comes to how Hyundai is leveraging India's engineering, R&D, and even supplier ecosystem to support the global operations at large. So is India becoming more than just a manufacturing hub?
I think this is a very important question which you have raised. So far, I think it was all about Make in India, of course, great global quality, But now I think we have to move from Make in India to Create in India. I think this is something very important. We have a very strong ecosystem of engineering talent. We have a very great supplier base who is ready to really invest in R&Ds. So as far as Hyundai is concerned, we have our R&D hub in Hyderabad, which deploys about 1,300 engineers. And I think we have already set up a plan to really see that how we can really transfer the technologies from our global Namyang to R&D in India. I think this is something which is on a big focus area for us. And we're also encouraging our vendors not to really depend only on the OEMs for innovation or for R&D. So we are really encouraging them that they should also have some portion of their revenue earmarked to be invested in R&D. I think that is something which will really help us to innovate in India, to create in India, to design in India, and of course, for the entire world.
Okay. I think one question that always everybody wants to know is on the competition part. When you had come in, probably there were very few players. Of course, the leading car maker like Maruti Suzuki was already there, but when you entered, the competition was very less. But now we have increasing amount of companies coming in from China, from Vietnam, and every country that is looking at the market as huge as India. So how are you looking at competition rising at this point in time?
So look, competition will intensify, but I think so will Hyundai's commitment to growth. So I think we have a very comprehensive strategy and structure in place. We have already like I said, a very strong investment pipeline of 45,000 crores, backed up by 26 new products, backed up by powertrains. One thing which is very important is that India is a very big country. Different geographies want different kind of powertrains. Different segments require different kind of powertrains. The advantage which we have is that we have a very strong parent. And we have all kinds of powertrains, whether it is petrol, diesel, CNG, strong hybrids, electrics, even hydrogen. So I think that gives us really a power to really launch these products with different powertrains, and the customer is the king. We don't decide that, okay, I have only this, you please take this. I think we can really leave the choice to the customer. On top of it, of course, we are really making using AI to really give a very great post-sales experience to the customer as well. In terms of, not only in terms of his communication with the dealer, but also in terms of preemptive maintenance, over-the-air updates, like your mobile phone, you know, it is continuously upgraded. So far, what we have seen in India is that when the customer takes the delivery from the showroom, that is when the car stops improving. But I think now the car can improve right through the life cycle of the car. I think this is something which is called a software-driven vehicles, and we are really betting big on it. So there are a lot of things, you know, which will help us to stay ahead of the curve and really make meaningful progress. It's not only about, you know, market share or volume or profits. I think we take a lot of pride in really playing a very meaningful role in terms of contributing to the Indian economy, in terms of employment, in terms of, you know, investments, in terms of, like I said, capability building for the country. I think these are the things which really, really make you feel very, very proud.
Okay. You know, you talked about the EV affordability, and I want to understand overall as well as how prices are moving. Over the last couple of quarters, we've seen 2 to 3 times price hikes that you've already undertaken. Now, we do understand a lot of it also has to come from the West Asia war, the rising of the raw material prices itself. But, you know, then goes the thought back to September of 2025 when the GST rate cuts was announced and everybody was looking at massive discounts across models as well. So has that benefit somehow vanished with these price hikes coming in? And what is the trajectory going forward from here?
Not really. If you see the way raw material costs have gone up, I think the price rises have been minuscule of that. So I think all OEMs, I'm not talking only about Hyundai, we are very responsible and we try to really, really work on cost optimization, increasing localization further, and how we can really, really enhance the value proposition to the customer. So you would have seen that how precious metals have gone up, how steel, how copper, aluminium, basically everything has gone up dramatically. We believe that with these cost optimization measures, we will be able to really keep the price increases in check and continue to really see that how we can enhance volumes further, how we can enhance penetration further, which will really help us to reduce our fixed cost and give more and more value to the customers.
You know, we also talked about your best-selling cars and the models as well. So after Santro, after i10, after Creta, what is going to be the next model that will replicate the kind of success that we've seen or even beat the success of the ones that we've seen already?
Look, like we have announced that there are going to be 26 models and 7 of them will be new nameplates, many of them electric as well. So I think there are some things which we should not divulge and which should be divulged at the right time. So picture abhi baki hai, and let's really wait for great news. I think we will have some really, really great market products you know, down the line.
Okay, let me also ask you, have you also seen a shift in consumer preferences? When you came in, a lot of focus was on affordability, but are you also shifting your focus to premiumization? And are you also looking at bringing in models to, you know, capture that kind of a market in India? And is there a lot of room there?
Absolutely. If you see, India is a very young country and we are actually getting younger. Average median age is only 29. And these customers are really looking for connected cars. These customers are really looking for ADAS. These customers are looking for being connected on the move. They want voice-enabled everything. And they want to really live the life once. So I think it's very, very important to really, really continuously innovate and give the customer that kind of an experience so that he feels always connected. So we believe that the Indian market has really moved from hatches to SUVs, from customer ownership to experience, from, say, cost to value. And of course, you know, customer does not mind paying the price, but he does not want to compromise on the quality. He does not want to compromise on the customer experience. He wants really everything in the car. He wants safety, he wants technology, he wants AI. Yeah. And I think, believe you me, the next 5 years will see an even major or bigger transformation than we have seen in the last 5 years.
Okay. You know, I want to understand one more thing. I don't know how many of you noticed that in the last 3 decades that Hyundai Motor has been in India, the one thing has not changed, and that is your brand ambassador, Shah Rukh Khan. He's always been the brand ambassador for the last 3 decades. And if you have noticed the latest ad of Hyundai Motor, there is a lot of inquisitiveness that you have created, where Shah Rukh Khan himself is asking whether I'm still on board as your brand ambassador. So why don't you spill the beans and tell us where you have also
also appeared in the ad. This is for the first time as an MD. We have seen Hyundai Motors management also appearing in the TV commercial. So give us an understanding of what was the thought behind it and what do we see going forward?
No, Shah Rukh has been a great ambassador for us, and I think he's a part of the family. And it's such a proud moment when we see that, that longevity, and also speaks volumes about the character of the company. We have stuck with him and of course he has stuck with us as well. And the whole idea of this ad is the transformation which is happening in India as a country. The Viksit Bharat, we are talking about 1947. So you can see that the ad talks about how ICE are moving to EVs, how the ad talks about that, yes, last 30 years were great, but probably the next 30 years will be epic. Also the fact that, with all humility, I would say that I'm the first Indian to be the managing director and CEO of Hyundai in India, also shows that the kind of trust we as Indians have been able to make even the global companies. So I think this ad is a true reflection of what Hyundai is thinking and what Hyundai is planning for. And of course, Shah Rukh Khan is a very integral part of the plan.
Okay, we have last 1 minute to go. So I want to understand from you, you said that next 3 decades will be epic. In what form should we see that epic move coming in? What are your top priorities going to be, and what should investors also watch out for in your growth journey?
No, I think we have maintained that, Viksit Bharat, the Honorable Prime Minister's 1947, 2047 Viksit Bharat vision, we want to really play a very important role, and that role can be played if we continue to really see how we can, like I said, create in India, how we can enhance localization, how we can really do something to create more employment, how we can see that how we increase exports. Like for example, from 20% contribution of exports in fiscal 20 to 30% which we are looking for, and how we can really create more employment, how we can really create more excitement, and how we can really do CSV, in terms of, for example, we have launched the Samarth initiative, because we believe that while globally, people with disabilities are given their due respect, but somehow we in India, really there's a long way to go. So we are trying to do a bit there. So comprehensively, we really want to play a very, very important role, in terms of the Honorable Prime Minister's vision. And you will see that going ahead, the announcements from our company will really, really work towards that mission.
All the very best to you, and thank you so much for being with us on this special session. Warm round of applause. May I request you to stay back, like I request Dinesh Bhatia ji, Group CEO of India Today, to please present a token of appreciation to our special guest here. Warm round of applause, and thank you so much, Mr. Garg, for all those insights that you shared with us. We will move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen, and this one is titled Driving India's Manufacturing. India's manufacturing story is evolving from building for the domestic market to truly building for the world. The opportunity is enormous, from scaling production to deepening localization to strengthening exports and integrating India into the global supply chains as well. We've been talking about the auto sector, and we will continue to focus on it at the heart of this transformation. And the key question will be, can India become one of the world's most competitive manufacturing hubs, and what will it take to get here? For this special session, I want to request all of you to please put in your hands together to welcome our next guest, Hisashi Takeyoshi, the MD and CEO of Maruti Suzuki India, to be with us on the program. And of course, Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today Television, and me. Both of us will drive this session together. Good evening, everyone. And thank you for your time here, sir. Maruti Suzuki has chosen India to be the manufacturing base for its first and only EV. What gave you that confidence in the India story?
I think everybody know Maruti Suzuki, how we started the business in India. We started 43 years ago. And we are so much, I think in India, our, many, Japanese people, Indian people work together to start, automobile ecosystem in India. So, like everyone said, put, Indians on wheels. So we have 43 years history, and that giving us the confidence that it has to be in India to start first EV for Suzuki.
Fantastic. Before I go ahead and ask you the next question, I want to do a show of hands. How many of you have had your first car from Maruti Suzuki? Everyone.
Yeah, it's great.
That answers a lot of your questions there, people. So, yes, Maruti Suzuki has been a part of our lives from the very beginning, 43 years of journey that you have had so far. We all remember the photographs of how people queued up to watch the first Maruti car rolling out and, how it has progressed from then to now. And now you're talking about EV that Maria asked you, that why have you chosen India as the base as well. But I want to understand, how do you see Maruti Suzuki's journey from here over the next 2 decades as India puts its vision on 2047? What role will automakers play, such as yours, in that journey to put Indian automakers on the global roadmap as well?
Well, I think in India, the last 43 years, we started from scratch to almost 2 million capacity, the production sales in 1 year. And now we are heading towards 2047. But even before that, I think we will achieve 4 million. We will double the production and the sales, and from 2 million to 4 million. And we are targeting to achieve this in 6 or 7 years' time. So we did this 0 to 2 million, 43 years. Now, 6, 7 years' time, we will double it. So this is our, focus now.
I'll take that thought forward, Sakshi, because you say what will happen in the next 20 years or going ahead. I want to understand the story of 43 years. I mean, that's the ultimate kind of trust and confidence in the India story, that you have moved with India in its growth and been a part of the growth story.
The last 43 years, what we did is not just making cars. We are making the people.
Yes, that's beautifully put.
We are, making our dealer network. Means the people working in the dealers all over India, service workshop. By the way, the total number of sales touch points and the service touch points in India, do you think how many we have?
You already have 49% of Indian passenger vehicle export in financial year 26.
No, I mean the touch points means workshop,
no, but I'm saying
the
that
showroom.
Is the scale and confidence that India has in you.
Yeah. We have more than 10,000 all over India. And the people working there, also we are making the people. As the Tarun Garg-san from Hyundai, he is talking about the Hyundai's future. He's also from Maruti Suzuki. Okay, so we are creating the necessary talent for Indian auto space. So I think Maruti Suzuki is not just a company. This is like IIT Maruti Suzuki or IIM Maruti Suzuki. We are creating the necessary talent for Indian auto space.
Fantastic. So, when we look at the recent data also, viewers, you must know, Maria has put out one data point that half of our exports of passenger vehicles are done by Maruti Suzuki. 50% of outgoing passenger vehicles are from Maruti Suzuki. You've also sold a record 24.2 lakh vehicles in FY26, including a 4.5 lakh exports that you've done only in fiscal year 2026. So give us an understanding of how are you looking at India growing from the current role? Is it just a market like you looked at? Or is it a much bigger space to look at? Is it becoming a space for you to make in India, make for the world?
India is very important hub of manufacturing cars for Suzuki Group. But not just for Suzuki. We represent about 55% of total export from India, the cars, Maruti Suzuki. So our domestic market share this year so far is about 41%. But this year, our export is reaching 55% of total export from India.
And since you speak about the India story, you've also explored other markets. But you continue to be in India and have more faith in India. What is giving you that faith? Is it because of the response that you've got from customers here? They keep going back to a Maruti car?
Yeah. In India, thanks to the home market of India, India has huge market potential. So this is actually a best place for any OEM to be here, because the potential in Indian market is huge. And by utilizing this huge potential, we can also make cars in India for export. Then we can make cars which is like affordable, like competitively priced, and also like very strong cars which can drive in the countries like African market, South American market, very tough terrains all over the world. But we can make those cars. So if we are successful in India, we will be able to be successful in other countries like Africa or South America or other Middle East.
So, because in recent years, India has signed a number of FTAs. Is that really helping you in terms of export?
Yeah. For us to export our cars, we must be competitive. And to be competitive in those countries, we have to have this FTA arrangement. So Indian government initiative is helping us to expand further in our export sales. So it's actually helping us a lot.
I will continue on my earlier question with you as far as India becoming a global manufacturing hub for you is concerned. You're building towards a 36 lakh units of annual capacity by FY31. My question to you is, how much of that capacity will ultimately be catering to the global markets?
So our aim is to become the manufacturing hub for export for Suzuki Group. Already we are representing almost 55% of total Suzuki global production. And this can be further expanded. As I said, we are expanding from our capacity from 2 million to 4 million. So if we reach 4 million in 2030 something, then at least I think a big chunk of this 4 million, we are aiming that we would like to achieve maybe 1 million for export and 3 million for domestic market. So that's the thing we are trying to achieve.
Since we are speaking about the competition in the markets, Maruti's biggest competitive advantage has been its affordability in the context of India, and also reliability. You can trust a Maruti vehicle that it will ensure that you'll reach the destination without much trouble. As Indian consumers now look for technology-driven vehicles, are you seeing Maruti, how do you see Maruti in that space, that market space?
Our parent company, Suzuki in Japan, their corporate philosophy number one is to create the products which is value packed from customer's standpoint. So we always put customer in the center of our focus. So whatever customer wants, we have to produce and we have to supply those cars to the customers. Indian customers are evolving year by year, and the new generation is coming. The generation, Alpha, Gen Z, Gen Alpha will come, and they will have the different, preference, different attitude, different lifestyle. But we always put those customers in our center of our focus, and we will create products which certainly will attract those customers.
Absolutely. Let me ask you on the electric vehicle space as well. You're right now focusing on exports quite a bit, but when do we really see your EVs substantially in a bigger market share coming into the Indian roads as well? And what is keeping you still very shy of launching a lot of EVs?
We looks like a little bit cautious about launching lots of EV models into Indian auto space. But as I said, India is a manufacturing hub for Suzuki. So now I think EV export, we represent almost 90% of total EV export from India is done by Maruti Suzuki. But we only have one model. But already we are dominating this export business.
But in the domestic market, I'm asking.
Domestic market, okay. So coming back to domestic, of course we will do the EV, and we will do EV very strong. But we think that India is not such a simple country that will depend on one technology. India is such a diverse country. It's very big. We see from like Japanese, other Japanese, I see India is a little bit similar to Europe, EU. So number of languages they speak in EU market is more than 20, maybe 22, something like this. In India, is almost very similar to EU.
Yes.
Also, number of countries over there is something like 25 or something. In India, you have 28 states plus eight special states. So number of states is very similar to European countries. So I think in future, number of, maybe population-wise, Europe is a little larger, but in future, India can become like Europe. So Europe is a diverse country, different people, different culture, different, language. In India also, the south, north, west, east, different, mentality people is different, the culture is different, the language is also different. So such a diverse country, and can we rely on just one technology in such a diverse country? I think we have to have the technology which suits to each region, each people, the needs. And that's why we take this multi-pathway strategy, which means we don't rely on just one technology. Okay, EV is good technology, so we will do it. But at the same time, the hybrid is also, good technology. The CNG or using biogas. Biogas is one of the most important technology, I believe. It is good. So we are going to try to employ all possible technologies to improve India. So that is our, thinking pattern, thinking for India market.
I must compliment you for great understanding of this diverse country. You seem to have traveled quite a bit, and you understand India's diversity quite well. So since you are coming up with 7 SUVs, and of course you want to give more options to Indians, and that is why you are emphasizing on biogas. Among all the states that you have been to, or in where Maruti is, which is one state which is coming up with most choices? In the sense that they are demanding diversity, they are demanding options.
It's very difficult to say one state because every state has its own unique characters, and every state has good attractive points. So it is really difficult to say which state I like the most. But because I'm living in Delhi, Gurgaon, NCR. And I like this place maybe the most because I'm living here.
I want to ask you, since you touched base upon biogas,
Yes.
What future energy will India drive on, according to you? Is it electric? Is it hybrid? Is it a mix of multiple energies that you're looking at? What will really dominate in your portfolio as well?
I think the EV is very good, strategy, very good technology. But we have to think about how we are making electricity right now in India. I think everybody understands that electricity generation right now, about more than 70% is coming from coal thermal power plant where every day a lot of CO2 and gas is emitting from those coal thermal power plant. So driving EV means using that electricity. So it's not that clean yet in India. It will take time. But now Indian government is doing a lot of things to improve the this electricity generation from renewable energies. So it will be the time will come that EV will become the clean transportation. But right now it's not 100% clean yet. So by the way, the cleanliness, like a CO2 reduction, is one thing that it is important. And also the air quality is also very important issue, especially the people living in Delhi or other big cities in India. It's really important issue. So biogas is actually will solve those problems, or not 100%, but will help solving those issues, because the biogas, when biogas is made, it's using the biomass, which means the biogas is carbon neutral or carbon negative. So if you drive the cars with using biogas, which means those cars are 100% carbon neutral or even carbon negative. So which means better than EV. EV is still using those electricity from generating CO2. So from that sense, the biogas is cleaner than EV. On top of that, the biogas using biomass, and this, currently biomass is burned by the farmers, and this field burning is affecting the air quality in the big cities. So before those biomass to be burned away, we can take those materials and use those materials as a feedstock to make biogas. So biogas can make the air quality much cleaner in those big cities.
Okay. I think you've also announced an investment of about 560 odd crores in biogas as well. Could you also give us some understanding of what your investments are in various energies, like in EV, what are you planning, in hybrid, what are you planning? You've already talked about biogas.
So as to the biogas, can we continue a little bit? The July, in 2nd of July, Prime Minister of Japan and Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, they had a meeting and they discussed and they agreed to set up 1,000 biogas plant in India by the collaboration of both India and the Japanese government. So this 1,000 is their promise. So we have to contribute towards this like promise by those two prime ministers. So I'm sure that this will be realized, at least like 1,000 by the collaboration between Japanese and Indian government will be there in India. So that will, I think, certainly help to reduce CO2 and also improve the air quality in the big cities.
So let's start wrapping this conversation, and I would like to end this with among the multiple policy initiatives that have been taken by the government of India, do you think there is one that you can highlight which particularly is helping the manufacturing sector and automobiles such as yours?
Thanks to the Indian government and especially Prime Minister Mr. Modi, this GST reform is now pushing very strong, and we are, almost all Indian auto OEM is enjoying the the demand is growing very fast, and from the small cars to big cars, all OEM is now enjoying the big, demand increase right now. And this will help us to further strengthen this auto industry. Already auto industry is becoming the world competitive level. Yeah. Not only auto OEM, but auto components industry also. They are becoming the world player now. So I think we can continue this, and we can really strengthen the manufacturing sector, not just the auto sector, but including all the other manufacturing sector. We can, I think, strengthen this to become really the world-class manufacturing from India.
All right, 43 years already, the association with India to many more in future. Thank you so much for your time here.
Thank you so much, Takeuchi-san. Warm
Thank you
round of
very
applause,
much.
ladies and gentlemen, for leading Maruti Suzuki. May I please request Mr. Dinesh Bhatia, Group CEO India Today, to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. A very warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Mr. Hisashi Takeuchi, MD and CEO Maruti Suzuki India. Thank you so much for being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our next session now. And this one is going to be focusing on manufacturing for Viksit Bharat. India's manufacturing economy is at an inflection point, driven by companies that are not just expanding, but scaling with a sharper focus on profitability, balance sheet strength, operational excellence, and even capital discipline. This session, Manufacturing for Viksit Bharat, will explore the opportunities and the challenges ahead, from technology and capital to productivity, talent, and global market access, and examine what will it take for Indian businesses to scale with confidence, compete globally, and become champions of Viksit Bharat. For this session, I'd like to request all of you to please put your hands together for our next set of panelists. We have with us Mr. Anil Gupta, CMD, KEI Industries; Ranjan Dhar, Director for ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel; Sangeet Kumar, CEO and co-founder at Verb; Rahul Jain, India Head for BCG. And to moderate this session, may I please call upon stage Shail Bhatnagar and Krishna Gopalan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a very, very interesting half an hour. You have a company that makes robots. You have a company that makes steel. You have a company that makes cables. And you have a company that advises all three. The topic of discussion is manufacturing. And let me start with the alphabet A. We'll go to ArcelorMittal. And Mr. Ranjan Dhar is with us. Mr. Dhar, 70,000 crores is what you've put into Andhra Pradesh just now. And before that, your entry into India was perhaps the most storied of corporate battles that we've seen. What makes you so confident of putting in that amount of money in India at this stage of the country's manufacturing growth?
Good question, and good evening everyone present here and watching us live. And I think first let me complete that piece. It is 70,000 crore that we are investing in Andhra, but before that we have already invested after acquisition at Hazira nearly same amount, 70,000 crore. And the acquisition piece itself was around $7 to $8 billion.
Yes.
So that is the complete piece of this whole journey of entry of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel into this exciting market, India. What makes us confident about India is the prospects which are there. If you see, somebody said that India India is a surprise both for the pessimist and the optimist. So I think that's very aptly said. When you look at India, there are various things which are right, and there are various things that you have to make right. And I think with the prowess of ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel, we thought that the entry into India was at the very apt and the very right time, wherein this country is propelling its growth in an unprecedented way. And the new India, the India of India at 100, the theme, India of 2047 will require infrastructure, manufacturing, automobile we talked about earlier, of the order of the global best. And for that, steel is the basic raw material, and not just the steel that was available in India till then, the steel which is used in the developed world. And there was no other company which is better placed than ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel to propel this further. In these years of 6 to 7 years that we have been in India, you see how we have already transformed this space from the Chenab Bridge in Jammu and Kashmir. It is a sight to behold. You can see the quality of that infrastructure that was built. The steel is supplied from Hazira, nearly 70% of it. There's another bridge called Anji Bridge, 100% from us. We have got to India. There are people here. Some of the best products of ArcelorMittal and Nippon Steel. Magnil is one product which goes into solar energy. India was 100% import dependent on that product when you are developing solar parks, the solar energy parks. And now we have got that steel available, produced in India by our company, and this is propelling the growth of the solar sector.
Right.
Automobile, for example, we talked about earlier how premiumization is happening in automobile. Automobiles are the type of automobile being used or being sold in India have gone through a metamorphosis in the last 7 to 8 years. For that, the steel has to also change.
Right.
And that steel has been made available for us. And when now India becomes a manufacturing hub, even for exports of automobile, so that kind of steel is also being made. I think I'll just end that question by saying that we were talking about it earlier. In 2017, government launched the National Steel Policy of 300 million by 2030. And at that point in time, many people said that it is a fantasy land. It will never be achieved. And here we are about 4 years away, and we'll be there. So I think what looks impossible at the start, if resilience is there, if intent is there, policy support is there, I think the excitement is there for everyone, not only ArcelorMittal, to participate in India and propel this further.
Rahul, I'd just like to bring you in. A lot has been said about the Indian manufacturing model, and it's what I call an interesting intersection between a growing services industry and manufacturing that's also taking off. When I look at markets like China, people speak of scale. We look at Vietnam, it's about pricing. Germany is about precision. But in your own mind, what is it that makes our manufacturing model so interestingly and so uniquely placed right now?
So I think the same prototypes don't apply to India. If you look at what's our advantage, we stand on 3 different advantages. The first advantage is we have a strong domestic demand. And most of our manufacturing, the base of manufacturing is to serve domestic demand. There are not that many companies that have set up with internationalization or exports in mind as compared to, let's say, Taiwan or Korea or Japan or China, where the local markets were small. The second piece is we have manpower, and in future, despite whatever AI will do, there will be need for manpower, and we have young manpower, so that should be our strength if we play it the right way. And the third is we have actually a very strong, you said the services piece, which could lead to over time very strong technology collaboration. So we have to use that as a long-term advantage. But I think I would go back to the first piece. We have to start with areas where we have large domestic demand. We have to use that to make, with FTAs, we will compete with globally, strong products, high qualities, the German precision, as you said, the cost of Vietnam and the scale of China, and therefore we need to be able to deal with that. And we have to find our own way. I'd say our advantage, India, I always believe Indian companies are the best at jugaad, which means that they are always able to find a better way to make things. And the advantage that many companies need a lot of scale, a lot of R&D in, we can get there provided there is right intent, and that's the only way business succeeds. And I do believe FTAs will form a big pathway to that, because it opens up the global canvas. It challenges you in your own backyard with products to come from those markets, and it does create the canvas to also play internationally and win.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the next 3 or 4 years, a company called Adverb will be making a lot of noise, not only globally, but also in India. You wouldn't have imagined a robo maker out of Noida. Meet Sangeet Singh, and the gentleman designs 40 kinds of robos out of Noida, sells them to about 1,300 crore rupees a year, and is one of the finest examples of how high-tech engineering and manufacturing exists in India. Sangeet, when you look at the challenge that you faced in terms of setting up a robotic company in India, and you've succeeded immensely, what were the 2 or 3 things that went into your mind when you were setting up a manufacturing unit of all places in Noida, when this could have been easily in Taiwan or China or Vietnam?
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and thank you for the introduction. Robotics is all about precision manufacturing. And also, it is not a volume game in comparison to, let us say, car industry. But most of our suppliers, we share the same suppliers. And in India, the way car industry and the auto ancillaries has been set up, they are extremely good in supplying at a volume. And that is where the prices come down. But for robots, we were not able to find good suppliers serving for 10 robots or 20 robots or 30 robots, where China and Taiwan are extremely good at. So we decided that we will build every part which goes into robot ourselves. So we put a SMT line for electronics component, we buy steel and then we convert it into robots. All kinds of processing, we do it inside. Usually that is not the norm. But because we did not have the ecosystem to support a low volume precision manufacturing, we went about doing everything on our own. And eventually it did help, and it is helping us a lot. Right now, at the start, we did not realize it will help us to this extent because we are able to compete in terms of speed of innovation, which is very difficult to do it against Chinese. But we are there as far as speed is concerned because everything we do it in-house. And that has helped us grow to supply these robots to Indian customers and across the world. The other thing which has helped us grow is also the focus on manufacturing in last 10-15 years in the newer segment. So today, 20-25% of our business comes from electronics manufacturing and semiconductor manufacturing. Another 15% comes from new energy, which is solar, battery, etc. And had these industries not come to India, we would mostly be exporting our robots to foreign countries and not consuming it in India.
Mr. Gupta, I'm just coming to you. You work in a sector which primarily was commoditized. You had to create a market and then take on the challenge of and the opportunity of domestic demand. How did you go about that? Because you're speaking of a sector which has obviously worked on relatively low margins at one point. You have to change the whole paradigm. What is the success story to that extent?
See, I'll still say that it is still commoditized, you know. But you see the kind of capex India has done in last 10 years in terms of not only government capex but even private capex. Look at the investments came into renewable energy, solar, wind, and even various steel plants, oil and gas sector. Everywhere the demand is so strong that it needs energy. to start factories. It needs, so energy is flown through a cable. Secondly, due to right-of-the-way issues, even the transmission lines are being undergrounded now. Apart from distribution sector, which is in every city, even smaller cities, underground cable is being preferred instead of overhead conductors. So this is, now look at the energy demand in data centers where you need 3 sources of energy, and look at the demand in infrastructure sector like railways, like metro projects, and any kind of highways where you have to remove overhead and bring the energy to cables to the underground. So all these sectors have helped us to grow the demand. Second thing is, what we have done is, we have not limited ourselves to India. Today, more than 18 to 20% of our product is being exported to countries like Europe, Australia, and US. So we are, and our focus is that in next 8 to 10 years, we export at least 50% of our product abroad.
Wonderful.
So this is bringing us as a premiumized industry instead of just a commoditized.
Wonderful. Let's get Rahul into the conversation. Mr. Jain, when a global company of decent size, let's say a couple of $1 billion worth of turnover, wants to start a manufacturing facility in India and it approaches you for a sense, a sensibility, a direction, and how to go about it, what are the 2 or 3 major points of concern they raise, and how do you help them ameliorate that pain?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think first, if you take a step back, why are they coming to India? Right? If they were not already here, I think beyond just as a market, which India of course is and is growing, it is also because the last 7 years have taught one thing, that resilience is as important as efficiency. It has been learning through the hard yards from COVID to chip shortage to tariffs to wars. We have seen it all, right? And companies today price resilience, price supply chain diversification into their business model, which was not earlier the case. They are willing to, everyone is looking for alternate supplies. Everyone is looking for different future worlds and continuity of their business. So India does provide a pretty outstanding alternative to where they have traditionally thought is their manufacturing base, in all sense of the word, whether it is capability, people, of course, capacity, market, and so on.
Have these inquiries increased in number post the West Asian crisis, post Ukraine?
Yes, they have, particularly from East and Europe, not so much from American companies, because there's a big growth that they are seeing in their market, so their attention is a little bit more domestic market, but a lot from the East, where everyone is also thinking of India as a good source to look at. I think the question that you asked, which is what is their concern? Their concern is, while we have made a lot of progress, I think still the ease of doing business has further scope of improvement. Right? In terms of factor costs, there are still some, while we have power costs are down, logistics costs are a bit down, still the complexity of land is high, the complexity of dealing with labor laws is high. The approval process varies state to state, can take too long. So between ease of doing business and cost of doing business, they do have some concern. I think what is good is that we are geopolitically stable. What is also good is that there is enough manpower available of different requirements. Patent side, they don't feel that much concerned. So I think typically it is around, and what advice we give is it depends on how well you can navigate. We have to be firstly prepared. It's not a button switch on, switch off, right? But things are getting better. If you are very systematic, very organized, depending on the state you go to, there are easier processes. There are already, without taking names, enough states where you see the working model has improved quite a lot. And if at all coming with a very large investment, you could obviously take centers help in a pretty big way. So depending on who you are, what you are trying to do, you have to navigate well, but you have to be prepared. It's not this is a slightly more longer term play. It is not come in, switch on and get things going.
Ranjan, I'll just come to you. You came in through the buyout of SRC in Hazira, and since then, capacity has been upped from 9 billion tons over to 15 today. There's captive infrastructure, there's a jetty, all of it. At the same time, so you came in primarily by buying an Indian asset, and then brought in the expertise of the overseas parent, a global leader in steel. When you look at that particular model, how is that played out? Because you actually get the best of both worlds in that sense.
What did the acquisition do? Acquisition made the entry easier, right? So you had an operating asset in India, a very high quality operating asset in India, which gave a head start rather than just starting from the zero. But I think over the last 6 years, as I was explaining earlier, we have really invested in value adding the entire portfolio of the company. So today, we make nearly around 600 or 700 grades of steel, each suited for the sectors where the country is growing. But to get to this point of manufacturing, I think it is good for India. When we progress towards 100 years of India and 2047 Viksit Bharat, it is good to have an element of dissatisfaction that will give the hunger for growth. That will only not give the hunger for growth, it will give the hunger to make things better. As Rahul also mentioned, that certain things need to be still further improved. Land, for example, for manufacturing, ease of doing business and all that. There are some headroom for improvement still over there, because we need to move much. We have zero, I always say this internally also, we have zero time to be lost. We have to move very, very fast. And for the sake of India first, we are developing Indian economy, we are developing the Indian, purchasing power, we are developing the standard of living of the Indian population. For that, we have to propel very fast, apart from the economic reason and all that. So we have zero time to lose. It is good to have certain amount of dissatisfaction that will bring in excellence in the area that we need to improve.
Gupta Sahib, this question is for you. KEI at the moment has 9 manufacturing units in India. Obviously, you are increasing capacity. There's a lot of demand for cable coming in. What are the 2 or 3 major challenges that you see in putting up a new unit compared with maybe 10 years ago when you were setting up a similar unit?
Skilled manpower. That is a very big challenge. We have to, and nowadays, in engineers and the new engineers and labor, the attrition rates are very high. So that is a big challenge. But although it is a big,
5 cable companies.
It is a big advantage to India also, the manpower, but also it is a challenge because of the lot of such things. Second thing is, of course, our industry doesn't need very big land, but still the land in the approved areas is a very big challenge. Thirdly, I have seen the logistics in the wartime for the exports. It is very hard to get even the containers in time, and the shortage of shipping. These are the very big challenges. Fourthly, we have to depend on international laboratories for international certifications. Indian laboratories are still not recognized by foreign countries to accept the electrical products. So we have to still depend on sending our cables to Italy or France or some US laboratories to get our certification. That is another challenge.
Sangeet, you're at the sweet spot. I'm speaking of robotics, manufacturing, and suddenly people are speaking of manufacturing becoming more tech than ever before. At the same time, there's Industry 5.0, 6.0. So, what's playing at the back of your mind? Do you look at manufacturing as a tech game with every passing day from where you're positioned?
Yeah, from our position, of course. So our product itself, if it has to work in a manufacturing setup, the kind of people required to maintain these equipments or run these equipments is of a different level, and therefore that way it is must that companies which go for automation and robotics use robotics to their advantage. They also have people who are skilled enough to manage it. So that is number one. And today robotics, if you read anywhere, it is not a equipment which is used for only precise job, which is known for repeatability and reproducibility. It is a thinking machine. In fact, it is known as physical AI because the amount of, so it is becoming a generalist machine. So earlier, all these robots were for one particular activity, whether it is welding or stamping or picking and placing. Today, the kind of robotics that we build and which goes into mostly European and American factories, these are generalist robot, still not there as far as the whole generalist is concerned, but it can do 4 or 5 activities and can go to 4 different setups in the factories and start doing that activity. So yes, robotics in manufacturing is a tech game. The robotic itself is a tech game as far as product is concerned.
Okay. Mr. Dhar, this is for you. India is now the second largest producer of steel globally. We just overtook both the US and Japan over the last 2 or 3 years, while China is 9x us. When you compare these two capacities, what kind of scale does India need to reach, or are we sufficient in manufacturing steel at the moment? Is there a gap that you feel which is unmet?
No, I think one thing that is not appreciated well enough is that the Indian steel industry has actually been investing in keeping India truly Atmanirbhar in steel. You know, we saw this in chips. A deficiency of something makes the importance of the product. So today, thankfully, India does not have a deficiency of steel. So I think to that end, steel industry as a whole has done a marvelous job in setting up capacities, and we have been adding capacities probably in line or even ahead of the market. So I think we are progressing very well. As I said, 300 million ton was the target by 2030. That will be achieved. We are working on a new target of around 450 million ton by 2047 or 500 million by 2020. Those detailing is still being done. I think we will go there. That's not an issue. What, in terms of capacity, I do not see any gap. There was some gap of some specialty steel, for example, automobile, and I talked about the solar energy earlier. Those gaps are getting filled in by companies like ours, which have got a global footprint, and we are getting those products. Also, in order to make the Indian manufacturing progress to the next level of being the global best, there are certain products of steel which are not there available in India, and once we are making those available, we are seeing the shift happening in the way the manufacturing is happening in India. So the introduction of these products in the country is also changing the way the steel is being used. I can give several examples. For example, in the automobile space, now various something is called as hot forming grade steel, which makes your cars of 1180 MPa steel, which make the car safer, lighter, greener. And soon we are starting that production in India at Hazira. This is going to again be a very paradigm shift in the way the cars will be made. There are technologies around that. I don't want to get into the technical detail here, but it is shifting the entire manufacturing space of that. So I think those products are getting introduced. This is changing the manufacturing dimension, and I think we are getting that to the country.
Rahul, you work across the board when it comes to manufacturing. I'm just thinking, at a point when we are speaking of potentially India reaching a position of manufacturing leadership, how much of a mindset change is required in the mind of the Indian companies? Because we have to get over the basic metrics of margin or return on capital employed. I think the whole paradigm shift has to change from a manufacturing perspective. At what stage are we at that particular evolution process, the way you see it?
So I think if you go back 7-10 years, right, when the whole Make in India was just announced, at that time it was not in the corporate boardrooms a topic of discussion. Right? Most people, actually even the manufacturing groups, were shying away of putting big manufacturing commitments. They were looking at technology, consumer, service businesses, because they were getting better valuation, better returns, right? Other than, of course, some core manufacturing sectors which you need, and they were like cement, steel, I would not put in that category, but people were generally shying away. I think in the last 5 years, so I think the reality always lags the noise, right? The reality, it's the PLIs that brought things back on people's radar. And people started to say, okay, this is serious money getting put. And it has still succeeded in only some industries and not all. But if you take electronics as a case in, case in time, or renewables as a case in time, right? You see serious investment that has happened, right? We have moved the needle from where it was to now. And it is not just in the assembly line. If you look at semiconductor, we started with the electronic assembly, but from over time, then we attacked at the core level of PCBs and fabs, and now we are attaching the full ecosystem through different ISM schemes that are coming. So people across the board are noticing this, and they are wanting to participate in this because they are realizing this is a big moment, right? It is. I would put. I mean, we just had the Maruti CEO before. It is a Maruti kind of movement for the semiconductor electronics incident when they entered India.
Absolutely.
Likewise in renewables, I think if we had not done imagine we push renewables and we want to convert all the power to renewable, but we, instead of importing oil, we import all the equipment that goes into wind and solar. It would not do any justice to our Atmanirbharta or our current account deficit, right? What it has done, all the ALMs that have come is really incentivized companies to put big capacity, and now you see from modules to cells to all the way back to now ingots and wafers, that people are putting their capacity. Same is now going to happen in BESS. Same is the discussion now on nuclear power. So I'm just using these two examples to say that people have started to put real money. So this shift has happened. Now what is further needed? I think we need to believe that protection is not forever. No industry can ever, no country can give protection forever. So we need to raise our competitiveness in a significant way. We have to be cost comparative to the rest of the world. That's the truth of the matter. The second piece, we need to invest on innovation. Till we invest on innovation, our products and quality, our R&D investment as a country is 0.4%. If you look at any company, they lag the peers in the East. I mean, Korea invests 5.7% of GDP on R&D. Japan, China invests also 3.5%. US invests 3.5%. Till we don't invest on R&D, innovation, product quality, upstream, because scale is not our advantage. We will not be differentiated enough. So those are the actions I would say that are critical from here.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll pause it here.
One point.
Of course, please do.
Apart from R&D, I will add education to it. That also needs a lot of transformation. But I think one critical thing is for all the organizations is to have capacities. If you see what is happening in automobile today, they are all falling short of capacities. So India, each sector, each company, anyone who has got capacity headroom available, those are the companies that will lead. If you fall short on capacity, you will miss the growth.
Yes, we are also falling short of roads, at least in Delhi, as far as automobiles are concerned, but that's a different story. We'll pause it here, ladies and gentlemen, just as 2016 to 2026 was the era of digital transformation, as also roads, ports, airports, and renewables. And before that, 15 years ago, we became a services superpower. In the next decade, when we all get together in 2037, we will also be the manufacturing king of the world. We'll pause it here.
Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for that very engaging panel discussion. May I request everybody to please stay on the stage while I request Siddharth Basu Chatterjee, publisher for Business Today magazine, to please come up here on the stage and present a token of appreciation to all our esteemed panelists. Let's pose for a photograph. Thank you so much. A warm round of applause once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we move forward to the last session of this evening. And this one is titled Conscious Capitalism. As businesses pursue growth and profitability, the definition of success is evolving. The focus is shifting from profits alone to purpose, sustainability, responsible leadership, and creating long-term value for all stakeholders. But can businesses truly balance shareholder returns with social and environmental responsibility and make purpose a driver of growth rather than just corporate commitment? This session will explore what it takes to build businesses that are profitable, responsible, and built to last. Before I welcome our next speaker on stage, let us look at a short audio visual.
From time to time, history introduces a life that quietly bridges two worlds. This is the story of Adipen Bose Nandiji, a visionary, a yogi, and a statesman and entrepreneur devoted to the awakening of human consciousness. With the guidance of spiritual masters from the ancient Siddha tradition of South India, Nandiji began a disciplined path of meditation, self-inquiry, and spiritual realization. He spent years immersed in contemplative practice, often meditating in solitude around the sacred mountain of Arunachala. Through this period of deep inner exploration, a powerful realization emerged. The next great evolution of humanity will not be technological, but conscious. Having spent over 3 decades in the United States, Nandiji's journey expanded beyond personal spiritual exploration into a global mission of service and leadership. From that realization arose a life dedicated not only to personal awakening, but to the upliftment of humanity. Nandiji went on to establish global initiatives centered on consciousness, unity, and conscious leadership. These include CNES, a pioneering digital platform that integrates technology with conscious leadership and community building. The Declaration of Consciousness Movement, a worldwide initiative promoting compassion, awareness, and human dignity. World Yogi Day, a global celebration of meditation and yogic wisdom. At the heart of Nandiji's work lies a simple yet transformative message. When consciousness expands, humanity evolves.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our next speaker, Adipen Bose Nandiji, founder and CEO of CNES Inc. And to moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage Siddharth Zarabi, Group Editor for Business Today.
I have had the good fortune of interviewing, talking to several spiritual leaders. And when I was preparing for this session, I asked myself, what is conscious leadership? And there are so many leaders who lead companies which are very, very large here in the audience, and through the day we have seen so many of them come and go from this hall. And you've been here all day with us, Nandiji. And therefore, the first big question to really understand at a time when global capitalism is under question, the way of doing business for the past 3-4 decades that had evolved is come under question. Oil supplies are getting blocked. 2 countries are fighting, but a third country is getting impacted due to sanctions. Business is changing. Technology is changing the way business is being done. Media industry is facing challenges from algorithms while we continue to be regulated. The world is in chaos, and the world of business is particularly so in chaos. So I want to begin by getting you to tell our audience, because this is a business-focused audience, what is conscious leadership according to you in the context of business leaders?
Through history, through times, the one with the most expanded consciousness became the natural leader. So, what do you mean by consciousness is the first question. And that is, from where we think from is where reality is created. And what is the mind and what is beyond the mind? That's where consciousness is. So, when we do yoga, when we walk, or when you want to go within and utilize breath to go within, it is to go within our own inner state of clarity. And a place where there is a transformation within the mind. For instance, when we talk about the mind as to fly, imagine it to being a sparrow or like a crow, or it can be an eagle. Now, the one who are able to see from above as a leader naturally leads. Prime Minister Modi ji, for example, we've been going through a lot of crises, a lot of challenges, and they have been transformed to being an opportunity thanks to that yogic leadership. And this yogic leadership is within each one of us. So when we are able to glide our mind as eagle, we are able to work with all, work with humanity, work our challenges into opportunities. Now, the moment consciousness comes into the business arena, Venus, for instance, sees 6 pillars. Each pillar, for instance, can be amplified. Our action can be amplified. For instance, when we talk about conscious leadership itself as the vision, or when we talk about the process, when we talk about the team spirit, the human element to it, or when we talk about the customer-client relationship or the community service. Each one of this, when consciousness is within embedded, we sort of like begin to we magnify the performance. We magnify the result. And this is showcased as profitability, greater connectivity, serving the higher purpose, especially the mind becoming more innovative, being able to be able to think from a strategy, and the eagle mind. So this is where conscious leadership matters. It matters especially when we talk about India looking forward to Viksit Bharat. It matters especially with India becoming the engine of growth for the whole globe. And this is right now our moment.
When you enter a corporate career, and I'm focusing particularly on corporate careers, if you are in the business side, you will be told that your ultimate goal is to ensure profitability. And as you grow up within a company, your responsibilities go up. You are asked to do more and more. You talk about conscious leadership. How would you respond to someone here who might say, the only God that I worship to in my corporate life is the God of profit. मैं profit का पुजारी हूँ. How would you respond to that person? Because there is clearly a dichotomy between being conscious, being self-aware, being ethical, being good in doing business versus the pressure to be profitable and successful?
Okay, let me put it in a mystical way. Okay. The mystical component is there's goddess Mahalakshmi, there's Kubera, whom we chase behind, which we say is profit. But then there's then there's the Bhairava consciousness, which means look at it from above. Look at the pain points from where you're starting your business. If you've been able to solve the pain points, one part. If you've been able to create the brand like Tata's, you create the brand, then everything comes to us naturally. All of the profitability we're looking at comes naturally. So in other words, if we can expand our consciousness, expand our way of thinking to know the starting point of us being here is to fulfill our own higher purpose, and the purpose that actually resolves pain points or the needs for where we are as business, as enterprise, it's one part. The other part is when we have expanded consciousness, we are going to be dynamic in terms of innovation, in terms of thinking, in terms of coming out with various solutions. And in the process, especially when we talk about the human element, we have built something beyond the word trust, quality, dependability, reliability, and that is the greater good. And this amounts to creating the greatest wealth. And the greatest wealth of any company, any organization is its brand. And that's the brand we create with consciousness.
Okay, there are several brand custodians here in this audience, including from our group itself. So I'm going to ask you, you are a Siddha yogi and you would therefore be able to educate all of us. In our scriptures, and this is whatever little I have learned, our scriptures address every single aspect, and that is why Hinduism is a way of life. What is there in our scriptures? What is our eternal wisdom that has come down to us over the centuries, which can guide the hand of a business executive, it can guide the hand of a CEO, it can guide the hand of a promoter, because you said higher purpose. What is in our ancient wisdom that can guide us through the turmoil of today?
That's a very good question. See, when we look at whatever the challenges are, it sets us in the insights of karma, insights of what needs to be done. And then when we recognize whom we are or what we are, the first question then is what brings us joy? What helps us complete ourselves? And that is the higher purpose, that dharma. So the moment we have stepped into that dimension of being here now to actually complete ourselves by way of what we do, we are simply completing our dharma. Now, when we say completing our dharma, it really means unfolding or multiplying ourselves in potential exponentially to complete ourselves and get the job done.
May I interrupt you? Do you have to be a believer to be a conscious leader? Can you be agnostic? Can you be an atheist? Can you be a non-Hindu to also be a conscious, responsible business leader?
I would recommend everyone to start being an atheist first. Question. Think. It's important for us to think for ourselves. It's important to then go by way of our own experience and say, okay, this works for me. This aligns with me. This is a part of my wisdom, and then make it our wisdom and be guided. See, the power of freedom, the freedom of thought is amazing because this aligns with science. It aligns with progress. It aligns with the greater wisdom that is within each one of us. And the moment we tap into that, now we step into the first result of consciousness, which is joy and happiness, bliss. And this comes from independence within to set ourselves free from the past, to set ourselves from the karmic patterns, to basically transmute fate to destiny, to be the master of our destiny. So all of this it begins with questioning ourselves. It begins with going within to seeking the answer. And then also when you found the answer, you expand on it in, I would rather say, like we do not chase, we attract. So when you come into our own sense of being, we are like the sun, and our realities begin to go around us like planets. And that makes all the difference in terms of how happy we can be and the joys of each day, and especially allowing ourselves to complete ourselves.
Nandiji, different religions have a different path towards more or less the same objective. But when it comes to the pursuit of profit or the mercantile commerce-related part of that path, different religions have different approaches. One religion says that levying and demanding interest is not good. Another path says you should only levy interest, you should not lend money without interest. There are multiple paths. The question I have for you is that many people in the Indian context believe that, oh, you have to belong to a mercantile community. You have to come from the Vaishya caste, for example. If you are a Kshatriya, you are perhaps not good at business. If you are born a Brahmin, you are supposed to be in education. We have all grown up with this, but in the modern corporate world, your caste, your creed, nothing matters. Your merit matters, and then ultimately your performance matters. Particularly in the private corporate sector, where there are virtually no kinds of reservations. There might be different biases, but there are no reservations. In that, what should a young aspiring business executive draw his emotional sustenance from? Because in times of work pressure, you want to draw emotional sustenance from some thought, some ideology. What should that be?
Yes. When we transcend our own self, we realize we are the Brahman, we are the Shastriya, we are the Vaisya, we are also the Sudra, we are all the caste as one. That's, you could say, is the graduation point for everyone to be that. And that is also when we see whom we are in capabilities. And these capabilities, when they multiply itself, when our capabilities multiply by way of expanded consciousness, we realize that all the five coming together makes one the leader. So when we talk about leadership, it begins with seeing the whole of activity, the whole of whom we are. So related back into religion, I would say all paths that's leading towards consciousness needs to be celebrated. And yet, the content of consciousness in each religion determines the meaningfulness of that particular path.
Can I be conscious and can I also be a capitalist at the same time?
I believe that when we say we are all the five coming together, we are also talking about sustenance, we are talking about independence, we are also talking about seeing money as energy. If I have money, I'm able to do my dharma in terms of where it's needed as that energy. That's one part. And if I do have the prosperity, I am a lot liberated in so many ways to be able to spend that on to what needs give me my focus.
I know somebody in the audience might want me to ask this question, so let me articulate it for you. Why do some people have all the money and why do most people not have enough money?
See, I would relate this question to myself because I took my journey and then for 18 years I had been dreaming about this that we are doing right now. For 18 years I'd been working through. And through the 18 years, you know, that was a big thing because there was so many who had the money and the good guys did not seem to have the money. And here I was looking around asking where's that investment going to come from? And I remember it, you know, through my journey, I was told that this is not going to work, this is whatever that was. But now when I look into it, I go back into one aspect of it. Trust your higher purpose. Because when we are in a higher purpose, our genius shines. And that genius is our inspiration. I would rather say trust the knowing that comes from within. And that sparks our genius. And that inspiration that gets to moving us, that is Goddess Mahalakshmi. That is the wealth. That is the money that flows through us. So whatever we do, wherever we are, whatever profession it is, understand that when we are allowing our heart to sing, then all abundances flow. Not only money, I would say wealth of health, the wealth of relationships, all of this comes together when we are inspired. And that inspiration comes from knowing.
Nandiji, before trust, I assume knowledge is important because you can only trust what you at least fundamentally understand, even if you don't fully grasp it. How do I even reach that point where I am able to identify what I need to trust? I am blind, plus I am in a dark room. There is no source of light. How do I even reach that point?
See, the mind is like the mystical swan. Why I say the mystical swan is because it's meant to teach us something. This swan was supposed to drink just the milk when the milk was mixed with water. That's the mind. Now, this is where, as we expand consciousness, our mind begins to start becoming that swan, beginning to discern what is right, what is wrong, and how it basically moves to make decisions. You know, and you see this in history, in historic examples. For instance, just after the Jallianwala Bagh massacre, you know, India was really very angry with the British. And this is when World War II came, India had a chance to support the British or not support the British and support the Germans. And here was Mahatma Gandhi trying to make a decision. He was trying to figure out which side to support. And you know, I would rather say, like his mind was able to discern the truth, to choose the British side instead of the German side because, you know, there was the negativity that came through from here. And when you look into that decision that was made, it was a very powerful decision that steered us through. And this aspect of making the right decision, as you were looking at, making that optimal decision comes from enhancing or expanding our consciousness.
Why did Steve Jobs become Steve Jobs? He dropped out. He didn't even finish a formal education at that level. He was, of course, educated. He was a learned person. Why did Dhirubhai Ambani become Dhirubhai Ambani? And why are there countless others who, despite having knowledge, the desire, and those who even make the effort, do not succeed? Despite trying multiple times. We celebrate entrepreneurs. There have been entrepreneurs who have been on this stage through the day. They keep trying. घिस जाते हैं, but नहीं होता है.
Yes.
What is different between Steve Jobs and Sunil Kumar?
You know, Steve Jobs, before he died, he called all his friends and he gave them a gift saying, this would be a gift of life from me to you. And that was Autobiography of a Yogi. And I would highly recommend all of us to read that book, Autobiography of a Yogi. Because when you go deep within to be the yogi, each one of us is super special. We have something for us waiting there. That what Steve Jobs saw that transformed his entire industries is within each one of us to do. trust that process. Trust that you will find it.
Are you saying Steve Jobs was in some ways a yogi?
Very much. Very much. He found it
And you're not
in his
saying this
yogic
because
journey.
he came to India and he practiced meditation and he did various things. He also had carrot juice for an extended period of time, believing that it will cure his ailments?
When you think like Steve Jobs, for instance, like when he knew what he was going to get done.
Why am I not able to think like Steve Jobs? I would like to be Steve Jobs.
I would say, you know, every one of us have something super special in us. And that aspect will come as you journey within. Now, I would take it to the mystical way, okay? That is, when the I of ego has dissolved, we are left with a we, which is the collective intelligence of everyone. Now, we live, this Mother India, Bharat, is a land of tapas. So many sages have been meditating in tapas, and that is the tapas we transform. That becomes the we. So when we are the collective presence of all the enlightened masters, what do we receive as blessings? Wisdom, thought. So I look in as all the great guys who have been doing who've been doing anything great, they began with going within and tapping into that we, the power of the we, the power of tapas. And the moment we tap into that, here we are gifted with that ultimate supreme genius. And that is within each of us.
40 years as an employee, you may end up having a good salary and retiring with a good pension, but you may not end up creating much value. 23-year-old with barely a degree, maybe an undergrad technical degree, or maybe a postgraduate business degree, within months and years creates billions of dollars of value. And I'm talking about Indian examples. We don't have to go overseas. Fantastic work in deep tech space, doing stuff that thousands of employees in government departments have not done. 5 employees coming together in a small lab somewhere in the suburbs of Bengaluru and developing an absolutely great piece of deep technology. Why is that happening? And is that government employee or private sector corporate slave, if I may call him, inferior to those entrepreneurs, or are those entrepreneurs blessed by something mystical?
See, ultimately, we have time. And how we use time is one thing. Do you want to be a slave captured within time, or step into timelessness and determine time? Now, this applies to just about every one of us, because we're caught in a 24-hour cycle. What would happen if you condense that and step into timelessness and then come into time that determines time? Now, yes. So what I'd like to do is, because our time is up, but I'd like to take us on a little journey. Okay, if we could all sit this way, just open your legs, spread your leg out a little bit. Okay. Now remember, see, all of us are in some way doing things we want to achieve. Okay. So let's work with our breath. We'll just do it in 3 minutes. We'll reach a particular place, and from here I will blow the conch, and then we can all journey together through the conch. Okay? So the first is press your left big toe and take a deep inhale and invoke the goddess within ourselves and feel the moon energy just by pressing the big left toe. Okay? Keep your fingers as Chin Mudra. This is the Chin Mudra, and sit up. So in that way we can connect more directly with our mind. Okay, take a deep inhale all the way from the roots. And then press your right big toe and exhale to the crown chakra. Okay, now take a deep inhale from the right. Hold the breath and press your left big toe and exhale from the crown chakra. Now, in our world of work, we want to make right decisions. So the first step to making the right decision is climb up above the navel. The moment you climb up above the navel, by default, your third eye will open. Okay? And gently exhale through the third eye. Now press both your toes down, press both your toes, take a deep inhale, and exhale slowly through the third eye. Okay? Now within yourself, go into the resonance Ah. Okay, we'll say Ah together. See, in all the traditions, we are talking about Krishna, Shiva, Jehovah, Allah. All the traditions, Ah is the resonance, okay? We'll say Ah once, and then let me blow the conch 3 times, okay? Now, in this process of me blowing the conch, expand your consciousness. Expand yourself into all that you wish for, and simply be the light, okay? We'll say Ah once, and then I'm going to blow the conch, okay? Rub your palms together slowly. Think of your mother, father, your ancestors, all the divinity inside you, and receive the blessings. Grateful divine beings. So, expand in consciousness, be the leader. From where we are, let's usher the golden age of Bharat, the time when India is and has become the engine of growth for the rest of the world. In consciousness, we are the leaders. Grateful. Thank you.
Many, many thanks. A round of applause.
Thank you, Nandiji. May I request Alok Nair to please come up on stage and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed guest. Warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Adipen Bose Nandiji, founder and CEO of CNES Inc. Big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Nandiji, for your time and for that excellent meditation. And thank you so much, Siddharth, for driving that very enlightening conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we are going to be wrapping up the 5th edition of the BT India at 100 Summit. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audiences. So thank you so much for being with us. I would first, once again, like to thank all our partners for this successful event. We have Conscious Leadership Partners, CNES as our partner, Knowledge Partner is Deloitte, State Partners Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, Legal Solutions Partner White and Brief, Celebration Partner Aud Glassware and Zoya Glassware. With that, I request all of you to please join us for dinner and for networking. Thank you so much. You've been wonderful. We will see you next time.
CNES, Consciousness Social Media Super App, a platform that represents a revolutionary social media of connectivity to evolve humanity. The CNES journey begins with a structured self-assessment. Individuals and organizations evaluate their practices across key pillars of conscious leadership, governance, sustainability, and societal impact. CNES certification evaluates organizations across 6 pillars of responsible and purpose-driven business values: conscious leadership, human-centric value and team cohesion, products and services, customers and clients, community and conscious social impact, brand vision, and collaboration. CNES is built on a simple but powerful belief. By empowering individuals who prioritize conscious sustainability and human well-being, CNES is helping shape a new kind of ecosystem. An ecosystem where impact matters as much as success, where organizations are not only profitable, but purposeful, not only competitive, but conscious. The future belongs to those who lead with consciousness, those who build with integrity, those who create impact that truly matters. Welcome to CNES, where consciousness triumphs.
Trust built our legacy. Our vision architects what's next. Because Deloitte didn't stop at advising on technology, we chose to build it. Across India, we've imagined, engineered, and scaled platforms, labs, and ecosystems powering real-time decisions for governments, businesses, and communities alike, where AI is responsible, automation decisive, and data purposeful. What began as insight now drives outcomes, protecting lives, securing critical infrastructure, and advancing national priorities. Built with alliances, strengthened through co-innovation, seamlessly integrated across enterprises, across borders. With hundreds of assets created here, many setting global benchmarks, India isn't just adopting the future. India leads by design. This is technology at the ground level. Operating at scale. Built in India. Powered by Indian minds. Ready for the world.
गंगा पुकारे आओ रे, हर हर शंभु गाओ रे, हरिद्वार में कुंभ सजे, श्रद्धा की डुबकी लगाओ रे। हर हर गंगे गंगे, हर हर गंगे, भस्म रमाए साधु चल रहे, गूंजे शिव के नाम। गंग किनारे दिव्य अलौकिक ओजस पूरा धाम। युगों युगों का पर्व ये पावन मिलकर सभी मनाओ रे। हरिद्वार में कुंभ सजे, श्रद्धा की डुबकी लगाओ रे। हर हर गंगे गंगे, हर हर गंगे। 14 जनवरी 2027 से हरिद्वार में सजेगा आस्था, अध्यात्म और सनातन चेतना का विराट संगम। आइए इस दिव्य महापर्व के साक्षी बने।
From time to time, history introduces a life that quietly bridges 2 worlds. This is the story of Adipen Bose Nandiji, a visionary, a yogi, and a statesman and entrepreneur devoted to the awakening of human consciousness. With the guidance of spiritual masters from the ancient Siddha tradition of South India, Nandiji began a disciplined path of meditation, self-inquiry, and spiritual realization. He spent years immersed in contemplative practice, often meditating in solitude around the sacred mountain of Arunachala. Through this period of deep inner exploration, a powerful realization emerged. The next great evolution of humanity will not be technological, but conscious. Having spent over 3 decades in the United States, Nandiji's journey expanded beyond personal spiritual exploration into a global mission of service and leadership. From that realization arose a life dedicated not only to personal awakening, but to the upliftment of humanity. Nandiji went on to establish global initiatives centered on consciousness, unity, and conscious leadership. These include CNES, a pioneering digital platform that integrates technology with conscious leadership and community building. The Declaration of Consciousness Movement, a worldwide initiative promoting compassion, awareness, and human dignity. World Yogi Day, a global celebration of meditation and yogic wisdom. At the heart of Nandiji's work lies a simple yet transformative message. When consciousness expands, humanity evolves.
मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में जो मेरे भाई बहन हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में जो मेरे भाई बहन हैं, ये अवसर है, इस अवसर को जाने मत दें और इसके लिए